The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Hey, Lamp, I figured out something we can do with that oil.
What?
Well, I got some potatoes here, so I figured I'll fry us up some French fries.
You can't make French fries with that oil.
Why not?
Because it's crude oil, not cooking oil.
Well, tell it to clean up its language. This is supposed to be a family show, and then we can make the French fries. Ow!
I found the club. I just don't have time for you. I have to get on with this day in history. Yeah, it's March the 26th, 2024. And here's what happened in this day in history. In 1127, Pope John the 19th,
can't they come up with a new name for a pope besides John?
crowns Conrad II Holy Roman Emperor, founder of Salian dynasty. In 1812, earthquake measuring 7.7 on the Richter scale destroys 90% of Caracas, Venezuela, and kills an estimated 15 to 20,000 people. In 1871, municipal elections bring revolutionaries to power in Paris to form commune government. In 1909, in support of Muhammad Ali Shia's coup d'etat against the constitutional government in Persia, a Russian military force invades northern Persia to relieve the siege of Tabriz. In 1942, first Eichmann transport to Auschwitz and Bernaku concentration camps. In 1953, Dr. Jonas Salk announces that he has successfully tested a vaccine to prevent polio. Clinical trials begin the next year. In 1966, large-scale anti-Vietnam War protests take place in the United States, including in New York, Washington, D.C., and Chicago. In 1971, Bangladesh, East Pakistan, under Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, declares its independence from Pakistan. In 1953, Jujutsu, Japanese film directed by Kenji Miyazaki and starring Masayuki Mori, Meshiko Kayo, and Kinyo Tanakati, is released. In 1982, Paul McCartney and Stevie Wonder released single Ebony and Ivory in the UK. In 1972, LA Lakers break NBA win record by winning 69 of 82 games. Score 69-13. Record will stand for 24 years. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows.
Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, Costello, here I am. What are you so excited about?
Oh, I just finished playing my first game of football with the California girls team.
You play football with girls?
Yeah.
On a girls' team? I'll bet that's exciting.
Oh, well, the playing ain't so exciting, but oh, those huddles.
I never heard of girls playing football. Where do they get their players?
Oh, they pick the girls according to the shape. You know, quarterbacks, halfbacks. You ought to see those fullbacks. I'm going steady with the center.
Is she pretty?
Well, she's the next thing to Lauren Bacall.
She is?
Yeah, she looks like Humphrey Bogart. But she loves to play games. Last night we played Parcheesi.
Parcheesi?
Yes, first I would kiss her, and she would kiss me, and then I would kiss her.
Wait a minute. Who told her that was Parcheesi?
I did. Ain't I a stinker?
Well, instead of sitting home and playing silly games, why don't you take her to the movies?
Oh, I tried to.
You
I
did?
bought 14 tickets, but we couldn't get in.
Why not?
Every time I bought a ticket from the cashier, some guy in a uniform at the door would tear him up.
Well, I don't know why a girl would bother you with you in the first place. You're ugly, fat, dumpy, ignorant.
Before you go any further, I want to say one thing.
What's that?
Don't go any further.
When it comes to idiots, Costello, you can go to the head of the class.
Thank you, Mr. Rabbit, and I sure worked hard enough to get there.
That's what I thought. Hey, wait a minute. Where have you been all week? Lou.
I don't know what I'm doing tonight.
I know. But where have you been all week?
Monday, my girlfriend gave me a fancy pink silk union suit, all trimmed with lace. I wore it Tuesday and got hit by a car. They took me to the hospital. I'll never wear that union suit again.
Why not?
It took me 3 days to took myself out of the maternity ward.
They treat you nice in the hospital?
Nice. They sure did. Every day for dessert, I had a California sundae. It's 2 scoops of tutti-frutti ice cream with pineapple, strawberry, apricots, prunes, pecans, choose nuts, whipped cream, and 6 maraschino cherries. And they serve it all in the hospitals now.
Well, wait a minute. Why would any hospital want to serve concoctions like that?
Can you think of a better place to get sick?
Well, anyway, you had a good rest, Lou.
Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't sleep a wink in that hospital.
Well, how did you sleep? On your right side or your left side?
I sleep flat on my back.
There you are. That's your trouble. People who sleep on their back all the time get their back out of shape and all crooked.
You must sleep on your face.
While you're in the hospital, you should have consulted a psychiatrist, Lou.
A psychiatrist?
Yes.
Any guy who would go to a psychiatrist ought to have his head examined.
Costello, how did you ever become such a complete idiot?
I got friends in Washington.
I...
You know, Abbott, they loved me in that hospital. One of the doctors introduced me to a beautiful nurse, and she invited me to a party.
Well, now, that's very nice of her.
I thought so.
And now that you're out of the hospital, you should reciprocate.
Definitely, because
Certainly.
after all... Huh? Could I have that again?
Sure, I said reciprocate. Don't you always reciprocate after you've been invited to a party?
That all depends on what they serve.
No, Costello. Reciprocate means to return a favor. For instance, if a friend of mine got me a date with a beautiful blonde, I reciprocate. If he gets me a date with a gorgeous redhead, I reciprocate. Now, when somebody gets you a date with a beautiful girl, what do?
I do the same thing you do, only I don't lie about it.
Never mind that. What was in that big package that arrived for you this afternoon?
It's a new television set I bought for Uncle Mike.
Oh.
I got to go right back home and hook it up.
Oh, what does your Uncle Mike want with a television set?
He wants to see what Dr. IQ does with that woman in the balcony.
Your Uncle Mike. All he does is listen to the radio. And now with a television set, he'll never get out of the house.
Oh, Uncle Mike does all right. He enters all the radio contests. Last week he was in a contest for a beer company. He had to send in 25 beer bottle caps and a slogan.
Well, did he write a good slogan?
After 25 bottles of beer, he couldn't even see the paper.
Well, anyway, radio is a wonderful thing, Costello. Just think, it fills the air with voices and personalities of all the gorgeous Hollywood stars. What are you doing?
Filling my lungs with Rita Hayworth.
Rita Hayworth is all right, but she's just like any other girl.
What do you mean?
Well, take away her beautiful hair and her lovely complexion. What have you got?
I don't know, but you can send it over to my house in the morning.
You certainly love the California girls, don't you?
Yeah. When I was back home in Patterson, New Jersey, I said to my mother, I said, Mom, take me out west where men are men and the women are...
Women are what?
That's all. Take me out west where women are.
What makes you think the women in Hollywood go for you?
Well, I'm a pretty regular guy and a pretty popular guy, Abbott. The day we moved to Los Angeles, I won a citywide contest.
A citywide contest? What for?
For being the whitest guy in the city. And they gave me a beautiful chicken as a prize, a Rhode Island purple. She lays 30 eggs a day.
Now, wait a minute. Now, let's straighten this out. You mean a Rhode Island red?
Abbott, when a chicken lays 30 eggs a day, she's purple.
Costello, I've come to the conclusion that you're the most stupid man in the world. Even as a child, you were stupid.
Oh, no, I wasn't. Back in Patterson, when I was only 1 year old, I proved that I was the smartest baby in town.
How'd you do it?
One day I was playing around the stove. I picked up a red-hot coal. Nobody had to tell me to put it down.
Hey, Uncle Louie, pitch a couple to me, will you?
That's Abbott's nephew, folks. Norman, what are you doing dressed up in a baseball uniform? The baseball season isn't over.
Oh, let him alone, Costello. Norman likes baseball.
Yeah, I'm nuts about baseball. I play baseball all the time. I live baseball. I eat baseball. And when I go to sleep at night, I even dream of baseball.
Don't you ever dream about girls?
What, and this my turn it back?
Get out of here.
Okay, but before I go, I'd like to tell you, I sure like that moron tie you're wearing.
You mean maroon tie. A moron is an idiot.
Yeah, and only an idiot would wear that tie. Now get out of here!
I don't like that guy, Abbott.
Why?
All day long dreams about baseball. He ain't got no romance in his soul.
Oh, so what? You don't know anything about romance either.
You should have been with me last night in a cozy living room, sitting on a love seat, all the lights out, and it was pitch dark.
Wait a minute. Did you have a girl with you?
What for? I'm not afraid of the dark.
Well, hello, boy.
Hey, look, Costello. It's our lovely new secretary, Viola Vaughn.
Gee, Viola, you look lovely tonight. That's a gorgeous dress you're wearing.
Oh, well, thank you. Do you think it brings out my curves?
Does it? Yes. It curves here and it curves there, and some of it don't even stay on the road.
Now, talk sense, Costello. Viola, how do you like California compared to New York?
Well, it's wonderful, but the time confuses me. You know, California is the only state that still has daylight saving time.
You know, that daylight saving time is kind of silly to me, too. You really don't save anything with daylight saving time.
You don't?
No. It's just like sitting down. What you lose in the front, you gain in the back.
Nah, never mind him, Viola. What do you hear from that uncle of yours in London?
Oh, I received a postcard from my uncle this morning. He's having a fine time. He spent the weekend boating on the English Channel.
Boating? My cousin Vincent swam across the English Channel underwater.
Oh,
Underwater?
Why, that's preposterous. Any man who did that would drown.
The funeral is Wednesday. Gee, Viola, I'm glad you came to work for us. How about giving a little kiss?
Oh, you Hollywood men are so impetuous. The first night you meet a girl, you want to kiss.
Well, I mean, a guy like me has to. They don't show up the second night.
Oh, Viola, I've noticed you've been rather cool towards Costello. You never put your arms around him or nothing.
Well, I was sort of waiting until...
Till you know me a little longer?
No, till my arms get a little longer.
By the way, isn't today your birthday, Viola?
Yes, it is. I'm 18.
Think of it. You're sweet 18, and I'm sweet 24.
Well, what about me?
But you're a sour 65.
Never mind that. You're a cheapskate, Costello. It's Viola's birthday, and you didn't get her a present.
Oh, that's all right, Costello. Even if you don't express your felicitations on my natal day with a tangible token of remembrance, I want you to know that I understand.
Good. Now that you understand it, explain it to me.
Viola, Costello's very forgetful about birthdays. Last week was my wife's birthday, and he didn't send her a present either.
No, I didn't get your wife a present, but don't forget I wrote her a poem.
You wrote Abbott's wife a poem?
Yes.
How does it go?
To Miss Betty Abbott. Your clothes are really awfully cheap. And speaking of your sweater, give back the wool to those poor sheep. On them it looks much better.
That's a terrible poem, Costello.
Abbott's got a terrible wife.
Now, listen. You'll have to forgive Costello, Viola. He is ignorant and he's uneducated.
Now, just a minute, Abbott. That's
What do you
not
mean,
so
just
now,
a
because
minute?
I went to school and I studied science. For instance, I know that the sun is 5 billion miles from the Earth, and the light from the sun comes down to the Earth in exactly 30 seconds.
Isn't that wonderful, Costello?
What's wonderful about it? It's downhill all the way.
Oh, that's all.
Before we go back to work tonight, let's hear from our blonde cutie pie, little bitsy Virginia Maxie.
Quanta la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta. Quanta la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta. Gotta get going, where we going, what are we gonna do?
We're on our way to somewhere, the three of us and you. What'll we see there? Who will be there? What'll be the big surprise? There may be caballeros with dark and flashing eyes. We're on our way.
We're on our way.
Pack up your pack.
Pack up your pack.
And if we stay, we won't come back.
We won't come
How
back.
can we go? We haven't got a dime, but we're going, and we're gonna have a happy time. Now someone said they just came back from somewhere. A friend of mine that I don't even know. He said there's lots of fun if we can get there. If that's the case, that's the place we want to go. We gotta get going, where we going, what are we gonna do? We're on our way to somewhere, the three of us and you. What'll we see there? Who will be there? What'll be the big surprise? There may be caballeros with dark and flashing eyes. I'll take a train.
You'll take the train.
You take a boat.
We'll take the boat.
I'll ride a plane.
You'll take the plane.
You take the gun.
We'll ride the
Oh, we don't care. We'll either walk or climb, but we're going and we're gonna have a happy time. Quanta la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta. Quanta la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta, la gusta. We're going, we're gonna have a happy time.
All right, Costello, come out here. What's that you have in your hand?
It's a picture of my grandfather, General Stonewall Costello. What a hero, Abbott. He fought in the Spanish-American War. Every time he went off to battle, all the girls in Patterson would line up to kiss him goodbye.
Wait a minute. Every time he went to battle, all the girls in Patterson kissed him goodbye?
Yes, the war ended in 1898. But they couldn't get Grandpa to stop fighting till 1935.
He must have been some fighter.
Yes, he taught me to fight. I became quite a boxer. I remember my first fight. In the third round, my manager threw the towel in, and I won.
Well, wait a minute. How could you win if your manager threw in the towel?
He threw it over my opponent's eyes.
You dummy, you're no fighter. You're not an athlete. There's not an athlete in your whole family.
Oh, yes, there is. My brother Pat's a famous athlete. Just last week, he pitched a no-hit game.
Oh, lots of guys have pitched no-hit games.
In football?
Costello, you and your brother Pat are the dopiest guys in the world.
Yes, there ain't nobody a dopier than him and me.
Well, no, that's incorrect. You should say there's nobody dopier than he and I.
Okay, there's nobody a dopier than him and you.
Well, never mind that. How's Pat getting along with his new girl?
Oh, well, for a while he had it pretty tough. Every time Pat went over to see her brother would throw him out of the house. Last week, her brother went away to college, and things are different.
What do you mean?
Now her father throws him out of the house.
Is Pat working?
Oh, yes, he's got a job with a milk company, and he works like a horse.
What does he do?
He pulls one of the wagons.
Costello,
What do you want, Norman?
are you going to do another one of them Sam Shovel misery programs tonight?
Look, Norman, look at the script. That's mystery.
I listen to the show, brother. It's misery.
Abbott, if you don't keep that nephew out of here, I'm going to flatten him. I'll hit him in the head so hard that his shoes will have 3 tongues.
I'll lay off here. Leave him alone. Maybe he doesn't like your Sam Shovel program.
Well, everyone else does. Now, here's a letter I got from one of my fans this morning. Listen to this. Dear Lou Costello, I listened to your Sam Shovel detective program last week. You were so funny, I laughed my head off. I'm coming to the studio to see you tonight.
Miss Costello, there's a man out here to see you.
What does he look like?
How can I tell? His head is off.
Well, enough of this nonsense, Costello. What is your Sam Shovel detective story about tonight?
It's one of my greatest cases, Abbott. I call it the case of the Russian diplomat who took the 6 p.m. boat back to Russia, or Red Sails in the Sunset.
Well, it sounds interesting. Let's get on with the case.
Fair enough.
And now, the makers of Swanee River Cold Cream bring you the adventures of Sam Shovel, private detective. But first, a word about our product. Swanee River Cold Cream is the only cold cream that contains peanut butter. What a time-saving device this is. Ladies, now you can cream your face and have your lunch at the same time. And friends, remember, we can sell Swanee River Cold Cream cheaper than any other brand because we've done away with costly containers. We use no tubes, no boxes, no jars. Just walk into your drugstore, ask for Swanee River Cold Cream, and hold out your hand. And now for the further adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective.
Yeah, I'm Sam Shovel. Sam Shovel, Private Detective. The detective business has been lousy lately. I ain't got a nickel to my name. I guess it's just as well. How would it sound if people called me Sam Shovel Nickel? Last night, somebody ransacked my office. They went over it with a fine-tooth comb. I know they went over it with a fine-tooth comb because this morning when I came in, the horsehair sofa had a part in it. I'm so mad I can see red.
Hi, Sam.
Hi, Red. In the office across the court, I see the beautiful stenographer combing her hair. She just combed out her bangs. I'm a little thirsty. I think I'll have some orange juice. I squeeze my orange juice the hard way. The hard way. I place the orange in my mouth, stick my head in the doorway, and slowly close the door. On my way to the office, I found a woman's handbag. I wonder what's in it. I decide to empty the contents on my desk. That takes care of the change purse. I wonder what's in the bag. I look at my appointment book. I see that tonight I have a date with a gorgeous peach. I think I'll break it and make a date with a girl. I look out the window. In the garage across the street, the mechanic is working on a car.
On your mark, get set, go!
No matter what car comes in, he always races the motor. Coming up the street, I see my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad. What a cop. Whenever the police department makes a raid, Lieutenant Abbott is a spearhead. Not that he's so brave, but he's the only cop in the department with a head like a spear. Abbott is a quiet cop. Every Sunday he sits home and listens to the radio. He's trying to win the jackpot on Stop the Music. He's trying to win it the hard way. The hard way. He has no telephone. It's a chilly day, and I've got a fire going in the kitchenette of my little office. There's a kettle boiling on the stove.
Hello, Sam Shovel. What's that smell coming from your kitchenette?
It's my washing.
I thought it smelled too good to be your cooking. I'm mighty tired, Sam.
So are your jokes.
I'm really tired. I just been out on a wild goose chase.
What were you chasing?
A wild goose.
Lieutenant Abbott used to be a comedian. Tried to make a living. He tried to make a living with his monkey shines. He had to give it up. There's no money in shining monkeys. Lieutenant Abbott, I've got bad news for you. Your cook was picked up this morning for passing a bad check.
Whose check was it?
Yours.
That's not funny, Sam Shovel. You weren't a friend of mine, I'd punch you in the nose.
I knew Lieutenant Abbott was only bluffing. He couldn't punch his way out of a paper bag. But that don't worry him. After all, how often do you get stuck in a paper bag?
Oh, wait a minute. Cut the small-town talk, Sam. Lefty Lumphead is in town and he's gunning for you.
I know that, Lieutenant. I've already notified the police. They've thrown a net over the city. I'll call headquarters and see how they're making out. Hello, Chief.
Yes?
This is Sam Shovel. Have you got that net out for Lefty Lumphead?
Yes.
How's the net working? Did you catch Lefty yet?
No, the net's working fine. Already we've caught 3 butterflies.
Sam, this is really serious. Lefty Lumphead is a killer. He's out to get you. He may be on his way here now, and I know you're afraid of him.
Me? Afraid of Lefty Lumphead? Pish, tush. I'd like to see the day I'd be afraid of him.
Hello, Sam.
This is the day. Before me stood the toughest killer on the coast. When he was 8 years old, he shot his father and mother. Then he asked the judge for mercy on the grounds that he was an orphan. What a tough mug. He's got cauliflower ears. Never was a fighter, it's just that his ears was made out of cauliflower. I noticed Lieutenant Abbott's hand reach for his holster. Abbott's gun barked.
Okay, coppers, I got you covered. Sam Shovel, I got one bullet in this gun. It's for you. I'm going to give you a break, Sam. I'll put that bullet wherever you say.
If it's all the same to you, put it in Lieutenant Abbott.
You're pretty clever, Lefty Lumphead. You're one of the smartest burglars in the business, but there's something I want to ask you.
Huh?
How is it you've never been caught robbing a house?
It's easy. It's easy. I only rob houses on Thursday nights.
Why did you pick Thursday nights?
Because Abbott and Costello are on the air Thursday nights, and, brother, when they're on the air, nobody stays home.
Lefty, that's a lie. Abbott and Costello are on right now. I'll prove it's a lie by checking with the police department. Hello, police department. Can you tell me...
We ain't got time to talk to you now.
Why?
Every house in town is being robbed.
I had taken all I could stand from that killer. Quick as a flash, I pulled my gun.
Sam, Lefty is seriously wounded. Your bullet went through his shoulder.
Call the hospital.
What have you done? What have you done? Sam Shovel, you shot my boyfriend.
Lefty's girl, the most gorgeous moll in the underworld. She's beautiful.
Look, he's bleeding.
Call the hospital.
He's the only boyfriend I've got, and he's liable to die.
Call the hospital.
If he dies, who's going to love me and squeeze me and kiss me?
Call the morgue.
Costello, I got to give you credit. You're in there pitching tonight.
Yes, and I'd like to give a little credit to our team, Abbott. Everybody knows I'm always pitching, and Abbott, you're always catching. But we got other players on the team.
Oh, sure. What's on second?
No, we're not going to start that. I just wanted to say that our writing staff is headed by Eddie Foreman with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello, Martin Ragaway, and Len Stern.
That's right. And Matty Malnick leads the band.
And all this nonsense is put together by our producer, Charles Vander. And we'd love to have you all with us again next Thursday night.
Thanks to them for working, and thanks to you for listening. Hope you'll be back next Thursday night. Good night, folks.
Good night. Good night to everybody in Patterson. Good night.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
And now, here is a man who only wishes he could sing as well as I do. It's Bing Crosby.
Just travel along, singing a song. Side by side.
Well, what's your mood today, Bing?
Rosemary, this being the first day of March, I'd say that I'm in a rather breezy mood.
Oh? How breezy?
Oh, just breezy. I'm going to sing Breezing Along with the Breeze. That be breezy enough for you?
Well, that ought to get it.
It's a real smooth caper. It's very crisp, very blithe.
Oh, then we won't have to dive into the cyclone cellar, huh?
No, not unless you want to go down and get a jar of preserves or something, or some watermelon pickles or some pickle lily.
Sounds good. I love them.
Won't be necessary to hoist a storm warning, Rosemary. This breeze is practically no velocity.
You mean that March is coming in like a lamb and going out like a lion?
As far as I'm concerned, it is.
Okay, lamb, sing.
Breezing along with the breeze, trailing the rails, roaming the seas. Like the birdies that sing in the trees, I'm pleasing to live, and I'm living to please. The sky is the only roof I have over my head. And when I'm weary, Mother Nature makes me a bed. I'm just going along as I please, breezing along with the breeze. Mother Nature makes me a bed. I'm just going along as I please. Oh, yes, breezing along with the breeze.
Move in here, Rosie. Make yourself to home.
Okay, Bing.
You got a little song for us now, Rosie?
Why, sure, Ken. I'm all set with a number called You Got.
You got what?
You'll find out. Stand by. You got what I want. You're the answer to a dream. Got the charms that I adore. You're everything and much more. So excuse my eyes if they start to gleam, for I like what I see, and what I see is quite a lot. When you're around, my feet don't touch the ground. Oh, what I want is what you got. You got what I crave. You're the firstest with the most. You got the lips I love to kiss. I never had so much bliss. I would like to state you're the perfect hostess. How I desire the love in you.
You've heard about the guy who sold ice boxes to Eskimos. Well, General Electric sells sun lamps right here in Southern California, where the sun shines 365 days a year. But let's face it, there are a lot of people who have to stay indoors all day, in the office or at home. So they get their suntans at night with GE sun lamps. And you can do the same wherever you live. A General Electric sun lamp costs only $11.95 and fits in any light bulb socket. Or you can get a complete GE suntan kit with a special clamp-on holder for just a little more. A GE sun lamp will give you a year-round suntan. And a General Electric suntan won't wash off either. That was real good, Buddy and boys.
They do play well, don't they?
Yes, sir.
Well, and together.
Oh, yes, that's to be desired, isn't it?
Oh, yes. I think all orchestras should strive to achieve togetherness.
This being March 1st, have you any special word for the ladies listening?
Let's see, Ken. March 1st, huh? Well, perhaps this might be the time to tell the ladies that this year's big storms, the hurricanes, that is, will still carry girls' names. This is according to a hot flash from the Weather Bureau.
Well, was it talk of taking girls' names off the hurricanes?
Oh, yes. Didn't you hear?
No, I didn't hear anything about that.
But the Bureau has decided to continue linking the fair sex with foul weather.
Well, say, girls' names being synonymous with storms, you suppose there's sort of a hidden meaning, a subliminal message lurking behind this practice, do you suppose?
No, I think not. No, really. I don't think it necessarily means that women are wild, stormy, and high-velocity creatures.
Well, why the girls' names, then?
Well, I suppose possibly to glamorize our big blows, that's all.
Well, gee, don't the girls ever object? Especially if their names happen to coincide with the name of a current cyclone.
No, they don't, and this is quite curious, too. Women don't seem to mind being tied in with nature's violent outbursts, but the Weather Bureau does get occasional kicks from men whose wives' names are applied to particularly destructive hurricanes.
Oh, the husbands object sometimes, huh?
That's what I hear.
Oh, now, another question, then.
And that?
Do you suppose the husbands are actually the ones who are objecting, or do you suppose that the letters are dictated by the wives, huh?
You're in a suspicious mood today, fella.
Oh, I haven't. Just an inquiring, probing nature, that's all.
Well, to give you a direct answer, Ken, I'd be inclined to say no. I think the husbands are really the ones who are moved to object. Husbands, you know, regard their wives as very personal property.
Oh, I know.
And they're very touchy about them.
Naturally.
Now, on the other hand, I think the girls really enjoy the publicity, if you ask me.
Well, true enough. It's usually front-page stuff.
Indeed, and the gals love it. You know, girls will be girls.
And hurricanes.
And hurricanes.
By the way, what are the names selected for the 1960 hurricanes?
I got the list right here.
Mm-hmm.
The names are Abby, Brenda, Cleo, Donna, Ethel, Florence, Gladys, Hilda, Isabel.
Isabel?
Yes, you see, all hurricane names this year are limited to 2 syllables.
Oh, I see.
And to continue, there's Isabel, Jeanette, Katie, Lila, Molly, Nita, Odette, Paula, Roxy, Stella, Trudy, Vesta, and Winnie.
And Winnie. Those are lucky names, huh?
Yes, and congratulations to all ladies whose names appear on the roster.
Hey, I just thought there was no Hurricane Rosie on that list, was there?
No, Rosie.
Oh, look at our Rosie over
Well,
there. She's pouting.
No, but she's hardly the hurricane type. She's too languid for that. Southern, you know. She's more the balmy Zephyr type.
Softy, huh?
Easy, whoop. Just started to scowl a little over there. I'm saying no more. I'm cutting out. Ken, you're a diplomat. You're tactful. Smooth things over, will you?
Sure thing. Rosie, what do you say? Would you care to sing up a storm for us now?
I'm hardly the type, Ken, like you fellas just said.
Oh, no offense.
And just how did you mean that balmy?
We meant it, Rosie, as soft, as sweet and gentle. Really, I assure you. Now, it might be prudent to forget the stormy weather and switch to something more sentimental. Would you care, for instance, Rosemary, to embark on something sentimental with old sentimental me?
I would love to, old sentimental you.
Well, let's just link arms and sing. She'll be so nice to come home to.
That's a very nice idea.
You might just drop your head on my shoulder.
You'd be so nice to come home to.
You'd be so nice by the fire, while the breeze on high sang a lullaby.
You'd be all that I could desire, under stars chilled by the winter, under an August moon burning above. You'd be so nice. You'd be paradise to come home to and love. By the winter,
under an August moon burning above. You'd be so nice.
You'd be paradise to come home to and love.
That was dedicated to all the ladies listening, whether their names appear on the hurricane list or not. Now, Rosie, while I check the Weather Bureau and the latest storm warnings, will you come up with a song, huh?
You think I should?
Oh, but definitely.
My story is much too sad to be told, but practically everything leaves me totally cold. The only exception I know is the case when I'm out on a quiet spree, fighting vainly the old ennui, and I suddenly turn and see your fabulous face. doesn't thrill me at all. So tell me, why should it be true that I get a kick out of you? Some like the perfume from Spain. I'm sure that if I took even one sniff, that would bore me terrifically too. Yet I get a kick out of you. I get a kick every time I see you're standing there before me. I get a kick, though it's clear to see you obviously don't adore me. I get no kick in a plane, flying too high with some guy in the sky is my idea of nothing to do. Yet I get a kick out of
All you need for the cleanest, freshest laundry in the whole wide world is water, a washer, and instant Fell's naphtha. You judge a wash by a rule of 3. Is it clean? Is it fresh? Is it soft? Well, instant Fell's naphtha freshens, softens, and cleans. It washes out every bit of dirt, every single time, and you don't have to add anything but water, a washer, and instant Fell's naphtha. You can get the latter at your grocer's today.
Time to cut on out now, Rosie.
That's it for today, friends. But we'll be back right at this very same spot at the very same time tomorrow.
Let's all regroup then, shall we?
Yes.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood, produced by Bill Morrow and Myrtle McKenzie. Join us again tomorrow, won't you?
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
Your tax envelope has left you with a mope. Your Pepsodent so good defense that get against Bob Hope.
Ah, thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Walt Disney Hope, telling you to use Pepsodent. You won't have any dumbos in your gumbos. Or, this is Bob Tire Conservation Hope, telling you if you change to Pepsodent, your teeth will always have white sidewalls. You'll get better smilage and never need a new set of treads in your head. Well, everyone is talking about the rubber shortage, and you have to be awfully careful these days. They'll steal anything that's made of rubber. Some poor guy had a suspender stolen on Hollywood Boulevard yesterday, and his pants fell down. But I was wearing my bloomers at the time. And today I saw one of the dead-end kids rolling a new tire past my house, so I said, "What did you pay for that tire?" He said, "I don't know. What did you pay for it?" You know, you can save your tires by putting your brakes on easy and by starting up slow at red lights. I started up slow when the light turned green this morning, and I drove 10 miles with 3 cars from Glendale on top of my Pontiac. Everyone will have to help. The women will have to sacrifice and keep wearing their old girdles. That's no snap. don't mind giving up rubber, metal, paper bags, wood, and even tinfoil, but gee whiz, I hope they won't make Nelson Eddy stop delivering my shortening bread. And with the shortage of automobiles, we may even have to go back to the days of the horse and buggy. Can you imagine walking down Hollywood Boulevard and seeing horses on the street, and some of them in slacks on the sidewalk? Everyone out here is practicing riding a bicycle in case we have an auto shortage. I took Hedy Lamarr bicycling yesterday over all the big hills around here, and it was a lot of fun, but I kept falling off the handlebars. And I saw Edward Arnold walking down the street today, and I said, you know, Ed, you ought to start riding a bicycle. He said, look closely, I am. But I'm really an expert bicycle rider, though. I was riding down the road in front of my house, and I turned to some friends and said, look, no hands. And you should have heard them cheer as I disappeared down that open manhole. Bing Crosby has a bicycle built for two, and it sure looks cute as they go by, just him and the stork clapping along. But I want to tell you, Bing is really doing his bit for the country. Crosby sent all his horses to the cavalry, but they sent a note back saying, no thanks, they did their bit in the last war. But there's one man on this Kelowna. Oh, Professor.
No rubber on my heels.
Well, tell me, Professor, what are you doing to conserve your tires?
I worked out a simple scheme. I use two at a time and put them on my car corner caddy.
Kelowna, caddy corners.
Corner caddy.
Caddy corners.
Corner caddy.
Caddy corners.
What's the difference? Somebody swiped them anyway.
You know, Kelowna, there are a lot of shortages. For instance, I'm having a problem with my sugar.
What's that?
Kelowna, my sugar. My sugar.
Too bad you didn't speak sooner. I got engaged yesterday.
Kelowna, you know you awakened the beast in me.
I know. He left the 7 o'clock call.
Kelowna, I can see that you're not patriotic.
Don't be silly, Hope. I'm very patriotic. All this week I've been busy collecting defense blondes.
No. Look, Professor, you mean you've been busy collecting defense bonds.
Blondes.
Bonds.
Blondes.
Bonds.
Well, you have your fun, and I'll have mine.
But, Kelowna, I'm speaking about our country's defense bonds. Did you buy any?
Yes, I certainly did, Hope. And I've got them all hidden away in a very safe place with all my $5 bills.
Where, Kelowna?
Oh, in a little compartment inside my head.
But that's ridiculous, Professor. It's absolutely impossible for anyone to keep $5 bills in his head. Kelowna, what's the matter?
Lincoln's beard tickles.
Well, Professor, in view of the emergency created by the rubber shortage, have you a message to the women of America who have sacrificed their girdles?
Yes. Women of America? Chunky little rascals, aren't you?
You know, Kelowna, you've got a half a brain in your head.
A half?
Yes.
What do you know? Something new has been added.
As something new has been added all around this year, I'm working for a new sponsor.
New sponsor?
That's right, Skin.
Man, I just learned how to say composite metaphosphate. Now we're changing sponsor.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Bob Hope and Company have a new sponsor starting tonight. This is the first announcement of it. Folks, I'm proud to tell you our new sponsor is an old friend in a new dress. A real smoothie, the new Pepsodent toothpaste.
Yes, it's true. The new improved Pepsodent toothpaste is one of the smoothest, one of the best-tasting toothpaste you've ever known. It's snowy white, creamy, with a flavor that tastes like springtime. And it's more active, works faster. That's because it's more irium active. Did you get that? More irium active. And let me tell you what that is all about. The new improved Pepsodent toothpaste contains 180% more irium than before. 180% more. Now, you know what that means.
It goes to work faster.
That's right.
It's foamier.
Right again.
It makes teeth feel cleaner, quicker.
Sure it does. And that delightful, fresh flavor cools your mouth, wakes up your taste, makes you feel good all over. Don't wait another day to try this delightful new Pepsodent toothpaste. Your drug counter is stocked with this new Pepsodent, so go down to your drug counter tonight and say, Pepsodent toothpaste, please.
And here's Francis Langsford and the Six Hits and a Miss singing You Made Me Love You and dedicating it to the boys at Camp Forest, Tennessee. Take it, Francis.
You made me love you. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. You made me love you. And all the time you knew it, I guess you always knew it. You made me happy sometimes. You made me glad. But there were times, dear, you made me feel so bad. You made me sigh, for I didn't want to tell you. I didn't want to tell you. I want some love that's true. Yes, I do. Indeed, I do. You know I do. Gimme, gimme, gimme what I cry for. You know you got the brand of kisses that I die for. You know you made me love you.
I didn't wanna, but baby, you made me. I didn't wanna, but baby, you made me. You made me love you.
I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it.
You made me want you.
And all the time you knew it, I guess you always knew it. Sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm glad. But there were times, dear, you made me feel so sad.
You made me sigh for.
I didn't want to tell you. I didn't want to tell you.
I want some love that's true.
Yes, I do. Indeed, I do. You know I do. Gimme, gimme, gimme what I cry for. You know you got the brand of kisses that I die for. You know you made me love you.
You made me love you.
Oh, yeah. My mother told me about that one, Francis. That was Francis Langsford and the Six Hits and a Miss singing You Made Me Love You for the boys at Camp Forest, Tennessee. And the way you sang that, Francis, you made me love you.
Now, Bob, don't start giving me your line again.
Why, Francis, in all the time you've been on this program, I've been a perfect gentleman, haven't I? I've never kissed you or tried to hug you or hold your hand, have I?
No, Bob.
Is your brother really a cop?
By the way, Bob, I want to thank you for inviting me over to Fairmount to see you making your new picture with Madeline Carroll.
Say, Francis, you notice my dressing room window faces Maddie's dressing room window.
Yes, and that's a cute idea she has. Barbed wire curtains.
Yeah, they keep the sun out, my mother's. But, Francis, don't I make a romantic figure in my love scenes with Madeline?
Oh, yes, Bob. I love the way the light in your brown eyes shines on the bags below.
You add things after rehearsal.
But I'm only kidding, Bob. Skinny Ennis, Betty Hutton, Ben Gage, and myself all think you're a great actor. And we went around telling that to everybody.
Oh, thanks, Francis. That was nice of you. After all, I don't like to blow my own horn.
Well, just keep a firm grip on our options, Bob, and you've got a brass section for life. See you later.
Thank you, Francis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to present one of Hollywood's finest actors and comedians, soon to be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Arsenic and Olays, Mr. Edward Everett Horton.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
There you are, Eddie. Did you like that introduction?
Oh, it was nice, wasn't it? What I mean is it sounded so sincere. Do you always sound so sincere, Bob?
No, but I'm getting a little practice. I appear before my draft board tomorrow.
You appear before the draft board? My word, they must be desperate for men.
Why, what's wrong with me, Eddie?
Oh, nothing. I just thought they were taking the young fellows first.
Oh, I'm ready to go any minute, but I've got dependents.
Yes, I suppose you have, but isn't that overdoing it, walking up and down in front of the draft board all day long with baby Snooks in your arms?
Yes, and I kept tripping over my skirt.
Tell me, Bob, what part of it do they build? What part of it do they build here in this room?
Just a minute, Edward. This is NBC. I was tripping over that egg there, too. This is NBC. No one's building anything. I'm just in here to tell jokes.
My word, really? You mean there's a place this size left in Los Angeles where they don't make airplanes?
Why, Eddie, whatever gave you the idea that they were making airplanes here?
Well, when I came in, Bob, you were standing, so all I could see was your profile, and boy, oh boy, just look at that propeller.
Well, it comes in handy for prying tires off parked cars anyway.
Bob, how come your nose tilts so much?
Well, the stork that delivered me was up the night before playing a pinball machine. Tell me, Eddie, say, where'd you get that middle name?
Oh, Everett? Well, my father reads history books. What's your middle name?
Panatella. My old man reads cigar wrappers.
But seriously, Bob, you mean you haven't got a third name that people call you by?
Well, yes, I have.
What is it?
Oh, it's hardly worth going off the air for. By the way, do you listen to our show, Ed?
Yes, indeed, Bob. I always tune in on your show, and you are one of the funniest men on the radio today.
Oh, really? Well, that's quite a compliment you've given me.
Yes. Well, this is quite a script you've given me.
Well, I thought I was doing all right, Eddie. I've been on this program 4 years.
Really? Well, I don't see why you spent your time so foolishly in 4 years. My word, you could have gone through high school.
Why, I went to high school. At least I went 2 years.
Why didn't you finish?
Well, by that time I got so I could figure out the Esquire cartoons and what else does a guy need.
Oh, that's very funny, huh? Esquire cartoons? Are there cartoons in Esquire? I never noticed them.
Would you like to appear in Hobby Lobby? Oh, by the way, Eddie, I saw you last week at the El Capitan Theater here, and you were swell in your play, Springtime for Henry.
Oh, thank you, Bob. And if I do say it myself, I made quite a bit of money with Springtime for Henry.
Yeah, well, you're going to be sorry around March 15th.
Why? What's March 15th?
Springtime for Henry Morgenthau. But I saw your play, Ed, and your performance was great.
I saw you in Louisiana Purchase.
And my performance was...
And in Technicolor, too.
What are you doing these days, Eddie?
Well, I just finished making a new picture for Warner Brothers, Arsenic and Old Lace. It's a horror picture.
Oh, how nice. You know, I've appeared in some horror pictures, too.
I know, but this one is intentional. The picture, Bob, the picture's about two ladies who murder all their male roomers.
Gosh, they really mean it when they tell you your week is up, huh? Well, I'd like to see how they murdered those fellas. Could we act out a little of the picture right here?
Why, I guess we could. Have we got anybody we could use for a corpse?
Oh, sure, that's Skinny Ennis. See him over there? Oh, really? I thought we could use him for a corpse.
Don't you think he's a little too far gone? Bob, really, so that's Skinny Ennis?
Yes, Eddie.
He must have had a lovely funeral.
Well, Eddie, it's been swell having you here. You know, most people in Hollywood have been on this show 3 or 4 times, but this is your first visit, isn't it?
Yes, Bob. I insisted on money. Well... But really, Bob, I had a purpose in appearing here tonight. I'm going to turn your check over to the government.
Oh, why, Eddie, that's mighty generous of you.
Well, you know, Bob, anything to help out during this rubber shortage.
Thank you, Edward Everett Horton, and he'll be back in a few minutes, folks. And here is Betty Hutton and the Six Hits of the Mist singing Hey, Lady Bird. Let me hear it, Betty.
Lady bird, fly away home. Your heart's on fire, you'd better go home. Lady bird, sure as you're born, leave the boy blue, come blow your horn. It's gonna be a shady ladybird. I got an awful lot to learn. And if you tell me that my heart's on fire, I'm gonna let it burn. I'm gonna be a shocking mockingbird. I'm gonna mingle with the best. I'm gonna try to find my heart's desire. I'm gonna rob the nest. Just like little Miss Muffet eating her way in curd. When I act a bit tough, it frightens away the bird. I'm gonna be a slumming hummingbird. I'm gonna pass along the word. I'm gonna have my fun and never tire. And if my technique seems absurd, that's because I've never been a shady ladybird.
You're gonna be a shady ladybird. You've got an awful lot to learn. Shady, shady ladybird.
I'm gonna let it burn.
Gonna jock the mockingbird. You're gonna mingle with the best. Baby, look out.
I'm gonna rob the nest. Not like little Jack Horner eating his pudding pie. I won't sit in a corner saying what a good girl am I. I'm gonna be a wicked chickadee. I'm gonna sit up on the fence. I'm gonna build myself a lovely dream. And if I don't use common sense, that's because I've never been a shady lady. A shady lady bird.
Powerhouse Hutton and the 6 hits and a miss. Betty Hutton singing Shady Ladybird. Okay, Larry.
Well, Bob, tonight I want to tell the folks about a new and very important last-minute checkup on their attractiveness. It's called Pepsodent's new 2-second beauty test for teeth. Pepsodent's tongue test. It tells you quickly and conclusively if your teeth are as clean and bright as they ought to be. It tells you in a flash if your smile will register as you want it to. It's very simple. Try it right now, and you'll see what I mean.
Right now, run the tip of your tongue over your teeth. Feel that filmy coating? That's what dentists call materia alba. And it doesn't belong on teeth. It collects stains, makes teeth look dingy, makes your mouth feel unhappy. And what's more, it's a sign that your present toothpaste may be letting you down. It's a sign that you ought to switch to the new improved Pepsodent toothpaste because Pepsodent fights this filmy coating in 2 ways.
First, because of the higher irium content, it acts quickly to loosen and wash away the sticky coating. And second, its exclusive polishing agent buffs teeth to such a shiny smoothness that coating slides off, doesn't collect and stain. So run your tongue over your teeth right now. You can tell in 2 seconds that you need the new high-speed action of this new Pepsodent toothpaste. And when you use it, you've got a thrill coming. It's so smooth, so tasty. It will make your mouth feel like a fresh spring morning. Go to your drug counter tonight and say, Pepsodent toothpaste, please.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we resume reading The Life of Bob Hope, They Got Me Covered. We take it out and very... In the past weeks, we have shown you how Robert grows up. In growing up, he passes through many periods. First, babyhood. We find him uttering his first words to the baby in the next crib.
Hiya, babe.
During his infancy, Robert's mother was very proud of him. And here we find her showing baby Robert to a neighbor for the first time.
Oh, Mr. Horton, look, I have a surprise for you. This is Robert.
Oh, my, how cute. But hasn't he got awfully large ears for a bloodhound?
Yes, Robert's mother was very proud of him. She used to put him up where all the neighbors could see him, where he was in plain sight of everyone. And she used to say,
Come on, folks, try your luck. It's only a nickel for 3 baseballs.
Several baseballs hit Robert on the head, and he decides to become a comedian. He comes... He comes to Hollywood and at once decides to make a name for himself in Hollywood's fastest-growing industry. He goes to work. But the tires are glued on. However, Bob soon gets a job in pictures. His great success continues in Hollywood, and finally, Bob Hope decides to hire a valet. He interviews applicants.
Are you a gentleman's gentleman?
Yes, sir, but in your case, I'm willing to make an exception.
So he hires Edward Everett Horton as his valet. And now we find them getting ready for a big evening.
Oh, Mr. Hope.
Yes, Edward.
I have a hot tub ready.
A hot tub. Ain't we got enough tubs without you stealing another one?
Well, for goodness sake, somebody join me. What I meant to say, sir, was that your bath is ready. Here, get in.
All right, I'll get in. Here I am, and the water is just right.
Sir?
Yes, what is it, Edward?
Well, perhaps it's none of my business, sir, but don't you think you're getting a bit too big for the Sphinx?
All right, I'll get out and get dressed. Now I'll dab myself with some of this OD cologne. There, I spill quite a bit on. Take a deep breath, Edward. How does that smell?
Use a little more, sir. You're gaining on it.
I want to be well dressed tonight, Edward. Remember, this is an important affair, so put out my best clothes. I want to walk in there feeling solid.
There. How is that now? Do you feel solid?
No, lace me tighter.
I can't lace you tighter, sir. You've got more bustle than I've got muscle.
Well, say, Edward, we better hurry. I've got to go to the premiere of Madeline Carroll's new picture this evening. Say, did Maddie call me yet?
Yes, sir. Everything.
Oh, well, I'm taking Betty Hutton anyway. I phoned for a cab a half an hour ago. I can't understand why it isn't here. Hello?
Hello. This is cab driver Colonna, master of transportation, expert driver of safety cabs, guardian of public conveyances, also special rates for running over jacks.
Listen, Professor, you were supposed to be here long ago in your taxi. Where are you?
Well, Hope, I'm on a very winding street. I think I went a couple of blocks out of my way. Just a minute. There's a street sign here.
Well, what does it say?
Say, Hope, where's the Burma Road?
Colonna, stop fooling. You can't be on the Burma Road.
Chinese woman driver.
Listen, Professor, you're acting silly. Do you feel all right?
Of course, I'm in good condition. I always keep myself in the punk.
No, pink.
Punk.
Pink.
Punk.
Pink.
Oh, let's call it table tennis and the heck with it.
Such talk, Colonna. Where's your brain?
Working nights at Lockheed. Say, Hope, if you haven't got anything to do tonight, how about you and me playing a game of tiddly tink?
No, you mean tiddly wink.
Tink, wink, tink,
wink.
Oh, anyone listening to this program knows it's tink.
No applause in there, please. Well, never mind him, Edward. He'll be here soon. I better hurry and get dressed. Open the closet and get my dinner jacket out.
Yes, sir. Why, there are a lot of moths in there. And really, sir, moths that are really up to date.
They're up to date. Are they eating my tuxedo?
No, sir, they're flying over it and bombing it with mothballs.
Well, come on, Edward. Let's go outside and get a cab. Yes, sir. Here comes the taxi. He's coming pretty fast. Oh, taxi! Taxi! Stop! Who, me? Come on, Edward. Let's get in. Start the motor, Colonna.
Motor? You mean other cabs have motors?
Certainly.
No wonder I feel so tired. I have to pedal all day.
Oh, Bob, here I am. I hope I'm not late.
No, you're just on time. Come on, Betty. Hop in the cab.
Say, Bob, before we go any further, there's one thing I want to know. Who's paying for this cab?
Why, Betty, how can you ask a thing like that? You know what a gentleman I am, and you know how I arrange for paying everything when I take a girl out.
Okay, get out the dice.
Betty, please, Betty, don't talk that way to Bob. After all, he's taking you to the theater tonight, to an opening.
Yes, to an opening.
See, Bob, you think I'll be able to fit through that hole in the wall?
Well, come on, Colonna. Drive us to the Paramount Theater.
My, it's rather crammed back here in the cab.
You're right, Mr. Horton. It is pretty crowded back here. Mind if I sit on your lap?
On my lap? Oh, well, dear me, how embarrassing. Well, why should you want to do a thing like that?
Well, I'm getting a little tired of holding you on mine.
You know, Edward, Betty here is a wonderful jitterbug. Did you ever jitterbug?
Jitterbug? No, sir, but I have sometimes stepped on Japanese people.
Say, you guys in the back of the cab, are you kissing that girl?
No.
Are you holding hands with her?
No.
Are you hugging her?
Nope.
Want to get out and wait for the bus?
Listen, Professor, attend to your driving. Attend to your driving, will you?
Well, I'll do my best.
Run it right in through there. Attend to it, old boy. Right in through there.
Okay. Say, we're coming to a crossroads, and on my left is a big truck coming at me doing 60 miles an hour.
Doing 60 miles an hour. Kelowna, stop and let the truck go through first.
I just hope if the truck is on my left, that means I have the right of way. And if I have the right of way, that truck has to stop for me. Here goes. Think anybody believes this?
Okay, Bud, pull up to the curb.
Yes, officer.
Now tell me, Bud, where do you think you're going? To a fire?
Yeah, we're going to a fire. What about it?
Well, take me. I'm just a big squirt.
What do you know? We're out of gas.
Luckily, we're near this gas station, and it has a grease pit. All the car needs is a little gas and grease. I'll hop out and run the car up to the top. Well, car's way up on top of the grease pit now, and I'm standing under it.
Oh, Kelowna, you better get out from under the car. Only mechanics know how to work those things.
Don't be silly, Hope. Watch. I'll lower it very slowly. I'll have plenty of time to get out of the way.
Kelowna!
Just call me Flathead.
All thanks for the memories, each schooner and her friend. Upon you we depend, and if our making's to your liking, we all bow and bend to thank you so much. And thanks for the memories of Edward Horton's twist, as fun production is. Your jokes provoke the laughs from folks to fill a lengthy list. And thank you so much. Folks, due to the war in the Pacific, America is facing a vital shortage of tin. Accordingly, we have been urged to ask you to please not throw away your empty toothpaste or shaving cream tubes or any tubes of collapsible metal. These tubes are practically pure tin and are badly needed. Save them until you hear a further announcement over your radio. Next week, we'll all be back at the same time, broadcasting from the United States Naval Training Station at San Diego. And with us as our guests will be that MGM star, Robert Tarzana Young, Jerry Kelowna, Francis Langford, Betty Hutton, Skinny Ennis, the Six Hits and a Miss, and all the gang, and
Bob Hope.
Thank you, Ben Gage. Good night, everybody.
Ben Gage speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to Juvenile Bureau. A pair of fake talent scouts are at work in your city. Their victims, young girls seeking careers in Hollywood. The criminals are vicious and relentless. Your job, get them.
It was Tuesday, May 7th. It was mild in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Juvenile Bureau. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Inspector Bowling, Commander, Juvenile Division. My name's Friday. It was 10:13 a.m. when I got to 1335 Georgia Street, second floor. The squad room.
Hi.
Hi, Ben.
Did you pick up that latest run the stats office made for?
No, I don't think they got it ready yet.
Notice there in the book it's been ready since yesterday. You were over there. You could have picked it up.
What's the matter with you this morning? Don't you feel good?
No, just this stinking cold seems to be settling in my chest. Miserable. Yes, sir? Can I help you?
Oh, yes. I'd like some information, please. This is the Juvenile Bureau, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, sir. What can we do for you?
Oh, mind if I sit down? I'm climbing those stairs. Takes your breath away.
Yeah, sure. Here you are.
Thank you. My name is Wayne Kenworthy, officers. I'm out here on the convention. My home is in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Went out last night with some of the boys at the convention. We stopped at a bar down on your Alvarado Street.
Alvarado.
Alvarado. Anyway, we were drinking there, and the bartender got to talking to us. Finally offered us some pictures for sale. I got one of them right here. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there you are. I paid him $2 for it. Just look at that.
So, you have the address of the bar where you bought this?
Yes, sir, I have. That's not the reason I'm here, though. I'm not a one-man moral squad. I'm not the type makes a habit of buying obscene photographs of young girls, either.
Yes, sir, we understand.
And I bought this picture from that bartender because I know the young girl in it. She's the daughter of one of my neighbors back home in Minnesota. Known her ever since she was a baby.
Let's see.
This girl came out here about 8 months ago to live with a girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
She was crazy for Hollywood. Thought she might break into the movies or something. She stopped writing her folks about 2 months ago. Hasn't been heard from since.
Well, it sounds like a case for a missing persons bureau, Mr. Kenworthy.
Well, the girl's folks have already contacted them. Nothing's been turned up. Nothing at all. Then last night, just by an accident, the bartender shows me this photograph. It's that girl, all right. No mistake.
Well, we'll do everything we can to help straighten it out, sir.
Well, that young girl I know. Known her since she was a baby. Good family, good training. She never would have posed for a photograph like this. Rotten filth. She's just not the type, that's all.
Yes, sir, we understand. What was this young girl's name, Mr. Kenworthy?
Lois Brewster, that's her real name. Well, she wrote her folks she was using another name while she was out here. Thought it might help her movie chances. Drake, I think that's what it was.
Linda Drake?
Yeah, that's right.
About 5'4", 115 pounds, dark hair, dark eyes.
That's right. Yeah. You know where she is?
Oh, yeah, we do. We had her case called to our attention.
Where is she? Is she all right?
No, sir. She's dead. 2 days before Mr. Kenworthy walked into Juvenile Bureau, the body of a young girl had been washed up on the shore just below the beach town of Venice. Apparently, she'd taken her own life. The girl was a brunette, attractive, not more than 17 years old. There was no identification on the body except for a rent receipt found in one of the pockets of a cotton jacket that the girl had been wearing. The rent receipt was made out to Linda Drake. It was signed R.L. King, 876 Peoria Avenue. The address was checked out, and R.L. King was found to be the girl's landlady. After identifying the body, she told investigating officers that Lois Brewster, alias Linda Drake, had lived at her rooming house with a girlfriend for about 6 months. The girlfriend's name was Joyce Fowler. The landlady went on to explain that the two girls had moved out about a week before without leaving a forwarding address. The Fowler girl had said that she would call back for any mail that might be delivered to the Peoria Avenue address. There had been no other leads to the dead girl's background or identity until her former neighbor from Minnesota, Mr. Wayne Kenworthy, showed up. Later that day, Ben and I met with Inspector Bowling and briefed him.
Dirty, rotten business.
I'll buy that.
How far have you gotten with it?
Check the dead girl's quince with the missing persons bulletin. It's Lois Brewster. We notified the girl's parents in Minnesota. They're coming out to claim the body. It's pretty tragic. She's an only daughter.
17 years old.
Same old story, we figure, Skipper. Some phony talent scout grabbed her and showed her the bright lights. Got her to pose for those pictures one way or another. They can make a teenage girl go one of 100 directions after that.
This one ended up on a beach. That's all I care about now. How about the girlfriend Lois Brewster was living with? Joyce Fowler?
No word so far.
Well, what about it? Any ideas?
Well, it pretty much depends on finding this Joyce Fowler. There's no background on her. We got out on all points.
How about phony talent scouts? Cheap modeling schools, photographers? Check out that angle.
We put 4 of them away in the past 6 months. Another half dozen are being watched. We can start double-checking them tomorrow.
Now, how about that picture that old fella Kenworthy brought in? Any lead there?
We gathered a dozen samples just like it. One's as bad as the other. They're all printed on the same quality photographic paper. There's no markings of any kind on them. It's a common type of paper.
All right, then get on the distribution angle. Stay on it. Every rotten bum that peddles this trash, and get them. I want them right up the line. Distributors, wholesalers, guy that prints the pictures, guy who takes them, every lousy one of them.
I still can't figure.
What's that?
Well, the Brewster girl was a good home there, good training. She knew right from wrong. Kids don't forget that in a hurry.
That might have been her trouble.
How do you mean?
She remembered it.
Wednesday, May 8th. 6 teams of men from Juvenile Division, working in conjunction with the Detective Bureau, started the drive against the obscene literature and photography traffic. Within 2 weeks, more than a dozen wholesalers, distributors, and small-time peddlers had been apprehended and were awaiting prosecution. But we still had failed to uncover any new leads in the Lois Brewster case. The roommate, Joyce Fowler, the all-important witness in the case, was still missing. No trace of her. The dead girl's parents arrived in the city, claimed the body, and took it back to Minnesota for burial. The drive continued. Another week passed. On May 29th, on a tip from a usually reliable informant, Ben and I checked out a small photographic studio on Sunset Boulevard, operated by an Emil Joseph Martin, who was sullen and uncooperative. We checked through his files.
Just what I told you. A few special shots I keep filed away just for laughs. Once in a while, a friend drops in. I print one of them up for him. Yeah. Hold that one up to the light. Some of them are nice-looking dolls, huh? I print one up for my friends once in a while.
What kind of friends do you have?
Huh?
How about this negative here, Martin? Do you mind printing this one up for us now?
Sure, officer. My compliments. How many copies you want?
One's enough.
If you say so. Let's see. One of the best. I'll print it up right now. This way. This one's a real collector's item, you know.
Yeah, right.
A friend of mine got me the negative. $100 it cost me. Worth it, though. I'll make up a couple of prints for you, huh?
One's good.
Okay, anything you say. You want to get that light switch?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Beautiful negative. Yeah. You picked a good one, all right. Yeah. Get the paper in here. Yeah, that did it. Okay, one print. That's all you want?
That's all.
Okay, let's put it in the soup. Yeah, I bet you get a kick out of this one. Real beautiful girl.
How'd you happen to get a hold of this negative? You take the picture?
No, a friend of mine got it for me. It cost me a C-note. There we go. Put it in the stubber. There we go. How about that?
How about the guy you got this negative from? Did he take the picture?
No, he bought it from somebody else. Don't know who. Cost him $350. Worth it, though, huh? Hi. Isn't that beautiful?
We've seen him before.
Oh, that's so, you know her?
Only from her pictures.
Oh. Of course, you understand I didn't take the picture. I just bought a negative, that's all. You couldn't tag me for that, could you?
We're going to try, mister. Get your coat.
Oh, no. Wait a minute now, officers. I'm small fry in this operation. You know that. You want the big fish, right?
We want all of you. You know who they are?
Well, some, maybe. Must be worth something to you.
Well, you know better than that, Martin. If you cooperate, we'll mention it in our report. That's all we can do. No promises.
Not a very good offer.
You're not in a very good position.
Yeah.
How about it?
All right, I'll tell you.
Emil J. Martin was booked at City Jail for violation of 311 PC. His file of lewd photographs and negatives were impounded and booked as evidence. With the help of information which the suspect had given us, we were able to round up 3 wholesalers and another distributor of obscene books and photographs. Each one of them was questioned thoroughly. We ran into the same old routine. They denied knowing anything about the man who was masterminding the racket or where he was operating from. The Lois Brewster case dragged on. No progress. In virtually every case of tracing the lewd pictures to the point of production, the investigating officers were able to link the small-time peddlers to their distributor and the distributor to the wholesaler. And that's where it stopped, a dead end. Beyond that, nobody knew anything about the operation of the racket. Stakeouts were set up at locations where sales and deliveries of obscene material were known to have been made. Nothing happened. The drive stalled. Thursday, June 11th.
Romero, Joe?
Yes, Gilbert?
First piece of news in the morning. Policewoman just called it in.
Yeah?
Lois Brewster's girlfriend, Joyce Fowler?
Yeah?
She's been found.
Like most organized crime, the traffic in obscene literature and photographs is a racket jealously guarded because of its heavy profit. It's nationwide, and every year it nets millions of dollars for underworld promoters and their employees. As an organized business, it's one of the most vicious and insidious rackets that exist today, despite the fact that many citizens regard it lightly. Thursday, June 11th, 10 a.m. Ben and I met with policewoman Paula Johnson. She told us that the previous evening, Joyce Fowler, the girl Lois Brewster had been living with, had gotten into a brawl with an unidentified man at a bar on Sunset Boulevard. Police officers arriving at the scene identified her as the missing girl and handed her over to juvenile authorities. At 10:30 a.m., Joyce Fowler was brought to the interrogation room. She was a tall brunette, fairly attractive. She looked older than her age. Together with policewoman Paula Johnson, Ben and I questioned her.
I was out on a date with this man. We were sitting at the bar, and he started saying things I didn't like. What a row, that's all.
The man seemed quite a bit older than you, Joyce. Was he a good friend of yours?
A friend. He was about 50, I guess. I thought he was all right. He wasn't.
How old are you, Joyce?
21. Look, can't I go get an aspirin? I've got a terrible headache.
I got some in my locker. Be right back. Okay.
I still don't know why I'm here. What do you want to know?
Well, you were a good friend of Lois Brewster's. You lived with her, is that right?
Is that why I'm here?
It's one of the reasons. Lois spent 8 months out here before her death. As far as these officers know, you lived with her during those 8 months. We want to find out what happened to her. We want to find out what's happening to you.
Nothing's happening to me. I can take care of myself.
That's what Lois Brewster thought, Joyce. How about her? You tell us?
She didn't know what she was doing. I don't know what happened to her. I'm to blame for bringing her out here, but it's not my fault what happened to her. It's not my fault.
Well, whose fault is it?
All of them. The whole rotten, dirty bunch of them.
Here's your aspirin.
You sure it'll be enough?
Thanks. I don't remember too well how it started. Lois came out to Hollywood to live with me for 6 months, you know.
Yeah, we know.
We tried to get modeling jobs, bit parts in the movies. We didn't have much luck. We had to eat, pay the rent. So we took jobs as waitresses at a drive-in place out on Santa Monica Boulevard.
Are you still working there?
No, we were only there 2 weeks, then we got this other job. That's when it started.
What was that?
One day, these 2 men drove in with a brand new Cadillac, ordered a couple of Cokes. I could tell they were watching us, Lois and me. When they were leaving, they gave me a card. They said they were talent scouts. They asked us to come to their offices for interviews.
You still have the card they gave you?
No, I looked for it once. Guess I lost it.
Mm-hmm. Would you go on, please?
The older fellow's name was Fred Ramus. Other one was Mr. Gilbert. They were both very nice. We didn't think anything was wrong.
Did you go for the interview?
Yes, Lois and I both went. They talked to us a lot, had us read out of a script and walk up and down. They said both of us showed a lot of promise. They said they wanted to be our agents, so we signed a paper. Fred Ramus told us he'd see we got a break.
Mm-hmm. Did either of them ever arrange any legitimate interviews for you? I mean, with the movie studios, radio, television, anything like that?
No. They took us out quite a bit, restaurants, nightclubs. Told us we had to be seen around town first. Had to show us off to the producers, all the important movie people. Both of them were very nice.
And did you keep on working at the drive-in?
No, they had me and Lois quit the job. Said it wouldn't look right. We still had to eat. We still had to pay our rent. That's when they brought up the idea of the pictures.
What pictures do you mean, Joyce?
Fred Ramus and Mr. Gilbert took us out to a big nightclub one night. Fred told us that if Lois and I had some good pictures taken of ourselves, he could show them around and get us jobs as models. That is, till we got a break in the movies.
Up to that time, how long had you known these 2 men?
About a month and a half. I didn't see anything wrong in it, so Lois and I went to this photographer's studio with Mr. Ramus, and we had our portraits taken. Regular pictures.
Mm-hmm. What happened after that?
Well, Mr. Ramus came back and said he'd found an advertising agency that wanted to buy pictures of Lois and me. He said we get $20 apiece every time we posed.
For portraits?
No, for posing in bathing suits, pajamas, things like that. They were supposed to be for magazine ads. In about a week, he brought us to his office and said the agency wanted us to pose without clothes, without anything. He said he'd pay us $40 for that. They showed us lots of pictures of models like that. They talked about it all the time. Mr. Gilbert and Fred Ramus, they kept taking us out. We used to drink quite a bit with them. One night there was a big party. We drank. Lois and I got separated. I still don't know what happened. Next morning, we both woke up with headaches. Fred Ramus came and showed us the pictures. He pretended to be very nice about it. Said he'd pay us well if we go on posing for pictures, the kind he wanted.
Didn't you think of going to the police?
We talked about it. We were afraid of the publicity, the newspapers. We just kept going on, doing what he said. It was like a nightmare. Kept getting worse. We kept getting in deeper.
Did you have that envelope?
Yeah.
You recognize these pictures, George?
Yes.
Mr. Ramus and Mr. Gilbert, they have you posed for these?
Yes, that's some of them. We always drank a lot, so we wouldn't remember. That's not why Lois is dead, though. Those pictures aren't the reason.
Well, how do you mean, Joyce?
Ramus and Gilbert, they'd fix up dates for us. They said the men were their friends. 3 or 4 times a week they'd call. We had to go out with them. We had to do what they said. One morning we got home about 5:30 in the morning. Lois changed, said she was going for a walk. I went to bed. She left a note. I never saw her again.
I see. Mel? Oh, yeah, just a minute. That long-distance call we placed to your home, Joy. Sure on.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Yeah, it's me, Joyce. Yeah, it was just a mistake. Yeah. How's Uncle Henry? Swell. No, it's all right. Don't you worry. Yeah, all right. I'll write you tomorrow. Yeah, bye. Thanks for placing the call, Sergeant.
You're welcome. Glad to do it.
Anything else you want to know?
Yeah, there's just one more thing. Do you still have that note that Lois Brewster wrote before she died?
No, I lost it. I remember what it said, though.
Yeah.
It said, I'm sorry. It was signed Lois. That's all.
Joyce Fowler supplied us with the addresses of Fred Ramus and his partner, Gilbert. She gave us all the names and addresses of all their friends and employees that she knew of. She also pointed out their offices and base of operations. Inspector Bowling ordered an immediate investigation into the background and business activities of both men. Previously convicted wholesalers and distributors of obscene photographs were called back in and re-questioned. We finally completed the missing link in the supply line from the peddler to the producer. 5 former workers for Ramos and Gilbert fingered them as head men controlling the racket. Their offices and studios were raided and their files seized as evidence. On June 18th, Fred Ramus and his partner Harold Gilbert were placed under arrest.
What's the pitch, Sergeant? What's this all about?
I think you know, Mr. Ramus.
You can't tag me on those pictures.
You want to get your hat?
It's artwork, legitimate artwork. My lawyer can prove that.
He better be good.
You bet he is. You know, I'm kind of surprised at you cops taking the word of somebody like that Fowler girl. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's a psycho.
Is that right?
Why, sure. I tried to do something with her and that girlfriend of hers. I even signed up as her agent. They were hopeless.
You've got quite a stack of negatives here. Pictures of both of them. 17-year-olds.
They're just candid shots, you know. Spicy for my private collection. There's nothing wrong in that. I figured I'd give the girls a break, let them earn a few bucks.
Yeah?
Look, I couldn't have treated those girls better. I took them around, showed them the town. Those psychos, I never did trust them.
Well, that's the big difference, Ramus.
Huh?
They trusted you. Fred Ramus and Harold Gilbert were brought downtown to Inspector Bowling's office. Joyce Fowler was seated next to the desk. Gilbert was brought in. She identified him. He was taken out and held for booking.
All right, bring in the next one.
All right, come on.
identify this man, Miss Fowler?
Yes. He's Fred Ramos.
What's the trouble, Joyce? Weren't you satisfied with what I was paying you? Could have settled this between ourselves. If you had any beef, you could have come to me.
You're lucky, Fred. I'd kill you now if I could.
Oh, Joyce, come on now. Sit down.
All right, Sloan, take him out.
Joyce, sit down. Come on, sit down.
Be back in a minute, Joe.
All right.
I'm sorry. Doesn't do any good. Are there any more?
No, that's about all. You've helped quite a lot.
Yeah, I'm glad I could do it. Is that all, Sergeant?
Well, for now, yeah. You'll have to testify at the trial. After that, the juvenile court's going to keep in pretty close touch with you.
I see.
Aren't you going back home, Joyce, to Minnesota?
No, it'd be the same old thing. My aunt'd be glad to see me for the first week. Then she'd start all over again, hollering at me, picking. Wouldn't be any use.
What are you going to do out here, Joyce, you know?
I know a nice fella in Santa Monica. He's going to get me a job at a brand new drive-in. Cute uniforms.
But I don't think juvenile court's going to let you take a job like that, Joyce.
I hope so. A lot of talent scouts go there. Radio, movie producers. They might notice me.
Yeah?
Never can tell. Might lead to something.
The story you've just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On October 4th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 91, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. Fred Ramos and Harold Gilbert were tried and convicted on several counts of rape and lewd conduct. They received sentences as prescribed by law and are now serving their terms in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
We take you now to Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. I tried to call you. How come your phone has been so busy? Oh, Mrs. Duffy's been beating you over the head with it. Well, don't you know that it ain't patriotic to tie up the phone like that? Oh, she limits herself to 5 minutes. Huh? Well, I've been very busy here today, Duffy. Yep, got here at the crack of noon, polished up the bar, cleaned all the glasses, shoveled a path through the sawdust, whitewashed the cream cheese, shredded some horse meat for the chicken a la king. Yep, very busy. Erased all the poems in the phone booth. Yes, sir, Duffy, I have become a regular beaver. Well, I feel I got somebody to work for and protect now since I met Dolly Snaffle. But you don't know her, Duffy. She's so little and soft and defenseless. She makes me feel like a mother hen. Yep, don't be surprised if some of these days you have found out that I entered the state of wedlock. It ain't a state, it's a dictatorship. Duffy, don't be so bitter. Don't forget, Cupid once shot you with his little arrow, too. Oh, you he stabbed in the back. Well, irregardless, Duffy, and in view of me nuptial plans, I am hereby asking you for a $5 raise. What? Duffy, it sounded like you said okay. You did. Duffy, I'll call you back. I gotta go and faint. Let's see now. I get $15 a week. A $5 raise will bring it up to 20. Let's see how much that is a year. There's 365 days a year, 7 days a week. 7 shoved into 365. That's 4, 2, 6. No, guess I'll have to do it by averaging. Let's see. X stands for $15. Divvy it by the denominator. square the hypotenuse, remove the 6, discard the deuce, cancel out the common equator. That's 9, 7, 4. Shove over the Zypher. Subtract Labor Day. That's an annual income of $324,000. It's a little high. I wonder where I made me mistake. Let's see. I better figure this again.
What you trying to figure there?
Oh, Eddie, guess what? Duffy just give me a raise. I have skyrocketed up to $20 a week.
Way up there, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, do you feel ice forming on your wings?
Boy, $20 a week. Me and Dolly can live like a couple of queens. And, Eddie, this is only the beginning. In time, Eddie, I'm going to own this place. Lock, stock, and barrel.
Yeah, well, that's good. The lock is rusted and the stock ain't much, but at least you'll have something to wear.
Yep, and from here on in, I'm really going to devote all my time to business. You see, Eddie, since I met Dolly Snaffle, I got a goal in life. When you got a goal, well, then
you got a goal. Miss Archie, you still keep company with that gal after what she did last week? I mean, running out on you with that Mr. Linkletter?
Eddie, her going out with Linkletter didn't mean a thing. She only did it because she was mad at me.
Why was she mad at you?
On account of I asked her not to go out with Linkletter. So she went out with the guy, Eddie. So what? Believe me, her heart wasn't in it.
Well, I don't know about her heart, but the rest of her sure looked like it was enjoying itself.
Eddie, don't be so cryptic about human motives. She only went out with the guy because she wants to be nice to my friends.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
That's just like my girlfriend, Sonia Jones. You know? Yeah, she says she want to be nice to my friends. But sometimes I don't seem to have an enemy in the world.
Okay. Don't tell me about that Sonia. The way she pushes you around, I don't know why you don't break off with her.
I can't break off with her. She'd kill me.
Well, then why don't you marry her?
Same reason.
Well, with me and Dolly, it's different.
What?
Hello, Finnegan. Did you hear the news? I'm thinking of taking a dive.
You mean Duffy's going to sell you this place?
No. Not that kind of a dive, Finnegan. I'm thinking of marrying Dolly Snaffle.
Oh, I knew it would happen.
Huh.
First time I seen you look at her, I said to myself, Clifton, I said, you may as well face it. Someday you're going to lose him. I thought you and me has always been so close. Now you want to break it up just for a dame. Why?
Well, to explain it in military terms, Finnegan, she has the strategic advantage of terrain. But it ain't gonna make no difference in our friendship, Clifton.
Oh?
You can come and visit us on weekends.
Yeah.
Take you home to dinner once in a while.
Yeah.
And when our first little patter of feet is born, we'll name it after... No, that would be tempting fate. But what I mean is, we'll still be the same old friends.
You know, I've seen it happen too often. When a guy marries a dame, he develops other interests.
Well, why not fight fire with fire? If I get married to Dolly, what's to prevent you from doing the same?
Don't be silly, Arch. What would Dolly do with two husbands?
Two husbands. Finnegan, I am not suggesting bigotry. I am merely suggesting that you get a dame of your own, just like I did.
So, Arch, it's changey for you. You've always been around girls, but to me, I'm different. I led a sheltered life.
Yeah, your mother was a little straight-laced, wasn't she?
Was she? You know, I was 23 years old before she let me read the ladies' side of the laundry list. Oh, naturally. Now, when I meet a dame face to face, I'm scared to death.
Well, don't forget, they're just as frightened as you are.
God, you're just saying that to make me feel good.
Oh, no, I ain't.
Hello?
Archie, Ken.
Well, dream girl, I was just talking about you.
Look, Arch, I'm getting out of here. If you want me, just whistle.
Okay, Finnegan. Gee, Dolly, I couldn't wait for you to get here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Archie, but I've been up at Macy's all day. They have the cutest salesman up there. And you know me. I have absolutely no sales resistance.
Dolly, what is it about you? Must you be so congenital with every guy you see? I sincerely hope it ain't going to be like this after we're married. Well, that's a load off me mind. Tell me, baby, did you buy anything at Macy's?
Uh-huh.
What?
A few things.
What?
Some unmentionables.
Oh. Me, I like long underwear. See, I knew what you was talking about.
You did? You're solid murder, Jack. Right on the beam.
Yep, my beam is getting better all the time. Hey, start one in your pipe and smoke it.
What a square.
Yep, that's me, kid. But to get serious, Dolly, I got some great news.
What?
I got a raise today, and you know what I'm up to? A cool 20 simoleons a week.
Oh, Archie, that's wonderful. When does it start?
That's the beauty of it. It's retroactive. Starts next week. So, Dolly, now there's nothing standing in our way. As us hubcaps say, we can truck down on that middle aisle. Zoot.
Archie, marry on $20 a week. Why spend $15 a week in the beauty parlor?
There you are. We still got $5 left. $20 a week. Yep, we can have everything we want. Our own little moss-covered cottage, our own box at the opera, horse shows, long, lazy summers at Coney Island. Life will be a constant song, Dolly.
Say, Archie.
Yes, Mr. Roy?
Don't you think it's about time Roy meets girl?
Roy? Oh, yes. Mr. Roy, this is Miss Dolly Snaffle, my future fiancée.
Well, how do you do, Miss Snaffle?
Oh, what a beautiful hunk of man.
Dolly, please, constrain yourself.
Where have you been hiding all my life, Beautykin?
This dame is a kleptomaniac. Mother told me to be dames like this. Another thing, Dolly.
Yes?
Can you imagine the kids we'd have? Huh? Your looks, my brains. What a start in life, huh? And I want the kids to have the advantage of every education, too. What a thrill it'll be to have me own little boy sitting at my old desk in PS4, carving his initials next to mine. It'll kind of justify me for being expelled. Yep, Dolly, we'll really be living.
Hey, Mr. Archie.
Oh, yes, what is it, waiter?
There's a customer over there just discovered he ain't got any money and he's already ate half his dinner.
Oh, is that so? Well, I'm afraid we'll have to make an example of the guy.
Well, what will we do? Make him eat the other half?
No, Eddie. I'll handle this. Just bring the bum over here and I'll... Big guy or a little guy?
Little guy.
Just bring the bum over here and I'll massacre him. Where is this moocher anyhow?
He's over there.
Hey, you.
You are speaking to me?
Yeah, do you make a habit of mooching meals like this?
My dear sir, on meals like this one does not live long enough to make a habit of it.
Oh, a wise guy, huh? Eddie, ejaculate the bum.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Well, why not let him off easy? Why not compel him to wash the dishes?
That's an idea. We'll make him wash the dishes.
Okay, I'll go get the hammer and chisel.
You heard that, didn't you, Bud? If there's one thing we don't... Look, you might at least have the decency to stop eating while I'm talking to you.
Please, my dear man, have some sympathy for a poor, starving artist.
An artist? What do you do?
I'm an opera singer.
Oh, yeah? What operas did you ever sing in?
Oh, the Fledermaus, Gotterdammerung.
Please, watch your language. This lady's here. I'm asking you a simple question. What operas did you sing in?
I'm telling you. Rigoletto, Tannhauser.
Maybe this guy's okay at that. Look, Bud, you owe us 35 cents for the supper. How about singing a song for it?
What? You want a Metropolitan Opera star to sing a song for a 35-cent supper?
Okay, then, have it your way.
Wait. Maybe we can reach an agreement, huh? Waiter, an order of a pile of mood.
Well, first you gotta sing. Oh, dear. What's your name? I'll announce you.
Marek Winheim.
Well, what are you gonna sing?
La Donna è mobile from Rigoletto.
Folks, a guy from Rigoletto will now sing an opera. And anybody that throws anything at him gets a bust in the nose. I thank you.
La donna è mobile, qual piuma al vento, muta d'accento e di pensiero. Sempre un amabile, leggiadro viso, in pianto, in riso e menzognero. La donna è mobile, qual piuma al vento, muta d'accento e di pensiero. E di pensiero.
Hit parade.
Di pensiero. È sempre misero, chi a lei s'affida, chi le confida, mal cauto il cuore, pur mai non sentesi felice a pieno, chi su quel seno non riva amore. La donna è mobile, qual più malavento, muta d'accento e di pensier. E di pensier.
Bravado, Wendy. That was sheer bravado.
Congratulations, Mr. Winheim.
Thank you.
Boy, you got a voice like a title.
ain't kidding.
But, look, you ain't never going to get nowhere singing words that nobody understands.
I'm sorry, sir, but it was written in Italian. It just couldn't be sung in English.
Not even if you cleaned it up?
Please, will you stop pestering the artist? Hey, Dolly, wasn't he great?
Oh, for a long hair, he's really out of this world. Mr. Windheim, you really send me.
Here we go again. Now, just a second, Dolly. Maybe he sends you, but I'm the guy that does the receiving.
Oh, but what a singer. Where have you been singing all my life, Cutykins?
I'm going to have to push this James Cutikin back.
Where have I been singing? Oh, the Metropolitan, La Scala.
Oh, gee, that's keen. You don't know what a thrill it is to meet a real groovy opera star like you. How about going over to that corner booth and singing me a quick opera, Cutikin? Huh?
I don't know how about the quick opera, but I guarantee you some fast overtures.
Oh, when did you slay me? Let's go.
The unmedicated gall of that guy. I ought to throw him right out on his libretto.
Hey, you know something, Mr. Archer?
What?
If you hadn't told me otherwise, I'd swear that girl was fickle.
Don't be silly, Eddie. The guy's been around. She just wants to hear about his experiences.
Hear about him? From that look in his eyes, she's about to become one of them.
Answer that, Eddie.
Hello. Duffy's Tavern, Metropolitan Opera Branch. Who? Oh, just a minute. Miss Duffy, telephone.
Oh, thanks, Eddie. Hello? Oh, hello, Vera. I'm glad you called. I got an awful problem. I got a date with 2 sailors. Well, what I wanted to know was, would you come down and wash the cash register? Oh, you got a date. Oh, well, I'll call Wheezy Willamette. Oh, say, Vera, you should see the hot intrigue that's going on down here. Well, did I tell you about the redhead that's got her hooks into Archie? Well, certainly she's trying to get married. Who isn't these days? Yeah, redhead. One of those suicide redheads. You know, died by your own hand. What? Oh, her figure. Well, frankly, she's got the kind of shape that nobody but a fella would think is cute.
Now, just a second, Miss Duffy.
Oh, I'll call you back, Vera.
Hereafter, I will thank you to keep your 2 cents worth out of Miss Slapple's looks.
Well, I didn't say anything behind her back that I wouldn't say about her face. You and your Miss Snaffle. She happens to have the kind of looks that come out of a beauty parlor.
And you happen to have the kind that should go in. I don't always be wrapping the other past you because it happens to be a little greener.
Oh, our chickens.
Oh. What is it, Miss Snaffle?
Dollykins has a little favor to ask of her great big chickens.
Well, frankly, Dollykins, Archiekins is a little peeved.
Well, if Dolly's great big man is going to be mad at his little Dolly, her little heart is just going to break into little pieces.
Well, I'm sorry, Dolly, but when I see you running after every guy in a joint, I sometimes forget how much you love me. Now, what's the favor?
Tell me you love me.
I love you.
I want you to hire Wendy to sing here.
Now, just a second. What's with you and this crummy opera singing?
Oh, Archie, you know men all look alike to me.
Oh. Well, in that case, I guess we can hire him.
Now you're cooking, Jackson. I'll go right over and tell my little Wendykins he's hired.
I just can't wait to see what happens when this news reaches Duffykins.
Don't worry, Eddie. I'll think of some way to get rid of the guy.
Well, it better be good.
Eddie, I guess I'm a genius.
Well, your guess is as good as yours.
Yep. I figured out how I can get rid of that opera singer and still keep me promise to Dolly.
How?
Simple. I get Duffy to fire him. You know how Duffy likes opera singers, don't you? In fact, the only time I ever seen him with a gun in his hand was when he heard a guy singing Pagliacci on St. Patrick's Day. Duffy will mobilize the guy.
Archie, I've just heard the good news. I know the job is not too much, the pay is small, the place is a rat trap, but nevertheless, for what you have done for me, I kiss your cheeks.
Get a load of this guy.
And you lucky you didn't get him a job at the Metropolitan.
Archikins, it's just too sweet of you to hire Windy Kim.
And you, mademoiselle, you too deserve a reward. I kiss your hand.
Just a second.
Archie, please. Being kissed on the hand gives a girl the most romantic feeling.
How do you like that? All these years I've been shooting at the wrong target. Now look, Wendy, there's one thing I forgot to tell you.
What's that?
Before you sing here, Duffy himself has to audition all singers.
But does Duffy like opera?
Eddie, did you hear that? Does Duffy like opera? You might as well ask me, does Finnegan like Chaucer's poems? Old Diamond Horseshoe Duffy? Why, he'd rather go to the opera than spend an evening at home with his own wife.
Well, what kind of operas does he like?
What kind of opera? Russian. Russian, them sad Russian tones. You know, a dirge or a samovar.
He wouldn't like an Irish song,
Irish? Oh, perish forbid. Eddie, did you hear that?
Oh, sir, I should shudder to think what would happen if you were to sing an Irish song to old Tavern Duffy.
I better call Duffy and tell him you're going to sing a Russian song, huh?
I'm beginning to smell a herring.
Hello? Hello, Duffy. I got a singer here I want you to listen to. Okay. Just gave you a terrific build-up.
Thanks.
Now, go ahead. A nice Russian song now, Wendy, huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, I will now sing an old Russian folk song. It is called Alessandra Fyodorovna Ivanovna Mikhailovna Matushka Makrinskaya, meaning in English, Little Mother.
What else?
Уголок в моем сердце есть, в сердце моем никому не дополнить, лишь только тебе. В душевных страданиях и мыслях моих одна ты осталась, лишь только одна. Щур безумно люблю серебра блеск волос, и заморщенный лоб твой весь полнен забот. Усталые пальцы трудом для меня. Oh, God bless you and keep you, Mother Makrinskaya.
Hello? Hello, Duffy? Hello? Hello? He must be so berserk he can't talk. Hello, Mrs. Duffy? Where's Duffy? He's what? He's sitting there with tears in his eyes. It's so beautiful. He didn't recognize the brogue, but the voice was pure Irish. What? He says to be sure to hire the guy.
Well, be a philosopher, Mr. Archie. You still got your girl.
Well, congratulations, Wendy. You're hired.
Well, viva la Mother Makrinskaya. Come, Dolly, we celebrate.
Lower the ladder, Jackson. I'm climbing aboard. Good night, Archikins.
Oh, now be a philosopher, Mr. Archie. You still got your $5 raise.
Hello? Hello, Duffy. Huh? The opera singer's salary? That will have to come out of what?
Oh.
Be a philosopher, Mr. Archie. You still got your job.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening. But let's meet here again at the same time next week.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Another exciting tale of escape is up next.
Worrying about those bills piling up? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
You are deep in the remote hill country of Afghan, face to face with the fierce Pathan warriors, trapped into a hopeless fight from which there seems no escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to the north of India and to a battle long remembered, as Rudyard Kipling described it in his famous story, The Drums of the Fore and Aft. When I came out from England to serve as a news correspondent with the British troops on the North Indian border, Regiment number 329A was called the Fore and Fit. Princess Herrenfelder in Zern Royal Light Infantry. Fore and Fit. But now, behind their backs, men call them the Fore and Aft. You know, when certain words are shouted in front of other barracks, the troops may come out with belts and fists. But the mere whisper of Fore and Aft brings out the men of this regiment with rifles in their hands and murder in their eyes. I think perhaps the story of how the Fore and Aft got its name may be really more the story of Jakin and Peggy Liu, two of the toughest and most lovable little monsters who ever banged a drum or tooted a fife in a military band. They were both about the same age, with curly hair and the faces of cherubs. And inside were two souls that should have belonged to a pair of devils. Oh, I must have seen them before, of course. But the first occasion I can recall was an informal regimental court the colonel was holding in the orderly room one morning. Piggy and Jakin were there, and they were in trouble, as usual. All right, Sergeant. Read the charges.
Yes, sir. The charge is made by one Smithers, a civilian, that while walking back of the bazaar at 6 p.m. last evening, he was set upon without provocation by two drummers from the Corps Band, known as Jakin and Piggy Lou, and by them was beaten into near insensibility.
Fighting again. Go on, Sergeant.
Mr. Smithers states further that he was struck down by the two defendants, and while lying on the ground was kicked repeatedly in the face and ribs, escaping with his life only through the timely arrival of a detachment of the Guard. That's all, sir.
Well, what about it, Jakin? Piggy?
Is this the truth?
Oh, yes, sir. We gave him what for, all right.
Confounded, you two little heathens are more trouble than all the rest of the regiment put together. You're hailed in here on charges every time you turn around. I can't very well put you in cells or hang you.
Oh, no, sir. We shouldn't want that at all.
That will do, Jacob.
Yes, sir.
All right, Sergeant, turn them over to the bandmaster and have them tan their hides. Tell them to make it one they'll remember this time.
Yes, sir.
Begging your pardon, sir, but can't we say nothing in our own defense?
That's right, sir. What if a bloomin' civilian said he'd report you for having a bit of a turn-up with a friend? Suppose he tried to get money out of you, sir, and then...
That will do, Piggy. Then you were fighting.
Well, only between ourselves, sir, and that don't count.
If you'll pardon me, Colonel, this man Smithers does have a reputation for that sort of thing, blackmail, you know. And one thing the boys don't do is lie.
It's not that we'd mind it, sir, to be called up by even a corporal. But we can't have no blinking civilians interfering with the business of Her Majesty's regiment.
All right. We'll forget the birching. You're both confined to quarters for 3 days.
But, sir...
And throw away that pipe when you get outside, Piggy. You're too young to be smoking.
Yes, sir.
All right, Smith. Confounded Kipling, I don't know what to do with the lads. They're not really bad at heart. And they've never known any home but the army.
Where did they come from, by the way?
Oh, Jakin is from some back street in London, and Piggy Lou is straight off the Calcutta docks. In both cases, ancestry unknown.
Well, they seem loyal enough to the regiment at any rate.
They are, and loyal to each other in their own way. I'm inclined to think sometimes they've got more real spirit than all of those new regulars put together.
Yes, I'd say you're overloaded with green troops, Colonel.
Overloaded? 90% of the regiment were in Manchester factories and Lancashire farms 6 months ago. Can't make a soldier in that late a time.
Any chance of action fairly soon?
No, off the record, we'll probably move north in about 10 days. Not to the front, of course. We'll give them a few months of guarding communication lines. Let them shake down a bit before they see any real action.
Yes, good idea.
That's the only thing to do. There's only one thing certain. This regiment is not ready for action yet. Only don't write that back to your paper.
But the gods who govern armies seldom choose the wisest plan. On the Afghan border, a large force of Payson guerrillas began massing near the Khyber Valley, being held in check temporarily by a regiment of Highlanders and a regiment of native Gurkhas. A week later, the 4th and 5th was ordered to march north, contact the other two regiments, and carry out joint action to disperse the enemy. Parade ground and barracks began to hum with preparations for the coming campaign. Privates walked with a new swagger. Subalterns began to snap their salutes and orders. And the young officers nearly shot one another at pistol practice. Battle. A glorious word to men who'd never fired a gun at a human being in their entire lives. But to Piggy and Jakin, the excitement was like salt in an open wound. For the band was reduced to 20 men, and the drummer boys were being left behind.
Blimey, if I'm going to let him do it to me, Jakin. Me, what's going to have a career in the army, being left behind like an old boot.
And why should you worry? Now you can stay here with that bloomin' girl of yours.
Oh, what's a girl when the regiment's going up to the front? And that's another thing, too. How am I going to explain to her about being left behind with the women?
What do you have to explain anything to her for? She's only 13.
Oh, I've been telling her I'd get myself a medal when the first campaign come along. Now am I going to do it now, I ask you?
Perhaps the drum major will give you a bloomin' medal for tooting on a fife. I heard him talking to you yesterday.
And how was I to stop him?
Piggy, he says, why don't you consider making music your career? Peggy Lou, the musician. A bloomin' non-combatant.
I won't do it. He can try, but he can't make me.
Aha! When I'm an officer, perhaps I'll invite you in to have a glass of sherry wine on mess nights. Mr. Lou.
I'll be a blinking officer before you are. I'm going to join up with the regulars just as soon as I'm old enough.
Piggy the musician.
Oh, silly. Right at the moment, I don't feel like fighting even you.
Ed and the Backs are going to take Tom Kidd along. He used to be the bugler. Of course, he's 18, though.
That he is. But I can plaster the wall with him any day. and with one hand behind me back.
Perhaps we can hit him around a bit. Just enough so he can't bugle no more. You get hold of his hands, Piggy, and then I'll kick him in.
No. They still wouldn't take us. Our reputations ain't what they might be, you know.
Oh, well. I'll just leave stay here and do a bit of low for myself.
With our own regiment going into action? Why, I'd as leave have my...
Hey, look who's coming. It's the bloomin' Colonel herself.
So it's his all alone. You know, Jake and me lad, I think I'll have a little talk with this colonelship.
Have you gone there with a eat?
Oh, the colonel's a good old beggar. Here, hold me pipe.
Blimey, now we're in for it again.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Well, Piggy, are the drums in revolt? Am I to be pulled down right here in the open?
No, sir. I'd like the pleasure of a word with you, sir.
All right, go ahead and have it.
I'm asking you, sir. If you thought the world and all of your regiment and it was going off to active duty without you, sir, then how'd you feel?
I'm afraid I should feel a bit left out of things.
And worse. It's as bad as being a blinking civilian, if you'll pardon me, sir. But that's how Jakin and me feels about it.
Well, you've no idea what a campaign can be like. Why, you'd flop on your face in the first 20 miles.
No, we wouldn't, sir. We're good at marching. I've told my girl I'd bring her back a medal. I've just got to go. And anyhow, if I stay here, the bandmaster will make a blessed musician out of me, sir.
I see. I think you could pass a physical...
Oh, not the slightest doubt of it, sir. We're both of us very healthy for our age. Please, sir.
All right. I suppose it's unheard of for a border regiment to take drummers along an active campaign. But if you get past the medical officer, you can both go along.
Blimey! Jakin, did you hear that? We're going up to the front. Thank you, sir. Carry on.
The regiment marched out of the station 2 days later, and all those left behind lined in the road that led past the parade ground. The band stood by and played them out, waiting to fall in at the foot of the column. And although Jakin perspired and beat on his drum manfully to cover up, it was quite evident that Piggy Lou was not with the band. Jakin kept glancing at the cedar hedge behind him, and I had a rather good idea why Piggy was being detained.
You've got to be awful careful and take real good care of yourself, Piggy. You're so venturesome. I worry all the time.
It's odd, Chris. I'll grant you it's odd, but what's a man to do when his regiment's called off to active duty now? Here, give us another kiss.
Oh, Piggy.
That's more like it.
You just stayed here like you ought to. You could have had as many as you wanted.
And if I'd done that, Chris, you wouldn't think anything of me.
Like as not. At least I'd had you with me, Piggy. And all the thinking in the world ain't like kissing.
And all the kissing in the world ain't like having a medal to wear on the front of your coat.
Who cares about a medal? Just stay with me, Piggy, darling. And I'll love you true forever.
Aren't you going to do that anyhow, Chris? You said you was.
Of course I am. Be lots more comfortable if you stayed here.
Oh, don't take on about it, Chris. I'll be coming back, and I'll marry you someday, too, I promise.
But when? Years and years, perhaps. You be careful, won't you, Piggy?
Oh, man has to take his chances in the army, Chris. But if it happens, I'll be thinking of you right to the last.
Don't talk like that.
Oh, now, here, give us a kiss.
Piggy, get yourself on over here. We're about to fall in.
I've got to go now, Chris, my darling. Don't you be forgetting.
Oh, I won't ever, Piggy. Here, I made something for you to take with you.
What's this?
It's a button bag. Well, the regular soldiers carry them. I put some of my hair in it.
Well, now, that's awful kind of you, Chris.
I guess it ain't made so good, but I didn't want nobody up there with me, not even Mom.
Oh, I'll carry it right over my yard, so long as I'm alive.
Don't say things like that.
Piggy, come on.
Give us one more kiss. Now, I can't stay no longer.
Oh, Piggy.
Goodbye, Chris. Take care of yourself.
Bye, Piggy. Be careful. Be careful.
I'll be coming around to see you, Chris, my darling, when I get back from the war.
Piggy.
Well, it's about time. Lucky we're not Belton trouble. Stick this blinking fife in your ugly mouth and blow on it, petticoat chaser.
Oh, shut up and beat your drum, soldier, before I decide to pound in your bloomin' head a bit. Tell the colonel he can shove off now.
And so the 4 and 5th went north to the wars, first by troop train, and then on foot when the last railhead left them with a 7-day route march before they'd reach the front up ahead. And during those 7 weary days, the regiment began to crack. Men weren't hardened to the long miles of marching, and they found themselves dead tired before the noon of each day. The food was bad, and the water was worse. And on the 2nd day, the snipers started in. They would hide in the tumbled rocks of the low brown hills beside the road and wait for the column to pass. And the first sign of one would be a flash and a puff of smoke, and some man on the long line of march would die without ever seeing the enemy who killed him. And even at night, the tired and nerve-shattered men could find no rest. If anything, the night hours in the dark tents were a good deal worse than the daylight hours on the dusty road.
Oh, stir your bloomin' gab into the morning, Piggy. Oh, I gotta get myself some sleep.
As if I ain't marched just as far as you have. Oh, me bloomin' feet's killing me.
Serves you bloody well right for getting us into this. We could have been back at the station living on the fat of the land.
And halfway to becoming musicians, like as not.
In which case, I'd be sleeping in a regular bed, having decent chow to eat for once.
I'm afraid you're not the army type, Jacob. Perhaps I shouldn't have talked my friend the colonel into letting you come. Yes, sir.
You don't have to call a blinking sergeant, sir.
There ain't no harm in it.
Excellent wing. Piggy, that's another one of our sentinels got himself killed out there.
Beggars can sneak up in the dark without making a sound. And they take their bloody long knives and slice a man open as neat as you please.
All right, hold your fire and see what you're shooting at.
I wonder what they look like, Piggy. These here Pathans?
Oh, what's it matter when we can't even carry rifles? I ask you now, Jacob. Look at that. How's a man to get himself a medal when all he's got for a weapon is a bloomin' fife?
Late afternoon of the 7th day, weary, savage, and sick, their uniforms dulled and unclean, the 4 and 5th rendezvoused with the Highland Brigade.
Hi, lads. Here comes the new regiment, the 4 and 5th. 4 and 5th, eh? May I ask what it is they're fit for?
Some of the men bore wounds, and some were stretcher cases. But the real casualty was the regimental morale. These raw conscripts had marched out of their station in the south with the band playing. And somehow they'd imagined that they might march glorious into battle the same way. But no band played when they slogged sullenly into the brigade encampment.
Hey, Piggy, think we have found the blinking war at last?
And what else? Ain't that a full-grown general old colonel you're talking to there?
Blimey, look at them chaps over there that wearing petticoats.
Now, lot you know, they're islanders. And I've heard a man best take no liberties with them.
One activity might have aroused the interest of the regiment, as tired as they were. Rifle practice the enemy. And with all 700 rifles blazing together, that's the way they felt.
We've had a bit of a tough time with it coming down, sir. My men have been rather mauled. No chance of a fair return. So they want to go in some place where they can see what's before them.
I understand, Colonel. I wish I could let you have a few days to recover, but I simply can't spare you right now.
There'll be no need of it, sir. All we're wanting is one good night's rest.
I see. Well, you can lay your camp area downstroke from the Highlanders, Colonel. And I suggest you call a general inspection before dark. We plan to attack the enemy position at dawn.
So it's not the duty you wanted, Piggy. How much longer do you think they're going to keep us standing here with the bloody daylight barely coming over the hills?
Oh, no. We can't have no battle till the bloomin' general has his morning tea now, can we?
Just take a look at all them patients out there on the plain. Must be 8 of them to 1 of us. Right down the line.
Then it makes it that much easier to get a medal.
And how do you hope to get a medal? Maybe you're going to blow their bloody eardrums out with your little fife.
More like it will not even have the chance to see how the beggars look. The band, as you might have heard, is going to wheel and retire when we reach them rocks, while the regular soldiers go on and attack the enemy.
Which, I might say, is exactly the way I'd plan it myself. I got no fondness for being sliced up like a bloomin' leg of lamb.
Oh, you got no spirit, you bloody little beggar.
Beggar yourself and a bigger one. Them as want spirit can have it.
Like as not, I'll have to pound your head a bit before you can...
Here we go, Piggy.
Right, Sergeant. Ready now.
I government cause and the great power. Forward!
Watch yourself now, Jake. Step lively. Just keep your eye on me and I'll make a bloody ear out of you.
Only someone had blundered. Someone had misread an order, and the 4 and 5th move out onto the plain to attack the enemy force alone.
Confounded, stupid conscripts. What are they up to anyhow? They've spoiled the whole plan of the battle. It's the kind of a mistake you could expect from a regiment that doesn't even know how to march.
At the clump of rock, the band wheeled and halted and continued to play, while the ranks opened to form a skirmish line and moved slowly ahead.
Hold steady, laddies. We've had no orders to move out, and therefore we'll stand fast. If the 4 and 5th wishes to fight like hawks, then they'll fight alone.
At 500 yards range from the enemy line, the regiment began firing at will and wildly. In a few minutes, they'd thrown away half their ammunition and blinded themselves with their own smoke. And farther out on the plain, the Afghan army stood quietly, throwing occasional well-aimed bullets into the milling herd of green troops.
The blooming fools! They're bunching like a herd of sheep. Don't they realize there'll be a Ghazi charge at any minute?
Suddenly, from the main body of the Afghan troops, a small band of about 50 Payson warriors charged forward and fell upon the startled Englishmen. These were the Ghazis, the suicide squad always thrown out ahead of the Afghan army before any main test of strength. Swinging their long, heavy knives, they struck the close-packed British line.
Why in the name of heaven don't they take open order? They'll be cut to bits.
The 4 and 5th wavered, shuddered away from the vicious flashes of the murderous bone-handled knives, rallied for an instant and held, and then broke, turned tail, and ran.
So when you look at them, laddies, they turn and run. I say they make better speed to the rear than they make to the forward. They're anything but the 4 and 5th now. More likely to call them the 4 and aft. It'll take them a long time to live that one down. The 4 and aft.
The regiment took no thought for the wounded, for the men left behind. Nor did they stop until they jammed in the pass that led up the hill. And the band, too, was carried along with them in their panicked, headlong flight. All the band except 2 men.
Piggy, you think the bloody beggars can see us hiding here on the rocks?
Of course not. Seeing as how they're too busy chasing our brave comrades. Look at them run, the bloomin' cowards. You did a fine way now for a British regiment to act.
Had we done the same thing, we'd not be left behind here the way we are.
What's eating you? You're comfortable, aren't you?
Maybe comfortable, but I ain't easy in my mind.
Oh, stow it. Somebody's dropped the canteen here. They just got rum in it.
And how can you hope to tell by shaking it?
And now keep your dirty hands off it. I'll do the trying it out.
Well, is it, Peter? Is it?
No, it's water. Here, have yourself a free drink on Her Majesty, drummer boy. Look, them Payson beggars are starting back to their own lines. And keep your head down.
Well, now, with the bloomin' enemy return, perhaps they'll come out and rescue us.
Not them, the bloody cowards. Look at them, Jake. The officers have beaten them with the flats of their swords.
Can't they see the patrons ain't chased them no more?
They can't see nothing but their own precious skins. Help them, huh? Maybe we ought to give them a little music. Show them it's all nice and cozy out here now.
Oh, no. It ain't for me to do nothing like that. What, we should get ourselves shot?
Oh, there ain't no enemy close by now. Come on, Deacon. Take up your bloody drum there.
You positive there's only water in that canteen?
Oh, so like as not you're a coward, too. The same as the rest of the regiment.
I'll show you who's a coward, Figgy, my boy. And I'll be pounding your head a bit, too. The first chance I get. Take your bloomin' fart there and stick it in your ugly face.
Well, now, so you have got a bit of spirit. Maybe I'll speak to my old friend the Colonel about it.
Oh, shut up and start blowing. You ready?
Ready, all? Now!
Where's it going to march to, Figgy?
Back and forth a time or two in full sight. Then we'll wait in the rocks for the battle to start. They watching us?
Be sure they're watching us. Ah, yes. They're watching us, all right.
Time held still, and even the Afghan snipers forgot their weapons, while two armies watched the tiny red-coated figures marching back and forth on the battlefield alone.
Hey, and I tell you certain there's a pair of brave laddies down there.
All right, the blinking cowards! Look at them out there! Of them who sold on the only brave men in the regiment!
Men of the fore and aft lifted their heads, fingered their rifles, and stared without moving. And out there on the silent plain, back and forth, marched Jason and Piggy.
You gotta play these bloomin' instruments all day long? Ain't the blighters ever gonna come back?
Shut up, Jake, and keep quiet.
But all I might say is, I shouldn't ever let you talk me into this. I ain't cut out for active duty anyhow. I should have bloody well feel more comfortable if I was back. If I was back.
Jakin. Oh, you blinking heathen blighters, you've killed Jakin. All right, I'll show you who's afraid of you. Come on, you bloomin' coward!
Two armies saw them die from the sniper's bullets. Two armies and the men of the fore and aft.
All right, men of the regiment. What now? Those two at least who are brave enough to know how to die. It's bandits! Ready about and hold skirmish line. This time we attack, and there'll be no turning back. Look at them ladies, the fore and aft. They're going back to fight. Aye, look at them run. Here's how it should have been done on the first fleet. They're not putting a box again. Aye, aye. And now's the time for us. Orders are no. Here's where we join the fight. Ready. Ready up the fight. By the door.
Late afternoon saw the Afghan army wiped out. And the general explained to me how everything had gone according to his plan. And how he hoped I'd cable that back to my paper in London right away. I turned and left him then, and walked out across the silent battlefield. Walked out among the silent dead. The two tiny figures lay quite close together. Jakin fallen across his broken drum, and Piggy Lou with the fife still clenched in his dirty fist. A bulge under his tunic caught my eye, and I reached in and drew out a button bag embroidered crudely with the name Chris.
I made it for you myself, Piggy, my darling. And I put some of my own hair inside of it.
I'll wear it right next to me heart, Chris, so long as I'm alive.
I thought how Chris would soon forget. and how the world's memory is no longer than hers. The sun was sinking away in the west. The button bag in the hand was soaked and damp. And over the left breast of Piggy's grimy uniform, over the pocket where citations are usually worn, a bright red stain had spread out through the coarse wool, looking so very much like the bright red ribbon that goes with a medal.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman McDonald, and tonight brought to you the drums of the fore and aft by Rudyard Kipling. Adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, featuring Gil Stratton Jr. as Piggy Lou, Jimmy Ogg as Jakin, and Eric Rolfe as Rudyard Kipling. Good night, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Now let's see what Fibber, Magee, and Molly are up to.
The Johnson Wax Program. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Don't Hold Everything. Next time you go shopping, stop a moment just before you're ready to pay your bill and ask yourself, haven't I forgotten anything? Isn't there something that comes in a red and yellow package that I was going to buy? Oh, yes, Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. There, that's better. It would really be too bad not to have Glow Coat in the house. Imagine going back to the tiresome, back-breaking job of floor scrubbing. Makes you tired to think of it, doesn't it? Seriously, it would be bad. Bad for you and bad for your linoleum, because continual scrubbing ruins linoleum. Glow Coat, on the other hand, protects linoleum. Protects it against scratches, wear, and dirt. Protects it with a hard, beautiful polish that keeps the colors fresh and bright. Johnson's Glow Coat is called self-polishing because it needs no rubbing or buffing. Just apply and let dry. If you aren't already a Glow Coat user, try it just once, won't you? If you'll remember, last week, Fibber and Molly took the train down to visit Uncle Dennis, only to find that Uncle Dennis had taken the train up to see them. Oh, you don't remember that? Well, then, it's a good thing I told you, because here, just opening the front door of 79 Wistful Vista after a week away from home, we find Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Hey, look at this living room.
Heavenly days, what's been going on in here?
Boy, what a mess. Cigar butts, poker chips, empty glasses, dirty dishes, cold bucket tipped over, and a half a sandwich here. Look. Hey, do you suppose there's been a tramp in here?
Let me see that sandwich.
Huh?
Ha-ha. Rye bread, liver sausage, Bermuda onion, peanut butter, sardines, and grape jelly.
What, no whipped cream?
McGee, there's only one person in the world who would concoct a sandwich like that.
Molly, you mean...
Yes. Uncle Dennis has been here.
Oh, why did he have to leave the place in such a mess as this?
I don't know.
Look at it. Looks like the tank corps held a dance in here and forgot to get out of their tank. Didn't he ever live in a house before?
Oh, now take it easy, dearie. Take it easy. I will admit Uncle Dennis gets a little primitive sometimes. After all, he's part Indian, you know.
Yeah, I know. You can tell by those high hip bones.
You mean high cheekbones?
When I get through kicking him around, his hip bones will be higher than his cheekbones. That big so-and-so's been hanging around here. We won't have a friend left in the whole neighborhood, Molly.
Oh, now, McGee, you take Uncle Dennis too seriously. Personally, I'm very fond of him. And now, don't forget, he gave me away when we were married.
Molly, I don't want to bust any illusion for you, but he didn't give you away. He sold you.
What do you mean he sold me?
He waited till the organ started to play and then says to me he wouldn't go through with it unless I loaned him $25. Shucks, I didn't want to spoil the wedding. So
I see. So you paid him the $25, huh?
Well, no, I didn't. I finally got him down to $9. And I must say, Molly, I never regretted it.
Well, thank you, dearie. I'm always glad when one of your business ventures turns out well. Now, come on, help me get this house straightened out.
Okay.
I'll answer the phone. You straighten these chairs and things around. 79 Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking. Who? Oh, no, Mr. Dennis Driscoll is no longer here.
Thank goodness.
No, he left town.
Good.
What's that? No, never mind. Just cancel the order.
Cancel the order? Who was that?
Oh, some florist, I guess.
Oh.
He wanted to know if Uncle Dennis wanted his usual 4 roses sent over today.
He may love flowers, but he's got a grudge against education. There's 3 dead teachers in the wastebasket. We got 5 days' work getting this house in order again, and 2 years making friends again with the neighbors.
Oh, Uncle Dennis. Uncle Dennis. Hi, Uncle Dennis. Oh, you can't fool me. You're not Uncle Dennis.
Thanks, sis. I never had a finer compliment. Well, what'd you want with the old coot?
He is not an old coop. He's a nice man. He told me some dandy stories.
Oh.
Only he didn't finish the last one.
Oh. What story was he telling you?
Jack and the Beanstalk.
Jack and the Beanstalk?
Mm-hmm.
You mean you never heard that feeble old fable before?
Oh, sure I did. But not like Uncle Dennis tells it, I betcha.
Oh.
Gee, he's super.
Oh, he is, eh? Mm-hmm. Well, let's have a sample of his literary virtuosity.
All righty.
I says, how did he tell about Jack and the Beanstalk?
Well, Uncle Dennis said that once upon a time there was a young punk named Jack.
Ooh.
And he and his old lady were practically down to their last box top. Yeah. And then the old girl came through with a nifty that would get him out from under the FHA.
That sure sounds like Uncle Dennis. I'd recognize the sheer beauty of that prose anyplace. Go on with the narrative.
Hmm?
I says, go on. Proceed.
I can't. He didn't tell me the rest.
Oh.
Can you? Can you please, mister?
Well, I don't know if I can approach Uncle Dennis's flashy style, but I'll take a whirl at it.
Okay. Go on. Gee, that'll be fun, I
Yeah,
bet
well,
you.
as I remember, Jack sold the cow for a handful of Boston caviar. Beans to you, sis.
Beans to you, too, mister.
Well, sir, his old lady was so burned up she threw the beans out the window, and they grew up to the stratosphere overnight. Jack shinnied up the stalk, knocked off a giant, and came home with enough gold to make Fort Knox look like a penny arcade. And so they lived solvently ever after and all stuff like that there. Well, what's the matter?
Oh, it's okay, mister, but I don't know. Uncle Dennis gets a lot more personality into it, I bet you.
Oh, he does he? Well, I'm getting tired of hearing that guy's name. And if I never see his face again, that'll be all right, too.
What's the matter with his face?
I just don't like it. If I had a face like his, I wouldn't show it.
Yeah, and he said if he had a show like yours, he couldn't face it.
That kid gets in my hair. She's too impudent.
That's impudence with the emphasis on the second syllable.
Hello, daughter. Hello, Johnny. Where's the kid?
What kid? You mean the little girl? She just...
No, the kid. Denny. My chum.
Well, I didn't know you were acquainted with me, Uncle Dennis.
I suppose they met in a revolving door and started going around together.
That takes me back to my childhood, Johnny.
They didn't have revolving doors when you were a child.
No, but they had that joke. And furthermore, that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, says, see where the territory of Hawaii voted to become our 49th state. That's so, says t'other feller. Pretty close contest? No, says the first feller. Them hula girls knew they could swing it. Where'd you say Denny was?
He's gone home, old-timer, said he with a glad cry.
What'd you want to see him about, Mr. Old-timer?
No, he was taking me to a taxi dance tonight, daughter, but I didn't want to go.
Why not?
Don't care for taxi dancing, Johnny.
Oh.
Tried it once and kept getting my hip pockets caught in the door handle. Well, give the kid my regard.
Hey, Molly, you been all through the house?
Yes, I have, dearie.
Oh, that's good.
And do you know what dear old Uncle Dennis did?
Oh, No.
He took the rubber plant out of the dining room and put it in the bed and covered it up. He loves plants and flowers, you know.
That wasn't love. That was sympathy. He saw they were potted, too. If he ever comes around here.
Oh, for goodness sakes, now, just because he upset the house a little is no...
Upset the house? He just about ruined the place. Oh. Wore all my clothes and smoked all my cigars. Upset all...
Hello, Fibber. Hello, Molly. Hey, Denny, are you here?
Hey, what is this? Does everybody know
Uncle
that...
Dennis has left, Mr. Wilcox. What did you want to see him about?
Well, he and I were working out some advertising slogans. He'd have made a great advertising man.
He'd have made a great advertising man. Sick. What golden-haired little brain children did he leave on your doorstep, Wilcox?
Well, you know how Johnson's Wax is the best possible treatment for floors and woodwork because it positively protects against dust and wear and seals the pores of the wood against dirt and dampness.
Yes, we know that. We listen to you every Tuesday night, Mr. Wilcox.
Did Uncle Dennis come through with a walloping war cry on our wonderful wax, Wilcox?
Did he? Listen to this slogan.
Yes?
It was the night before Christmas, and all through the house, Johnson's Wax had been used. Why don't you try it? Well, don't you like it?
Well, it seems to lack something, Mr. Wilcox.
Sense, I think.
Well, all right, how about this one?
Oh, there's more.
Little Jack Horner sat in a corner eating his Christmas pie. He stuck in his thumb and pulled out a plum and said, "This is a messy way to eat, but thank goodness the table is protected with Johnson's Wax."
Well, now, that's much better.
Oh, they're too long, Harlow. They ought to be brief like this. A piece of furniture polished with Johnson Wax will reflect your good judgment.
Say, that's wonderful. That's terrific. Yeah. Will reflect your good judgment. Oh, marvelous. I'm going to send that in to Racine right away. I'll see you later, folks.
Oh, what do you know? That's not a bad slogan I got there, Molly.
I thought so, too.
Yeah.
The first time I read it on a Johnson Wax folder.
Ooh.
Now, come on. Come on, help me straighten up this room now.
Okay, I'll get the vacuum cleaner and you... I'll get it. Hello? Huh? What you mean you're ready with Mr. Driscoll's call to Singapore?
What? Well, who on earth does Uncle Dennis know in Singapore?
I don't know, but I hope it ain't Frank Buck for obvious reasons. Hello, operator. Cancel that call. The party don't live here anymore. And he didn't have any right to use this phone in the first... Huh? Oh, is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's say, Mert? Your little brother. Knocked him down and jumped on his face, huh?
Oh, who did that to Mert's sweet little brother?
Nobody. Mert's sweet little brother done it to a snowman they made yesterday. What say, Mert? No, cancel the call. Okay, Mert. Imagine the nerve of Uncle Dennis using our telephone to call up.
Oh, who's that?
Uh-oh, who would it be? It's Mrs. Uppington, the despair of the cosmetic industry.
Yes. East is east, and Westmore is Westmore, and never the twain shall meet. Come in.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. McGee, and Mr. McGee?
Hi, Uppy.
My goodness, I didn't know you had returned home.
You didn't? Well, then why did you stop in?
Oh, I just wanted to see Dennis about, that is, I wanted...
Uncle Dennis, you mean?
So, you met him too, eh? Dust off a chair, Molly. I think our social standing wants to sit down.
Oh, your Uncle Dennis, Mrs. McGee, is an utterly charming man.
Oh.
Such verve, such savoir-faire, such joie de vivre.
Such language.
You must have learned your French from a phonograph record, Uppy. It scratches a little.
Oh, indeed. Well, I should know better than to use such esoteric terms with you.
What?
You're so... Oh, what shall I say?
What's the matter with goodbye?
Now, don't be rude, dearie. Are you inferring, Mrs. Uppington, that McGee and I are inclined to be a bit knave?
Oh. The word is naive, my dear. But getting back to your Uncle Dennis, I think he's a perfectly fascinating person.
Oh, yeah. Everybody seems to rave about him. When did this strange interlude between you and the chipmunk on our family tree begin, Uppy?
Oh, in the strangest funniest and most romantic way, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
I was attempting to cross 14th and Oak Streets in the rain when suddenly dear Denny just shot out of Joe's Tavern. And then he lay his coat down in the muddy street for me to step on.
Oh, no.
Yes. Why, the dear boy was in such a hurry, he didn't even take the coat off before he laid it in the gutter.
Heavenly day.
Wasn't that just too fantastic?
Oh, not for Uncle Dennis.
Oh, it was such a lovely, charming thing to do. You know, I felt just like a queen.
Yeah, and I imagine Uncle Dennis felt like an ace.
Yes. But Dennis is like that, you know, so dashing, so romantic. You know, he said the other evening that I reminded him of his mother.
Ah, isn't that sweet? Because you and her are about the same age, I imagine, huh?
Yes, I imagine that. What? Well, please, Mrs. McGee, well, goodbye.
Hold on.
King's Men sing Moonglow.
Sometimes I wonder if it's true. Did I really find you? It must have been moonglow, way up in the blue. It must have been moonglow that brought me here to you. I still hear you say, my darling, I love you so. And now I am praying you'll never, never let me go. When the shadows fall and all the sky is filled with moonglow above me, every little star whispers that you are so sweet and lovely. So when there's moon glow high up in the blue, I'll never fail to remember that the moon glow brought me you. For ages I've dreamed about you. I wished on every star. I thought that I would always be without you. Then suddenly the moonlight showed the way, and here you are. Am I only dreaming? Oh, tell me it's true. It must have been moonglow deep in the blue sky. And now at last has brought me here, my dear, to you.
Well, I've got all the dirty dishes taken out, McGee. Now you can vacuum in here.
Okay, where's the vacuum cleaner?
Search me. You had it last.
Huh?
You were trying to fit the bag on your homemade bagpipes, remember?
Okay.
Ah, there. Good day, my dear. And a moderately good day to you, Clambake.
Mr. Boomer, how do you do, I'm sure?
What's on your mind, Boomer?
I'd like to have a few words with a visiting relative, Prune Pit. You don't mind, and if you do, consider yourself ignored.
Well, he's not here, Mr. Boomer, but I can give you his home address if you'd care to write to him.
Oh, I believe I have his home address, my dear, right here. Gave it to me yesterday. Put that address, address. Have it here someplace. Here's a little card I got when I weighed myself. It says, you are honest, straightforward, and trustworthy. Got my weight wrong, too. Here's a little Chinese puzzle I filched from a puzzled little Chinese. Here's a short length of clothesline. Had an appointment with a night watchman tonight, but I'm afraid he's going to be tied up. Yes. Here's a platinum ankle bracelet. Ah, so she thought I was just pulling her leg, did she? And a check for a short buttermilk. That might diet anyway. Well, imagine that. No address of Uncle Dennis. Well, it isn't important. I'll tear up his IOU and keep his watch. Good day, my dear, and to you, cue ball.
Uncle Dennis seems to be very popular with everybody.
Yeah, he's a great guy till you get to know him.
Now, listen, you better be careful what you say about him, dearie. He might remember us in his will.
His will? The only thing that mug will ever leave behind him is a general feeling of relief. If he ever saved a nickel...
Oh, there, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Fibber.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Where's Denny?
Oh. Another beautiful friendship has busted into bloom.
If you mean me Uncle Dennis, Mr. Gildersleeve, he's gone home.
Oh, that's too bad. Charming fellow, your Uncle Dennis. Great zest for living.
Ah, yes.
He loves life.
He'd love it more if he knew how little he had left. When I get a hold of that ham-handed hoodlum...
Now, McGee, let bygones be bygones. I'm glad you like Uncle Dennis, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, he's a great fellow. Lots of character.
He's got character enough for 12 people. None of whom you'd care to know personally.
Yeah.
Did you give him the keys to our house, Gildersleeve?
Yes, I did. And I'm glad it gave me the opportunity of meeting such a wonderful personality. We ate great times together going swimming.
What? Swimming at this time of the year?
Yes, we used the pool in your basement.
What are you talking about? We haven't got a swimming pool in our basement.
Have you looked lately? Yes. Denny found if you let the laundry tub faucets run for 36 hours, you'd have 5 feet of water down there.
Oh, what?
We dove off the top of your furnace.
That does it. Now I know where to pin the blame. You're responsible for all this damage, Gildersleeve, and I'm going to sue you.
Yes, that's so.
Yes.
That's a lot of balloon juice, McGee, and you know it.
Oh, yeah? You can laugh now, Gildersleeve, but wait till I get you into court. They'll fry you in your own fat.
You're a hard man, McGee. And you can't scare me.
Oh, for goodness sake, stop it, both of you. You beat around the bush like a couple of cranberry pickers.
Well, he can't talk like that to me, Mrs. McGee. I'll pin his ears so far back he can hear last week's program.
Oh!
You make one feeble pass at me, Gildersleeve. You make one pass at me, and I'll hammer you flatter than a hillbilly soprano.
Why, you anemic little squirt. You couldn't punch your way out of a wet paper bag.
I can punch my way into one, you wet paper bag.
Now, listen, what's all this murderous talk? You know very well, McGee, that you and Mr. Gildersleeve will never fight.
Oh, no?
No. I'm afraid you're in no condition for it, McGee.
Don't worry about my condition, Gildersleeve. I'm always in condition. Why, I used to box with my pappy. And when I was only 13, I could slap him all around the ring. Slap Pappy McGee, I was known as. Slap Pappy McGee, the speedy, spunky scrapper of the squared circle, slugging star of the scuffled stadiums who celebrated socks sold out solid sections of seats at Stags and Smokers, sneering at second-string stumble bums silly enough to seek a set two with the sensation of the century, the Superman of slug and slam. Oh, you leaving, Packy?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to leave the rest of this house cleaning to you. I got to run down to Kramer's drugstore and get some cigars. That petty larceny uncle of yours smoked mine all up.
Well, he had a right to smoke them. They were the ones he gave you for last Christmas.
No, they weren't. I bought these myself. The cigars he gave me, I buried under a tree in the backyard.
Under which tree?
You know, the one that fell down and died on New Year's Day. Thank goodness this is all over. If that big palooka comes to visit us again before 1957...
You answer it, dearie. I'm trying to sweep up this broken glass here.
Okay, it's probably Nick Topopoulos wanting to speak to his dear old pal Dennis. Hello, yes, this is Fibber McGee. And if you want to speak to Uncle Dennis, I'm only too happy to inform you that... Huh? Who? Oh, well, shucks. I thought you... Oh, okay. Goodbye.
Somebody want Uncle Dennis?
Nobody I know of. That was Uncle Dennis.
What?
He ain't left town. He's down at Joe's Tavern, and he'll be back here for dinner.
Oh.
You hear that, Molly? He's coming back. He's coming here.
McGee! Stop! What are you doing? You're upsetting everything.
Yeah, I know. We want him to feel at home, don't we? Dump them flowers out of here.
always stay as bright and colorful as the day you bought it, well then, there's one of your wishes that's come true, because linoleum does stay new looking when it's protected regularly with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. And what's more, the linoleum lasts much longer, too. So there you have two of the reasons why you should use glow coat on all your linoleum floors. And there's even a better reason. Glow coat is such a time and labor saver. There's practically no work at all applying glow coat, no rubbing or buffing whatsoever. You simply pour a little onto your clean floor, spread it around, and let it dry. In 20 minutes, come back to find a beautifully polished floor and one that will be easy to keep clean because spilled things are quickly wiped up with a damp cloth. If you haven't tried Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on your floors, buy a can from your dealer right away. You'll never regret it.
Look, dearie, I want you to make an earnest effort to be nice to Uncle Dennis when he comes home.
Oh.
For my sake, dearie, and for your own, too. I think if you really try, you'll find he's well worth cultivating.
Now you're cooking with gas. I'll cultivate him, all right. I'll do better than that. I'll plow him under. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
How old is your car? 10 weeks or 10 years? Whichever it is, you'll be glad to know that now you can keep it wax polished with very little work and at small cost. You can do this because the makers of Johnson's Wax perfected a new auto polish called Car-New, a great labor saver because Car-New both cleans and wax polishes in one operation in half the time it used to take. Your dealer is selling Johnson's Car-New now. The cost is low, and one trial will show you why car owners everywhere are saying your car looks like new when you use Car-New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chicago, WMAQ, 9 p.m., B-U-L-O-V-A, Bull of a Watch Time. See the Bull of a Banker, 2475, WMAQ.
Now it's time to pay a visit to the only man in old-time radio who wrote all his own material, Fred Allen.
It isn't the mayor of Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga, kid.
The makers of Bluebonnet Margarine and Tenderleaf Tea present the Fred Allen Show. With Fred's guests, George Jessel, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, the Tenderleaf Workshop Players, the DeMarco Sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And if you wonder who Senator Claghorn is, my name is Kenny Delmar. In the January issue of Cosmopolitan magazine, ladies and gentlemen, the so-called star of this program was selected as the Cosmopolite of the month. He's been called about everything else, but this month he's a Cosmopolite. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Kenny, that story about me in Cosmopolitan, written by H. Allen Smith, turned out quite well, I thought.
Yeah, you know, Fred, all of the magazines seem to be saluting people each month.
They're always saluting. I've noticed that.
Yeah, the Time magazine made President Truman the Man of the Year in January.
You know, I hear Time is making Mayor LaGuardia the Man of the Month for February. It's a short month, I think. The other magazines are still going full blast. The Hobo News is making Jack Benny the Tramp of the Month. Pick is picking the Punk of the Month. And the Poultry Journal may be... Well, Portland. Do you want to cut in, Portland? Kenny and I are talking about magazines saluting different people. Has anyone in your family ever been honored by a magazine?
Well, last year, the Police Gazette chose Mama as Miss Patrol Wagon for 1945.
Miss Goldwagon, huh? Is that... I'll laugh at it. At least you got me. Is that a camp stool you have with you there?
It's for Mama. She's standing in line.
Standing in line for what?
Mama doesn't know whether she's going to see the picture at the Roxy, get a ticket for Florida, or end up with a pair of nylons.
She doesn't know?
Mama just saw a long line and got in it.
Oh, well, that's the trouble with the country today, Portland. Half of the people are standing in line to buy things. The other half is standing in line picketing. But aren't you, just a mild demonstration, if any. Just a mild. We work it up as we go along. When Mr. Jessel arrives, big thing. But tell me, aren't you, Portland? Aren't you cold with those liquid stockings on?
No, I always mix in a little antifreeze.
Oh, with the... There's only one trouble with liquid stockings in the winter. If it gets hot all of a sudden, you've got a shoe full of stocking. You never can tell.
Last week, Mama drank some liquid stockings by mistake.
Drank some? Didn't it bother her?
For 2 days, she hiccuped Bobby socks.
Oh, I know a man who drank a whole bottle of liquid stockings accidentally.
Was he sick?
No, but he had to swallow a garter to hold his stomach up. That was the last time he saw Paris. And speaking of garters, when you've got to go to Allen's Alley, you've got to go. Remind me to give the writers more money. These women, they got to go.
Have you a question ready?
A question? You bet. You know, this past week, strikes closed most of the meatpacking plants throughout the country, shutting off the country's supply of meat. And so our question tonight is, if you have been unable to get your quota, how have you been coping with the meat shortage?
Shall we go?
As the electric fan said when somebody turned it on, I think I'll blow. Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. I guess the senator's home all right. His bullwhip is coiled up on the front step there.
Somebody now.
Now look, Senator.
Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn.
I know your name. You're from the South.
I'm a ding-dong daddy from Dallas.
You're a...
Yeah, on the radio, I'll never listen to thanks to the Yanks.
Now, wait a minute.
Now, speak up, son. What's on your mind?
Well, if I only...
Go ahead and talk,
Well,
son.
all I'm trying to do is...
Well, the war's over, son. Today, loose lips ain't sinking ships.
I'm just trying to get a word in.
Hey, open your mouth, son. I've heard more conversation coming out of a knothole. Knothole, that is.
You're winded, hey?
Only momentarily, son.
Good. Now, I'll get in there. What about this meat strike?
I brought it up in the house. Pay attention now, son. I heard Claire Loose talk. Loose talk, that's a joke, son.
I know it's a joke. Not very good.
Carolina cackle.
I don't care.
That was a Birmingham belly buster.
Now, wait a minute.
You should be yucking, you ain't even smirking.
I don't even get a chance to smirk.
Hold up, son, you don't get it. You're from back country.
Now, look, Senator, what about this meat problem?
Well, the nation's capital will have plenty of meat for everybody.
Well, where is Washington going to get this meat?
Son, there's 130 million Americans.
Yes?
And today, every American is sending his beef to Washington. So long,
Well, the senator has a head like a pot roast. It brings back happy memories. Well, I hope Titus Moody is still up tonight. Now, let's see.
Howdy, Bob.
Your exhaust is working well, Mr. Moody. You feel all right? You look a little shaky.
Boy, was I stiff last night.
Drinking?
No. Somebody put starch in my bathwater.
You have a bathtub in the house?
No. Every Saturday night, I take a can of Dutch cleanser and lower myself down into the well.
In this cold weather?
No. During the winter, I don't slop around in the well.
Well, how do you keep clean?
Once a week, I go over myself with a eraser and a whisk broom.
Well, how about the meat shortage?
Oh, that don't bother me none. I'm a vegetarian.
Well, haven't you ever tasted meat?
Only once. That cured me.
What happened?
About 20 years ago, a city fella come around selling rabbits.
And you bought one?
Yeah. He give me the rinky-dink.
The old R.D., hey?
Yeah.
Well, how do you mean?
He was dishonest.
Dishonest, huh?
Yeah, looked like a rabbit, cooked like a rabbit, tasted like a rabbit.
What makes you think it wasn't?
Well, for 2 weeks after I ate the rabbit...
Yes?
Every time I smelled catnip, I turned a somersault. Come on, Doc.
Mr. Moody still has that hang-cat look, I must say. Oh, well, what will a knock at this door bring?
No.
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You were expecting maybe Weinstein Churchill?
Tell me, Mrs. N, has the meat strike bothered you?
I am in a dilemma.
Dilemma?
There is such a word.
Oh, yes. Yes, dilemma is a word. You might have read it someplace.
I'm only reading broken English.
Oh.
As I am speaking, so I am reading.
Oh, fine.
Why be deceitful? Who am I fooling?
Well, I see your point, yes. I agree with you thoroughly. But what about the meat shortage?
Confidentially, we are having well in hand the situation.
You had some old meat stored up, did you?
Oh, no. My husband, Pierre, is buying a goat. A second-hand Billy.
A second-hand? A used goat. A live goat?
The first night we are locking him in the clothes closet.
I see.
During the night, the goat is eating the backs off of 3 of Pierre's union suits.
Oh, gosh.
The next day, the goat Pierre is killing and we are having for dinner.
Well, after eating the backs off 3 union suits, how did the goat taste?
Like flapjacks, but delicious.
Oh, And that brings us to the little vine-covered shanty at the end of the alley. A knock here should certainly start something.
Shout huzzah, scream adjectives flowery. Falstaff is here, the bard of the Bowery.
Well, Falstaff. Something tells me that you have new poems for us tonight.
Oh, indubitably. Have you heard when they pinched Uncle Charlie, his excuse was a honey? He claimed he was in the bank just feeling the money.
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, the jukebox was playing I'm Confessin' as she lured me into the delicatessen.
No. No.
How about this? Mother, please don't point father at me. He may be loaded again.
Now, wait a minute. Please. Tonight we are simply discussing the meat strike.
Precisely why I am here. I would bark some doggerel.
Well, what is your meat poem called?
Joy reigns supreme in the stockyards.
Uh-huh. How does it go?
Joy reigns supreme in the stockyards. When the meat strike was called through the nation, the cattle doomed to die in their pens gave the news tremendous ovation. A little ram frisked with his ewe. A Holstein kissed one of the steers. A big shaggy heifer danced round like a zephyr. A brindled cow mooed out 3 cheers. Yes, joy reigns supreme in the stockyards. Chicago's ne'er seen such a sight. A jubilant ox jumped up on a box and yelled, "Ah, there's good news tonight."
And as Bard Openshaw skulks to the wings, we turn to our melodic misses, the 5 DeMarco sisters. Tonight, accompanied by Al Goodman and his poor man's Philharmonic, the DeMarco sing Hubba Hubba from the new picture, Doll Face.
Hubba, 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 hello, Jack. Hubba, 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 just got back. Well, hubba, 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 hubba. Shoot some breeze, say whatever happens to the Japanese. Hubba, hubba.
I'll say, ain't you heard?
Hubba, 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 we got the word. We got it from a guy who was in the know. It was mighty smoky over Tokyo. A friend of mine in a B-29 dropped another load for luck. As he flew away, he was heard to say, hubba, hubba, mop, mop. I got another mission, that's okay. And with your confirmation, well, I'll just say, hubba, 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 be on your way. And I dig you later in the USA. A friend of mine in a B-29 dropped another load for luck.
I hope you know what I'm talking about.
Well, I got another mission, and that's very okay. And with your confirmation, well, I'll just say, hubba, 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 be on your way. And I dig you later in the USA. Hubba, 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 dig you later in the USA.
And now, a helpful hint about the family table.
Whatever concerns the family table is important to us all, and here's a good example. I'll bet you can all bake good biscuits, ladies. Tender, light, fluffy, mouth-melting. And here's a spread just made to go on these super biscuits of yours. Bluebonnet margarine. For Bluebonnet gives you flavor, nutrition, economy. All three. Bluebonnet has a delicious flavor. Fresh, delicate, country sweet. You'll say no spread at any price ever gave you more delicious eating. Bluebonnet gives you proved nutrition, too. It's rich in food energy, rich in vitamin A. As for economy, you'll find Bluebonnet saves you real money. Why, it costs so little you can spread it on twice as thick. And remember, Bluebonnet margarine is a product of the makers of Fleischmann's yeast. A name that down through the years has always stood for quality. Be sure to ask your grocer for Bluebonnet tomorrow. Remember the letters FNE for flavor, nutrition, economy. Bluebonnet margarine gives all three. Flavor, nutrition, economy.
That was just a few flakes from Let It Snow, played by Maestro Al Goodman and his Racing Form Rhythm Boys. Okay, yes, Portland?
Shall I pile these letters here?
If you will, please. Those are the last of the Jack Benny contest letters. I've been up 3 nights reading them. You know, I'm one of the judges. And speaking of letters, Portland reminds me, could you get your pencil, please? I want to dictate a letter.
I'm all ready.
You're ready? We'll take this down. Mr. George Jessel, 20th Century Fox Studios. Dear Mr. Jessel, you are a rat, capital R. Signed, yours sincerely, Fred Allen. Get that off instantly.
Well, I thought you and Georgie were friends.
I'll never speak to Jessel again unless I happen to get a wrong number.
Gosh, what happened?
Well, last week, Mr. Jessel was here in New York. You know, he's a big producer for 20th Century Fox Pictures now, and I received a note saying that Mr. Jessel wanted to see me. So I got all dressed up, got my cane out of Simpson's, and started for Mr. Jessel's office. When I arrived at the 20th Century Fox building, I found Mr. Jessel's office a big nylon door, and I knocked on the door.
Come in, come in.
Georgie Jessel. Well, Georgie.
Excuse me, Fred. I'm on the phone at the moment. Hello, Legit Drugstore. This is Georgie Jessel speaking. I want 6 boxcars of Bromo Seltzer sent out to my studio in Hollywood right away. Okay.
Georgie, 6 boxcars of Bromo Seltzer?
It's for my new picture, Fred.
Bromo Seltzer?
Yes, I'm making a sequel to The Lost Weekend. It's called Saratoga Drunk.
Oh.
Laugh, son. What's the matter with you?
Saratoga Drunk sounds like a great picture.
Well, it's a new idea, Fred. An elephant drinks too much and sees 200 pink saboos.
Only in Hollywood could you possibly pick up 200 pink saboos. And Hollywood, I must say, has surely changed you, Georgie. Those clothes you have on.
Oh, well, this is my working suit, Fred. The shirt happens to have a pink dickie, but nobody noticed.
No. A mink? It's mink, isn't it? It isn't pink. It's a mink dickie.
That's right.
And it goes well.
That's right.
Goes well.
It says pink here, but I'll say mink anyway.
It goes well with that fur mandarin coat you have on.
Yes, this is genuine grizzly bear. Instead of the belt in the back, it has a big paw hanging down.
Oh, well,
this paw spelled more.
A big paw. But as you are, you Hollywood tycoons with your paws hanging down on the back, I suppose you're still living in that house out in Beverly Hills that looks like the Rose Bowl with Venetian blinds?
Oh, you should see it now, Fred. I've had all the grass dyed white.
You have white grass?
Yes.
Why?
Well, when the newsboy throws the paper on the lawn, the color shouldn't clash, you see? Fred, I've got lavender trees and a pink hedge and a plaid sidewalk.
Well, say, this riot of colors must be causing plenty of comment.
What comment?
Nobody even notices it?
In Hollywood, who takes off the dark glasses?
Oh, I see. Georgie, I wonder what would happen if one day everybody in Hollywood took off their dark glasses and all of the people got a good look at each other.
This is a horrible thought, Fred.
But tell me about your house, Georgie. You have a swimming pool, of course.
I have the biggest pool in Hollywood.
Well, how big is it?
Well, when you stand on one side of the pool,
yes,
from the other side you can hear voices yelling. When are they going to send us home? That's how big the pool is.
Well, you're a great success, Georgie. I saw your last picture of the Dolly Sisters. It was swell.
Well, what I did for the Dolly Sisters, Fred, I can do for you. As a matter of fact, that's why I sent for you.
Really?
I want to produce a story of your life.
The story of my life?
Yes. It'll be bigger than Darryl Zanuck's Leave It to Heaven. I had to get it in.
But Georgie, I know they have a big whip out there when you leave on the plane. But, Georgie, what actor could you possibly get to play my life? Don Amici?
No, Amici's tied up.
Really?
You know, with the telephone situation, he's sorry he started the whole thing. No, there's only one man to play your life, Fred, and that is you.
You mean that I will be the star?
Star? Why, it's your life. Everybody else in the picture is just a stooge.
I'm the whole picture.
Yes, Fred, there's just one little thing.
Yes, George.
Well, now, you know how Alfred Hitchcock always sneaks into some scene in every picture that he directs?
Yes, you always see Mr. Hitchcock in the crowd trying to get into the automat with his nickel out or something.
That's right. Now, do you mind if I do just a little bit like that in your picture?
A little bit? Of course not, George.
You know, they'll just see the back of my head maybe in a barber's chair, or maybe I'll run past the camera with a pushcart fast. Nobody will see. Suppose we just call that a producer's whim.
Well, anything you say, Georgie. Now, what is this story like?
All right, the picture opens with the 20th Century Fox signature music.
George Jessel presents The Life of Fred Allen, starring Fred Allen.
Say, that's wonderful, Georgie. Now what happened?
Now, as the story opens, Fred, you are 4 years old.
Now, wait a minute. Well, how can I play a 4-year-old kid?
Fred, our makeup man can do anything, really.
But I'm 6 feet tall. How can I be a kid?
You play the whole first scene on your knees.
On my knees?
Yeah, we'll glue some shoes on your kneecaps, and nobody will know the difference.
Well, if I walk on my knees, my arms will be dragging on the ground.
All right, so we'll double up your arms, stick little false fingers on your elbows.
Well, after I'm made up, what do I do in the picture?
Well, the story opens in Illinois. Now, you see,
now,
Fred...
Wait a minute, Georgie. I was born in Boston in Massachusetts.
I know that, Fred, but we have an old Illinois set left on the lot from another picture.
What picture?
Home in Indiana.
Home in Indiana.
Now, Fred, if you're going to question every little
you're
detail...
the producer, Georgie. Go on.
All right. The picture opens. It is morning.
To little Freddie Allen, starting out in life, the world is a glorious adventure. He is on his way to school, happy, carefree. But see, he stops. The little tyke is worried. Is he late for school? By the side of the road, he sees a gaunt, lean man chopping logs. Hurrying over to this wood chopper, little Freddie says,
Sir, what is the time?
The time, my son, it's time for every American to stop and ponder. Our country is at the crossroads. Sit down on this log, son. I'm only a rail splitter myself. My name is Lincoln. Abe Lincoln.
Now, wait a minute, George.
I wrote a talk, but I'm going to make it up. My boy, I'd like you to hear it and tell me what you think of it. Sit down on the log, and I'll read it for you.
Look, now, wait.
407 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation.
Now, look,
conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition.
Now, wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. Now, stop the music. Stop the music.
Now, what's the matter, Fred? What's wrong?
What's wrong?
Yeah.
This is supposed to be the life of Fred Allen. It starts out the whole thing is Abraham Lincoln.
Now, Fred, who is sitting there on the log listening to Abraham Lincoln? You. Now, the way the camera said, whose face is the audience? See, yours. And I want to tell you something. You were great.
I was great.
Yes.
I didn't do anything.
You don't understand pictures, Fred.
Well, look,
Now, do you realize what America owes you? If you hadn't let Lincoln try out his Gettysburg Address on you, he might have gotten discouraged and torn up the whole business. Can't you hear people saying, why, if it wasn't for little Fred Allen, the Civil War might still be going on?
Now, but, George, if I was 4 years old when Lincoln was a rail splitter, today I'd be 125 years of age.
Who listens, who cares about such things in pictures? Maybe a couple of history professors who are sitting in the balcony, that's all. Or Joel Kupperman. Now, pay no attention to it. Just wait till you see this next scene.
Am I in it?
Am I in it? He says, am I in it? It's all you, Fred. You're a young man, but you have taken to drink.
Drink?
Yes, you're living in Albany. It's apple country, and you're a cider fiend.
I'm full of cider, huh?
Yeah, you're full of cider. Now you have to make a decision. What will it be? Cider or success? As the scene opens, it's the waterfront. The camera's on a jug of cider in your hand. It's clutching that jug.
Will young Fred Allen be picked up by Cider Anonymous? See, he awakens, still in a stupor. He staggers up to a man standing next to a boat on the dock. Allen speaks.
Mister, what day is this?
What day is this, young man? Today is a new day in American navigation. My name is Fulton, Robert Fulton.
Now, wait a minute.
In a few minutes, I'm testing my steamboat, the Clermont. That's why this crowd is here right now. Folks, in a minute you'll see a miracle, a boat driven by steam.
Fulton's father.
All right, laugh, you fools, but I'll show you. I told you my boat would go today. I'll steam down the river.
Steam's up, Mr. Fulton, steam's up.
All right, cast those ropes to start the engine. Watch my steam.
Keepers, the Clermont's moving.
I told you it would. Anchors away.
Stop the music. Georgie, wait a minute.
Now, what's the matter, Fred? What?
Matter? This is the story of my life. I'm already 25 years old, and so far in my whole life I have spoken twice. I have asked 2 questions.
Fred, you don't understand pictures.
I don't understand pictures, but Georgie, if I only had some lines to say, at least I could pull the whistle on the boat.
A star pulls whistles on a boat?
But what is Robert Fulton?
Look, you don't get the significance, Fred.
I did something again?
Certainly you did. You see, when Fulton faced that mob of scoffers, he was about to give up. But he saw in the crowd one face that encouraged him. The camera closes in. This face that he saw, this is yours.
You mean that I'm there on the dock?
Why, if it wasn't for you today, there would be no Fulton fish market. There'd be no steam. There'd be no Turkish bass. No steam. Tailors would be pressing pants by hand.
But, Georgie...
Stop complaining, will you? Because the rest of the picture is all you.
Well, it's about time. Now, what happens now?
Next scene opens down south. You started a new life, Fred. You got a job.
Good.
You're on your way to rent a room. And as we fade in, you're walking up the stairs of an old southern mansion.
Sounds good.
Yes, Fred Allen has made a comeback. He has work. His eyes are bright. The world is before him. He knocks on the door of the old southern mansion. A kindly old man with snow-white hair opens the door.
Pardon me, sir. Have you a room to rent?
Come right in, son, and set yourself down. My name is Foster, Stephen Foster.
Now, wait a minute.
Funny, I wrote a new song this morning, and I want to sing it for you.
Now, look, George.
Way down upon the Swanee River, far, far away.
Music. This is the last straw.
All right, now what?
What is this picture? The life of Fred Allen or a George Jessel cavalcade?
What do you mean?
Now stop stalling, Jessel. You were just going to put the back of your head in my picture. Now first the picture, you're Lincoln, then you're Fulton, now you're Stephen Foster. When do you show up as Florence Nightingale?
Who showed you the script?
Never mind. How does the picture end?
How does the picture end? Every picture fades out with a kiss.
Don't tell me you're a contortionist and you kiss yourself.
Now, listen, Fred Allen, I'm the producer.
And listen, George Jessel, I'm the star. If this is the life of Fred Allen, I won't stand for
All
it.
right, I'll tell you what to do. Drop dead and I'll make your life a 2 real short.
Fine, well, I'll do that. Make an appointment. And now, Kenny, with a short talk on the American woman.
Ever since Priscilla married John Alden, the fame of the American woman has been growing. In spirit, beauty, and ability, she leads the world today. At home, above all, she is practical, especially about shopping. That's why she buys Tenderleaf T-balls in preference to all others. They are the largest selling T-balls in America because they are better in every way. In daily use with meals or between, they provide finer, richer, more delicious tea. It's famous for flavored Tenderleaf brand tea in tasteless filter paper packets. The crisp white filter paper is pleasant to see, inviting and dainty to handle. It's entirely insoluble, so your tea is filtered as it's being made. No specks in your cup, nothing but tea goodness and a world of quick comfort. When you want quick comfort, get it this easy way. 1 Tenderleaf T-ball in your cup with boiling water added. Yes, for every good, practical reason, ask your grocer for Tenderleaf brand T-ball.
Thank you, Kenny. And now, before we stack up the Tenderleaf tea and put the Bluebonnet margarine back in the icebox, I want to thank Georgie Jessel for joining us tonight. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, next Sunday night, the Fred Allen Show brings you comedy. Drama.
But, Henrietta, you're too young to die.
Oh, yeah, hand me that peroxide.
And our guest will be...
that writer of hit tunes, Johnny Mercer.
Thank you. Have a good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
That you, Si?
Over here, Jim.
Not so loud. Major's got guards walking all the way around the fort these nights.
What do you care? You ain't a soldier. You ain't done nothing.
Look, Si, I don't want nobody at all to get suspicious of me. Not for a week anyway.
What do you mean, not for a week?
That's what I want to tell you. I'm going to be hauling rifles into Dodge starting day after tomorrow.
Rifles?
That's right, about 4 wagon loads.
Huh. That'll be a heap of rifles, Jim.
Sure it will.
And what about Jonas? Will he give you time off to do it?
Jonas? Jonas can't stop me. He's just a fool storekeeper.
Yeah, I suppose so.
I figure it'll take me before or 5 days, Si. And afterwards, I'll just quit and disappear before anybody catches on. When they do, we'll be a long ways from here.
The Army will get their rifles back, Jim. Next time they go Indian hunting.
Shh. Guard's about due. Come on, over here.
She made it, Mr. Dillon, for the first time all week. She made it.
You can't expect the train to pull in on time every day, Chester.
Well, the railroad people expect her to. Otherwise, they wouldn't write it down on the schedule board up there.
Well, that's the time they hope she'll arrive.
Well, then they ought to say so. With all their money, they can afford to be honest about such things.
What have you got against the railroad, Chester?
Well, they're so rich, that's all, and I'm so poor.
How was Saturday night, Chester? You never told me.
Why, they must have been using a marked deck on me. I never had such a run of bad luck in my whole life.
Aren't you old enough to know you can't play poker with a woman sitting on your lap?
A woman? We was in the OK stable, Mr. Dillon. We didn't even have a glass of beer.
Then you didn't have much fun for your money, did you?
No, sir. I didn't enjoy 1 minute of it. Not 1 minute.
Hey, you fellas busy?
What can we do for you, mister?
I got some supplies coming on the train. I need a little help loading my wagon.
Oh, why don't you hire someone?
Well, I aim to hire you two men if you want to work. I'll give you 20 cents an hour. That's fair enough.
Here's your chance, Chester. You won't get rich, but it's something.
All right. I'll take it, mister.
What about you?
Thanks, but I got to pick up some mail.
You're talking to the U.S. Marshal, mister. He don't take odd jobs.
U.S. Marshal? Not a fact. But I don't see no badge.
Well, I don't often wear one.
Well, I'm glad to meet you, Marshal. My name's Will Jonas. I am the sutler out of Fort Dodge.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Jonas.
My supplies are in the last freight car, Chester, down yonder.
Well, where's your wagon at?
It's on the other side of the train. Won't take more than an hour and a half, maybe.
30 cents. But I can sure use it. Well, let's get at it, Mr. Jonas. Funny thing, Mr. Jonas, I never knew what a sutler did before.
If you was in the Army, you'd know, Chester. Sutler is to the Army what a general storekeeper is to civilians. We sell the soldiers everything from extra food, clothes, to whiskey and playing cards.
Is that what was in all them boxes? They sure were heavy.
Of course they were heavy. That's why I needed help. And that's why I'm buying you a beer. And here we are.
Yeah. Well, hey, look. There's Mr. Dillon.
Who?
Mr. Dillon, the marshal.
Oh, sure. Well, let's go sit with him. He seemed like a nice fellow.
Well, you go ahead. I'll get the beer.
All right. Well, here. Here's some money.
Thank you, Mr. Jonas.
Join you, Marshal?
Sure. Sit down, Mr. Jonas.
Yeah, I ought to have met you before, Marshal, but I usually drive straight to the depot and straight back to the fort.
Oh? Have you been at the fort long?
3-4 months. I've been a sutler for 10 years, ever since I got married, in fact.
Is your wife at the fort?
She is. She helps keep the store there.
Oh. There we are. Beer looks mighty good to a working man.
Don't take on airs, Chester. It wasn't much over an hour.
Here's to you.
Yes, sir.
Don't you have some sort of rank in the Army, Mr. Jonas?
No, it don't mean much, Marshal. I'm sort of warrant officer. I ain't really in the Army, though. In fact, the major's about to fire me any day as things stand.
Why is he going to fire you?
Oh, my assistant, a fella named Vale, I hired a few weeks ago. The major likes him. He wants to make him the chief sutler.
Oh.
See, this Vale is willing to do extra work for the Army, so the major's always calling on him for this and for that, and it's the work the soldiers ought to do, and I just won't do it myself. Not without extra pay, I won't.
What sort of work, Mr. Jonas?
Oh, all kinds of things. Hauling stuff, mostly. Vale's got a wagon of his own. He's no good. I don't like him, nor do I trust him.
Oh, why don't you fire Vale, then?
Too late now, Marshal. It'd look like sour grapes. And the major, he'd just hire him back as soon as he got rid of me anyway.
That major sounds like a real hard-nosed to me.
I suppose. But he don't even know Vale's not the man's real name.
A lot of men don't use their real names, Mr. Jonas.
Well, what is his real name?
Linza. Jim Linza. Saw it once on a letter he got here in Dodge.
Jim Linza?
Yes, sir, that's it. But I can't sit here telling you my troubles all day. Been a pleasure, gentlemen.
And so long.
Goodbye, Mr.
Goodbye.
Jonas. Oh, he's a good man, Mr. Dillon. I like him.
Yeah, he is. But it's this Jim Linza I'm curious about.
You know him?
No, but I know enough about him to ride out and have a talk with the major. We'll go in the morning, Chester.
While you're talking to the major, I think I'll go see Mr. Jonas.
Okay, Chester. I'll meet you there afterwards.
Marshal Dillon? Yeah, I'll see you after, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Oh, good morning, Marshal. Have a chair.
Oh, thank you, Major.
No trouble, I hope.
Well, that depends.
What do you mean?
Major, you got a man out here called Vale, the sutler's assistant.
Vale? Oh, yes. Very willing fellow. Hard worker. What about him?
He's got another name. Jim Linza.
So?
If he's the Linza I've heard about, he's not a very good man to have around an army post.
Now, state your case, Marshal.
Well, there is a Jim Linza who's a renegade. He's spied for and fought with the Indians. Sold them supplies. All of that.
You think this is the man, Marshal?
Well, he has the same name.
And you'd condemn a man for that?
No, but I'd sure keep an eye on him and find out what he's up to.
I see. I think Vale's all right, Marshal. I don't think he's a renegade.
Yeah, but, Major, if he is, he could sure cause a lot of trouble.
One man against a regiment of cavalry?
Well, I didn't say he might take on your troop single-handed.
Oh, of course not. Marshal, who told you Vale's real name is Linza?
Man whose word I think I can believe.
Will Jonas, wasn't it? Oh, you don't have to answer. I've been watching Jonas. He's only interested in his store. I know what he's trying to do.
Jonas seems like a good man to me.
Perhaps, but you're not in command of Fort Dodge.
No, I'm not.
Command has its problems, Marshal. I wouldn't expect a civilian to understand them.
All right. But what about Linza?
Well, thank you for trying to help, Marshal. I'll handle the matter.
By firing Jonas and making Linza your sutler, is that right?
I've been thinking about it, but I'll still call him Vale.
All right, Major. I warned you. Good day.
Good day, Marshal.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, Sunday night, you are cordially invited to Escape via CBS Radio. Yes, every weekend for drama that will take you right out of this world, listen for Escape at the Star's address. Hear Escape tomorrow evening on the network that brings you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
There he is. Come in, Marshal. You're just in time.
Hello, Mr. Jonas. In time for what?
Chow. Mrs. Jonas is expecting you. Chester here already accepted.
Because they insisted, Mr. Dillon, that's why.
Well, if it isn't putting you out.
Oh, glad to have you. We live right in the back of the store here. Lil, come on out and meet the marshal. Well, here she is. Lil, this is Marshal Dillon.
How do you do, ma'am?
How do you do, Marshal?
It's good of you to fix dinner for us.
No trouble, Marshal. If you don't mind dried vegetables, that's about all the Army ever eats.
Sounds fine, ma'am.
Well, some of the boys brought some fish last night, though, and I'm sort of fixing it all together.
Fish stew. Oh, I've made that myself.
Well, then I hope you'll like mine, Chester.
Oh, I will, ma'am, especially seeing as I'm half starved. I'm sure it's going to be just fine.
Well, I like cooking for hungry men. It'll be ready in a few minutes. You can wash up out back.
Oh, well, thank you, ma'am.
There's soap out there and a towel, if nobody's run off with it yet.
Oh, now who'd do that, Lil?
I don't know. But the boys seem to figure it's a good place to find a clean towel. Oh, they always return it. Dirty, of course.
Hello, Vale.
I'll be taking my wagon into Dodge this afternoon, Jonas.
Again? This'll be the 4th day.
Major wants me to.
Sure.
Who are these men?
This is Marshal Dillon. That's Chester,
Proudfoot. Lawman, huh? Ain't you supposed to be in Dodge?
I'm not a town marshal, Vale. I'm a U.S. marshal.
Yeah, I heard of you. Your trouble out here?
We came out to have dinner with the Jonases.
I didn't know you knew them.
You didn't?
What time you leaving, Vale?
I don't know. Whenever the major says.
The major ought to be paying your wages.
Yeah, he should, shouldn't he? I'll see you later. So long, Marshal.
Goodbye.
See what I mean, Marshal?
Yeah.
Well, you all go wash up and we'll sit right down. Hurry up, though.
That sure was a good dinner, wasn't it, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'm afraid we stayed too long, though. It must be nearly 3 o'clock.
Well, it's only 5 miles to Dodge. We can get there way before dark. Hey, look yonder. That wagon up ahead. Something's wrong with it.
Yeah. Looks like he lost a wheel.
Ah, poor fellow. Maybe we can help him.
Sure.
Mr. Dillon? It's that fellow Vale.
Yeah. Come on. Hello, Vale.
Well, it's the marshal again.
You want some help with the wheel?
Can't put it back on by myself. There's a pole in the ditch over there. We can use it for a lever. I'll get it.
Yeah. Chester. Look here. In the wagon box there.
Well, my goodness. He's got a load of rifles.
Yeah. Put the canvas back. Here he comes.
You think he stole them?
I don't know.
That pole's no good. It's rotten. What do we do now?
Well, we could ride back to Fort Dodge and send some help out to you.
Oh, no, I don't want that.
No? Why not, Vale?
I just don't, that's all.
Well, it'll take at least 4 men to lift this wagon. Unless you want to unload it first.
No, and I ain't gonna unload it.
Wait. Here comes some soldiers.
That's the major.
Yeah, so it is.
What's the trouble here, Vale?
Wheel rolled off, Major. Have to lift the wagon up to get it on again.
Corporal Harris.
All right, now, if you men will just get under it now. Get it up good now. Here we go, on.
Oh, Marshal, step over here, will you?
Sure.
I hear you had dinner with Will Jonas and his wife.
Yeah, that's right. But before you say anything, Major, do you know what Vale's carrying in that wagon?
Do you?
Rifles. He must have 20 or so.
25.
Oh. All right.
This load makes an even 100 bales carted into Dodge the last few days. We're overstocked, so we're shipping them back to Fort Scott. Does that explain everything, Marshal?
Yeah, sure. If they all get there.
You're over-suspicious, Marshal. Perhaps it's the nature of your job.
Perhaps.
Vale's all right. His helping out with this sort of work means my soldiers have more time for their military duties.
His name's Lenza, Major. And I've told you what he is.
And you had dinner with Jonas. No, I'm not convinced, Marshal. Oh, there, the men seem to have the wheel on. I've got to get back to the fort. I've just been exercising my horse a little, you know. Don't have much time.
We'll get behind this bluff, Chester. He can't see us.
He's not out of that cottonwood grove yet.
We'll trail him like this all the way into Dodge. And if nothing happens on the road, then they're stealing those rifles off the train somehow.
They?
Well, I doubt if Lindsay's working alone. It'd be too difficult.
You're pretty sure he's stealing them, aren't you, Mr. Dillon?
Well, from what I've heard of Lindsay, he can make a lot of money off of some good rifles. He'll probably trade them to the Indians for horses and then sell the horses. He and whoever's in on it with him.
Plum makes me boil to think of that major about to fire Mr. Jonas and then letting this Lindsay get by with everything.
Now, he's doing what he thinks right, Chester. He'll learn.
I sure hope so, sir. And before it's too late.
Where is that wagon? He should have come out of those cottonwoods a long time ago.
Maybe his wheel fell off again.
I hope not. Oh, there he is. No, that's a different wagon.
Well, it sure is. And it's headed this way. Look, it's left the road.
Yeah.
I didn't see a wagon hunter come through there, did you?
No. It could have been hidden easy enough, though.
There's Lindsay's wagon now, just leaving the trees. What'll we do? That first one will be over here pretty soon.
Yeah, let's drop back a little, Chester. They might see us.
Yes, sir.
All right, Chester. Now, you make a big swing around this bluff and stay out of sight as long as you can. Come onto the road behind Lindsay and follow him into Dodge. Right to the depot if he goes there.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to wait right here for that other wagon. I'm curious about it. All right, get going. I'll see you in Dodge.
Yes, sir.
Pull that team up, mister.
Don't shoot. Easy.
All right, now wrap your hands around those lines. Now 2 or 3 times. Fill them up. All right, now jump down. Arms high.
You got that drop on me. I won't try nothing.
Now take your gun. All right, you can put your hands down.
What is this, a holdup?
I'm a U.S. Marshal. This is no holdup.
What do you want me for?
Your team will stand, drop the lines, and get around to the back of the wagon.
What's this all about, Marshal? I ain't done nothing.
And I don't want you, and I'll apologize to you. But first, I want to see what you're carrying.
I can tell you that. It's just a bunch of shovels, and I'm late home, Marshal.
Well, let's see them. Check that canvas off. Go on.
Okay, Marshal. So they ain't shovels?
No, they're sure not.
Well, what's wrong with a man having a few rifles?
Nothing. About 15, I make it. That right?
15. Now, can I go?
What's your name, mister?
Cy Wills.
All right, I'll find out your real name later. Get back on the wagon.
I bought them rifles. Gonna trade them off around the country to cowboys and hunters and the like.
Yeah. Go on, get up on the box.
Can I go now?
Sure, you can go. Right ahead of me, straight into Dodge. Now get moving, Wills. You'll have company pretty quick, Wills.
Who?
Now, you wouldn't want me to spoil the surprise for you, would you? If there's anything I hate, it's a renegade.
Mr. Dillon?
Where is he, Chester?
He put the rifles on the train, sir, but there wasn't any 25 of them. I guess you found the rest, huh?
Yeah, his partner had him. I got him locked up. Where's Lindsay now?
I followed him to the Longhorn. He's in there.
Yeah. The wagon's out back, Chester. You better stack those rifles in the office here.
Yes, sir.
I'm going after Lindsay.
Well, you shouldn't have any trouble. He's not wearing a gun.
I know. I'll be back shortly. Lindsay.
Give a man the jumps coming up behind him that way, Marshal. What are you doing anyway? Why'd you call me that? It ain't my name.
You're under arrest, Lindsay.
My name ain't Lindsay. You got nothing to arrest me for.
Your partner's waiting for you, Lindsay. I just locked him up.
I got no partner. What are you talking about?
Where are the rest of the rifles? What did you do with them?
I don't know nothing about it.
All right. I just thought it might go easier with you if you and Wills recovered all the rifles. It's up to you.
Okay, Marshal. We stole a few rifles. That ain't so bad. If I tell you where they are, will you let us go? Or at least let me go?
You'd cut anybody's throat, wouldn't you, Lindsay? We'll find the rifles. Come on.
All right, Marshal. I won't give you no trouble.
He just broke his arm.
Pick up the knife, Sam. Are you coming quietly now, Lindsay, or do you want me to break your neck?
I'm through, Marshal. I got a dock for my arm.
You're bleeding, Marshal. Do you stick you?
I didn't get in. It went across my ribs. You're quite a man, Lindsay. You don't even know how to use a knife. Now get going.
I heard what happened yesterday, Marshal, so I come in early this morning.
Well, glad to see you, Mr. Jonas, anytime.
He didn't hurt you bad, did he, Marshal?
Oh, it was my fault. I got careless.
Doc took 5 stitches in him, Mr. Jonas. I watched the whole thing.
Me, I don't like blood. My old man was a butcher, too.
Well, maybe that's the reason, Mr. Jonas.
I don't follow you, Marshal.
Good morning, Marshal. Gentlemen.
Major.
Oh, Major.
Oh, that's quite a stack of rifles you've got here, Marshal.
Yes, isn't it?
I heard the whole story, Marshal. I hope you weren't hurt.
No, I'm all right.
I looked up the bills of lading. They'd obviously been altered.
Out of 100, I figured they shipped 40 rifles and stole 60.
Yeah.
You still got that Pawnee Scout, Big A?
Yes, I have.
Well, Chester will ride out and trim the wagon tracks. Big A will find the rest of your rifles for you.
Good idea. Oh, Mr. Jonas, I'd like to apologize to you, sir.
Oh, no, that ain't necessary, Major.
For me, it is.
Oh, all right. I think I understand, Major.
Thank you. Marshal, I find myself in an extremely embarrassing position, professionally, with the Army, you understand. And I wanted to ask you...
Major, I'd like to ask something of you first.
Why, yes, certainly.
Those 2 men I got locked up, I was wondering if you'd take them back to Fort Dodge. It's sort of a military matter anyway. You could try them out there.
Well, that's very decent of you, Marshal.
Well, I figure once is enough in any one day for a man to admit he was wrong.
Thank you, Marshal. I'll send a guard in for the prisoners. Well, Mr. Jonas, would you care to ride back to Fort Dodge with me? I came in alone.
Oh, be happy to, Major.
under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Harry Bartell, Joseph Kearns, Julie Conger, and James Nusser. Parley Bear is Chester. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Mystery with a twinkle in the eye. CBS Radio's Mr. and Mrs. North. Mystery with dynamite action. CBS Radio's Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar, starring John Lund. Catch up with the Norths and Johnny Dollar every Tuesday on most of these same CBS radio stations. George Walsh speaking, and remember, there's action as a policeman really finds it in 21st Precinct, Tuesdays on the CBS Radio Network.
America's favorite miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny program.
J-E-L-L. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with I'm in a Dancing Mood from the picture This'll Make You Whistle. Only 16 more shopping days from now till Christmas. 16 busy days, each day busier than the one before. 16 days with little time for planning or preparing your daily menus. So stock up on Jell-O right now, because with Jell-O in your kitchen, you'll never be at a loss for a delicious, easily prepared dessert. You'll save time and trouble whenever you serve Jell-O, and its refreshing taste, its bright, cheerful color are a happy prelude to Christmas time. Jell-O is always welcome, for Jell-O is always enjoyable with its fine, fresh fruit taste. More of the flavor of real ripe fruit, more skillfully blended. These are the reasons for Jell-O's added richness. No other gelatin dessert has Jell-O's extra rich fruit flavor. So make sure you get the real thing. Insist on genuine Jell-O. That was I'm in a Dancing Mood, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that, Hey, Jack.
Yeah?
What's the matter with your eye?
Nothing. Why?
Well, it looks kind of swollen and discolored.
It's nothing. Go on and introduce me, will you? This isn't television.
Okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that genial fellow with the gray suit and the black eye, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is smiling Jack Benny coming to you in his usual good spirits and never felt better in his life. And tonight, folks...
No kidding, Jack. What happened to your eye?
Well, Don, if you must know, I was on my way over tonight in a great hurry, and I drove into a filling station to get some gas and got into an argument with the attendant. I finally lost my temper and knocked him down.
You did?
Yeah. Then I got up, and he knocked me down again. Well, this went on for about 3 minutes, and then I took a terrific swing at him, hit him on the jaw, and he went out like a light.
Well, then what happened?
I finally got away without having my windshield cleaned. Look, Don, look. All I wanted was a little gas, that's all. Is that asking too much?
No, of course not.
I didn't want my fenders manicured or any rose water in my radiator. I just wanted a little gas.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Of course, I'll admit I shouldn't have lost my temper amidst such glamorous surroundings. You know what these California gas stations are like.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, what kind of a gas station was it?
What kind? Don, have you ever seen the Taj Mahal by moonlight? With its marble pillars and sunken gardens?
Yes.
Well, just put 3 gas pumps in front of it and you've got it. Well, to tell the truth, I didn't mind so much when the man insisted on cleaning my windshield. But when he started to wash my face, that was going just a little too far.
I don't blame you, Jack. You know, I must drop in there for gas sometime if it's that swanky.
By all means. And if you do, Don, be sure to ask for Oscar. He's the maître de lubrication.
Meanwhile, Jack, you better have your eye attended to. It's getting worse.
Oh, it'll go away.
Hello, Jack. Do you look good?
I do.
Take a look at his eye, Mary.
Oh. Hello, Jack. Do you look bad? What happened?
Oh, nothing. I had an argument with a guy who was selling me something, that's all.
You're some sap to buy a black eye.
I didn't buy it. It was given to me.
Gee, I wouldn't have it for a gift.
Don't be comical. Anyway, you ought to see the other guy. Say, I can always take care of myself.
Well, then why do you let that Phil Harris bulldoze you all the time? That guy gets away with murder.
Oh, no, he doesn't. After what I told him last week, he's plenty worried. Believe me, Don, there's not room on this program for both me and Phil Harris. Is there, Mary?
I'm not talking till after Christmas.
Oh.
You know, Jack, Phil's late again today.
I know it, and I'm just waiting for him to get here, that's all. And you'll hear the... Well, just wait till he gets here.
Now, don't do anything rash, Jack.
Don't worry, he won't.
Oh, no?
Here comes Phil now, and Kenny's with him.
Oh, he's got Kenny that way, too.
Yeah, and then I stuffed the pillow under my shirt and made off like I was fat.
Oh, gee, that's good. You're funnier than Jack.
Who isn't? Hello, Buck.
Hiya, Jack.
Now, come here, Kenny. What's the idea of walking in here 10 minutes late?
Well, I was with Phil.
Now, don't change the subject. I've had enough of your actions coming in here late every week.
This is the first time. It's Phil that's always...
And furthermore, I don't like your attitude one bit. Neglecting your work and running around with girls.
I don't have any girls. It's Phil that's...
Well, cut it out, that's all.
Oh, leave him alone, Jack. He's a lovable dope.
Yeah? Now, look, Kenny, you're just a kid, and you've got your whole life before you. You ought to watch your step. See, do you want to grow up to be like Phil Harris?
Do I? Wow!
Well, you can't do it on this program. Either straighten yourself out or I'll do it for you.
Say, Jack, it's Phil's fault. Why don't you bawl him out?
Listen, Mary, I'm just ignoring him. That hurts a lot more than a bawling out, believe me.
Well, he's standing there kidding with the orchestra. He doesn't look hurt.
Say, a smile covers many a broken heart. Oh, Don, while you're over there, ask Mr. Harris to play the next number.
Why don't you ask him yourself?
I don't want to talk to him. First thing you know, we'll get into an argument, and after all, I've only got one good eye.
And you want to keep that open.
Yeah. Phil's the type who'll take advantage of my condition. Tell him to play, Don.
Hey, Jack, well, you're acting like a kid. Come on, snap out of it. What's the matter with you anyway? If I did anything wrong, I'm sorry. Let's shake hands and make up.
Go on, Jack. Shake hands with him.
Oh, no. It's probably a trick to break my arm. I wasn't born yesterday. Thought he'd catch me off my guard.
Jack, that's ridiculous.
Why, that's the dirtiest trick yet, the big bully.
You better play, Phil.
Okay.
Imagine breaking a guy's arm when he can only see out of one eye. That's the most brutal thing. And look at him now, picking up that stick. He's going to hit me.
That's his baton. He's getting ready to lead the orchestra.
Oh, I bet he's got it full of lead, the big dope. That was I'm in Love with a Brand New Baby, played by Strangler Lewis and his orchestra. Which would have been rendered much more effectively if their leader got to bed nights. Mary, get a load of Phil pretending to be busy over that sheet of music. I bet he's got a phone number written on it someplace.
I'll bet it's a good one.
Yeah. He brags plenty. I've seen some of those girls he goes out with. They're not so hot.
You said it.
Yeah.
I saw him out with a girl last night, and she wasn't a bit better looking than Loretta Young.
He don't care who he goes out with as long as she splits the check.
Hey, funny man, was that last crack meant for me?
Well, was it? It wasn't meant for Paul Whiteman. So if the shoe fits, put it where it belongs.
Don't tempt him, Jack.
That's so. He talks a great fight.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I've tried to be a regular fella, but you've gone a little too far. Enough is enough.
Oh, you've had enough, huh? You see, Mary, he gives up, the coward. That's what he is.
Coward? Why, you swell-headed. You swell-headed...
Punk.
You swell-headed punk. I'll take care of you.
Oh, you will, eh? Well, if I had the use of both of my eyes, I'd give you something to write home about.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
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 For
Yeah.
heaven's sakes, fellas, what's the matter with you? Ladies and gentlemen, when you order Jell-O for your dessert, insist on genuine Jell-O. Look for the big red letters on the box. And remember, it comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Yeah.
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 Look at that silly goo.
Now, wait a minute. You're not talking to Kenny Baker, you know.
I'll say you're not.
You keep out of this. You hear?
Don't worry, Kenny. I'll take care of him.
You and who else? Ha! Top that one, big boy. Say, Mary, look at him standing there with a chip on his shoulder.
Quiet, it might be muscle.
Yeah, it would be just like him to hide muscle under his coat. The sneak. I'm so mad my ears are ringing.
That's the phone.
Oh. Hello? Who? It's for you, Mary. Plainfield calling.
Plainfield?
Yeah.
Hello? Oh, hello, Mama. How did you happen to call? What? Oh, they're fighting as usual.
See, everybody knows about it.
No, don't worry about me. I'll be all right. Oh, it isn't that bad, Mama. I don't have to get under the piano.
You see, Phil?
No, Mama. Jack didn't break Phil's arm. Phil broke Jack's arm.
I did not.
I don't want to disappoint Mama.
No, that's so.
Yes? Yes, Mama, it's too bad about Jack's eye. What? Well, give my love to everybody. Goodbye.
Well, what are you laughing at?
Mama said if you kept your mouth shut, your eye'd be open.
Oh, she did, huh? Well, why don't she join this program? We're short of comedians.
Say, Jack.
What?
Kenny wants to sing his song now, and he's afraid to mention it.
Well, let him sing. Why ask me? Nobody around here seems to worry much about what I think.
Should I sing now?
Yes, Kenny, go ahead. Don't bother asking me. I'm just a stooge around here anyway.
Oh, no, you're not, Jack.
No, not much. No. I'm surprised I'm allowed to talk. Sing, Kenny. Go ahead. Your pal Harris will cooperate with you.
Go ahead, Kenny.
Yes, anytime. In the middle of one of my jokes, if you want to. Don't mind me. Nobody else does. The next orchestra lead I hire is either going to be a gentleman or smaller than I am. Sing, Kenny. What are you waiting for? Sing!
I find my lips meeting your lips until the dawn's early light. I find my arms holding your charms long after we've said goodnight. Lord, Your very wish would be my command. I hold my breath when I hold your hand. Close to me, you're so close to me, and somehow we're so far apart. I could reach the top of a mountain or the deepest part of the sea. Here you are, so close to me, and I can't reach your
That was Close to Me, sung by Kenny Baker, accompanied by the Jello Orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, we were supposed to continue our serial, Buck Benny Rides Again. As you will remember, last Sunday night, the play ended with Buck Benny having just cornered Cactus Face Elmer, the outlaw, in Ike Muller's saloon. But Cactus Face, using unfair tactics, like some other people I'm associated with, made good his escape. Meanwhile, up to this very moment, we have been unable to locate Cactus Face. So tonight, we will have to discontinue Buck Benny.
Aww.
It hurts me too, fellas. Kind of had my heart in that there character. But anyway, not to disappoint our listeners altogether, tonight we are going to present an original society drama entitled Money Ain't Everything. Or, oh yeah? I will play the part of J. Stuyvesant Schnorrer, an American millionaire who is cruising the Mediterranean on his luxurious yacht.
I will be his daughter, I imagine.
Yes. Don Wilson will play the captain of the boat, and as a special added attraction, he will not mention our product.
Not at all, Jack.
Not one single flavor.
Shucks.
Kenny Baker will play the part of a bogus prince. And owing to the shortage of actors, our orchestra leader will play the part of Kenny's brother, who is also bogus. And I don't mean only in the play. What? This will go on immediately after the next number, which will be rendered by that Vine Street playboy and his yes man. Mary, take a quick look and see if Phil is burning up, will you? Vote for Mr. Rhythm from the big broadcast of 1937. And now for our play, Money Ain't Everything. The scene takes place on the palatial yacht of that well-known millionaire, J. Stuyvesant Schnorrer, which is cruising the peaceful Mediterranean with a gay party of moochers aboard. We now take you to the yacht, Bad Check, which is bouncing all over the Mediterranean. Curtain, music, waves. Mrs. Vanderveer. Mrs. Vanderveer,
Yes, Mr. Schnorrer.
you'll have to ask your little boy to put back the steering wheel. We've been going around in a circle for 3 days.
How do you know?
We just bumped into the back of the boat.
Very well.
Oh, Mr. Schnorrer, look, we're heading straight for an iceberg.
An iceberg where?
Right ahead of you.
That's Wilson, and he's cold. Oh, Captain.
Yes, Mr. Schnorrer?
I wish you'd put a bottom in our swimming pool. I've lost 3 of my best friends. And by the way, have you seen my daughter?
She's about someplace, sir.
Well, I must find her.
Begging your pardon, sir, I must warn you about your daughter.
Really?
There are fortune hunters aboard, and now that she's twice as rich as ever before, every day millions of people propose to her.
Now, Captain, are you sure it's my daughter's interest you have at heart?
Yes, and I hope the man she marries will be half as true as the extra-rich true fruit flavor of my favorite dessert.
Thank you, Captain. I'm glad you think as much of my daughter as you do of your job. Ah, here she comes now.
Hello, Peter.
That's Pater. Tell me, daughter, where have you been?
Up on the poop deck drinking pop.
That's a pip.
You said it, Pap.
My child, you look worried tonight. What's on your mind?
Prince Boris and Prince Morris have asked me to marry them, and I don't know which one to accept.
You mean those bogus noblemen? Why, they're nothing but fortune hunters. Where are they now?
Down in the coal bin playing shovelboard.
That's calling a spade a spade. Now, my dear child, why do you want to marry either one of those designing schemers? They're only after my money.
That's not true.
It is true, and you know that such a marriage cannot last.
Oh, you say that every time I get married.
And I'm always right. You've had enough rice thrown at you to fill the Hollywood Bowl. Weddings, husbands, every year a new honeymoon. Why do you get married so often?
I got a boyfriend in Niagara Falls.
Well, one thing you can be sure of, young lady. I won't stand for either one of those fake princes.
Pardon me, Mr. Schnorrer.
Yes?
The stowaways are complaining about the food.
Well, tell them to throw it overboard.
They did, and the sharks threw it back.
What's the score?
Oh, Pater, here come the 2 princes now. Ah, Prince Boris.
Mademoiselle.
Prince Morris.
Mademoiselle.
Quiet, Prince. Oh, Pater, I want you to meet Boris and Morris. They've been on your yacht for 3 months.
Oh, so that's who they are. I saw them in the dining room so often I thought they were the waiters. Give me back my tips.
Phooey on you.
That goes for me, too.
You I'm not worried about. Now, your highnesses, I understand that both of you bums are in love with my daughter. Is that right?
Yes.
And you want to marry my daughter?
Yes.
And if I was broke, would you still want to marry her?
Yes.
Just as I thought. I won't stand for this, daughter. You can't marry either one of them.
Oh, but I love him, Father.
Which one?
The one in the middle.
You need glasses. Where did he come from?
The pup deck.
Well, let's get down to facts. Even if I should permit this marriage, Your Excellencies, only one of you tramps can be her husband.
I have an idea. We'll toss a coin to decide. Have you a coin, brother?
No, have you?
No.
Then we'll fight a duel.
Good. Daughter, leave the yacht.
I want to watch.
Leave the yacht, I say.
Okay.
Doggone it, I meant leave the room. Oh, Captain! Captain, my daughter fell overboard. Fish her out of the water.
What'll I use for bait?
A mink coat. She'll snap at that. And I'm not kidding, fella. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Well, let's go on with the duel, gentlemen. Here are the pistols.
Mine's okay.
Hey, wait a minute. Mine isn't loaded.
You're telling me. Now stand back to back. Pistols in right hand. March 10 paces. Turn and fire. Understand?
Yes.
All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, Mr. Schnorrer.
Yes?
A cablegram for you, sir.
A cablegram? Let's have it. Hold everything. Hey, fellas, listen to this. It's from Frank Carson.
What does it say?
It says, Dear Buck, have just located Cactus Face Elmer. Return at once. I'm holding the posse till you get here. Well, what do you know about that? Come on, boys, let's go. We ain't got a minute to lose. Buck Benny rides again. Watch out, man. Don't get the horses wet.
This will continue next Sunday night. Will Buck get Cactus Face? Will the horses get wet? Will Phil Harris get here on time?
These and many more questions will be answered next Sunday night.
Jack, are you screwy?
Tune in next Sunday night and find out. Play, Phil.
For years, chocolate pudding has been one of the most popular desserts, but now it's more popular than ever, and all because of Jell-O chocolate pudding, the new way to make that grand old-fashioned favorite. Jell-O chocolate pudding is smoother, creamier, more chocolatey. It's amazingly easy to make, too, and it brings you delicious, real homemade flavor. Just follow these simple directions. Mix the contents of a package of Jell-O chocolate pudding with some milk in the top of your double boiler and let it cook for about 10 minutes when the mixture will be thick and luscious. Wait for it to cool and then serve your prize pudding in sherbet glasses. It's no trouble to make, and once you've tasted Jell-O chocolate pudding, I know you'll agree that it's one of the swellest desserts you ever served. Your family and friends will tell you so, too. Get some Jell-O chocolate pudding in the morning. It sells for the same low price as Jell-O, and one package makes enough for 6 happy servings. If your grocer hasn't put Jell-O chocolate pudding in stock yet, be sure he orders it for you.
This is the last number of the 10th program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And I'll be glad to see, that is Mary and I will be glad to see, all of our Phoenix, Arizona friends Tuesday night. Say, Mary, I'm giving a little party tonight at the Trocadero. You want to join me?
Oh, sure, Jack.
How about you, Don?
Thanks, Jack. I'll be glad to.
You too, Kenny?
Okay.
Well, I guess that's about all.
Didn't you forget someone, Jack?
Oh, I don't think so, no. Good night, folks.
Jell-O.
The tune, Just One of Those Things, is from the production Jubilee. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, has come to you from the NBC studios in Hollywood. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas in Dark Victory.
Lux presents Hollywood. Our play for tonight, Dark Victory, an inspiring play of a surgeon and a girl. Fate tried to separate them. Love brought them together forever. We want you to know how sincerely we appreciate your enthusiasm for this program and our products. Your purchases of Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes, which enable us to bring you these productions, tell us in the best way possible that you like the Lux Radio Theater. Headline tonight, are Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas in Dark Victory by George Brewer Jr. and Bertram Bloch. Our guest is Miss Nina Roberts, hairstylist of Hollywood stars, and Louis Silvers conducts our orchestra. Our producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille, is unable to be with us tonight. As guest producer, we're happy to welcome back, through courtesy of B.P. Schulberg, one of the screen's outstanding celebrities. You've heard him before on this program in both this capacity and as a dramatic star. A great actor, a genial host, a splendid gentleman. We're proud to present Mr. Edward Arnold.
Thank you, Melville Roig, and good evening, everyone. I considered it one of the greatest compliments I ever extended me when last January I was invited to the Lux Radio Theater to take the place temporarily of Cecil B. DeMille. I feel still more flattered and grateful to have been given that honor again, though I sincerely regret the occasion of Mr. DeMille's absence. But illness overtakes even the best troopers now and then, and while I know my regret is one you all share, you'll be happy to learn that his illness is not serious and that DeMille will be back with us next week or the week after, producing the Lux Radio Theater as heretofore. I'm particularly happy working with two such charming and important people as Barbara Stanwyck and Melville Douglas. Miss Stanwyck may not know it, but she's assumed a major importance in the Arnold household, being the idol of my 13-year-old daughter, Jane. The love of my daughter's life happens to be horses, and ever since Miss Stanwyck acquired a ranch in the San Fernando Valley and began raising fine horses, Jane's invariable greeting when I come home is, "When are we going to get a ranch like Barbara Stanwyck's? Hello, Pop." When it comes to off-screen activities, I have a little more in common with Melvin Douglas. We're both pretty fond of good music, both have wives who are singers, and at present, Melvin and I are hard at work in a drive for the Symphony Society of Southern California. Miss Stanwyck comes to us from 20th Century Fox Studios, where her new picture is called Always Goodbye. Tonight we hear her as Judith Traherne. Mr. Douglas, who plays Dr. Frederick Steele, is a Columbia Studios and Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star and is now at work with Louise Reiner in The Toy Wife. Our curtain goes up. The Lux Radio Theater presents another outstanding Broadway play, Dark Victory, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas. A country cottage on the north shore of Long Island. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. In the darkened living room, a telephone jangles wildly. From the hall comes Dr. Frederick Steele, a robe thrown hastily over his pajamas. He switches on a lamp over the desk and lifts the receiver.
Hello? Yes? This is Dr. Steele speaking. Who? But I'm a brain man. Well, I haven't been taking any calls down here. I'm on a vacation. Have you tried Dr. Parsons? Oh, I see. I thought he'd be back by now. Of course, I'll come if you think it's important. What's the name, please? What's the matter with her? She had it long? All right, I'll be there as soon as I can.
No, Mr. Hearn, not Dr. Parsons. There's another one coming, Dr. Steele.
Steele? Who is he?
Judith, what kind of a hostess are you? Come and join the party.
Leslie, please, Martha's sick.
Oh, she'll be all right.
Well, I'm worried about her. Leslie, see if you can keep them quiet in there, will you? And for heaven's sake, turn off that radio.
I beg pardon, Mr. Hearn. Dr. Steele is here.
Thank you, Harvey. See what you can do, Leslie. Dr. Steele?
Good evening.
I'm glad you could come, Doctor.
Thanks. I've been wondering if I came to the right place.
Oh, you mustn't let the noise confuse you.
I'll try not to. Where's the patient, please?
It's Mrs. Blaine. My maid will show you to her room.
This way, Doctor.
Thank you.
I'll be up in a few minutes.
Just
came on all of a sudden, Doctor. I had a pain here. Then I got dizzy just like that. And then I don't know what happened. I feel a little better now, though. But I'd feel terrible if I thought I couldn't ride tomorrow. We're having a hunt, you know.
Really?
Riding to hounds. Oh, you think I'll be all right, don't you?
Yes, I think you'll be all right. Excuse me.
But aren't you going to prescribe something?
I'll take care of it. Good night.
Well, Doctor?
Did I leave my hat in here?
Are you going already? How is she?
Oh, she'll be all right with proper nourishment and care, and if my advice is followed to the T. I dare say she'll be able to ride to the hounds tomorrow.
I see. And what is your advice, Doctor?
Don't give her any more to drink.
Thank you. I'm sorry to have bothered you, Doctor, but I didn't know.
It's all right. She's like a lot of women of your class, stomachache cases. Does your right eye always twitch like that?
Only when I'm flirting with someone. Good night, Doctor.
Good night. Lots of luck tomorrow. I hope you catch the fox.
Judith, we're way off.
What's the difference?
Well, they've all gone down the road.
We'll cut across the field and meet them. I'll race you to the fence, Leslie.
It's a go.
Come on, Stardust, come on.
The rail's up. We pass right through.
First one through the gate.
Keep to the left or you'll miss it.
Oh, stick to your riding, Leslie.
Over this way. Bear to the left.
I know where I'm going.
You're too far over. You missed the gate.
Come on, Stardust, come on.
Judith! Judith, for God's sake, you're going right for the fence.
Come on, come on.
Judith, look out for the fence. Look out, Judith! Judith! Judith, are you all right? Judith.
I asked you a question, Judith. Won't you answer me, please?
What is it, Doctor?
Did you take the medicine I prescribed?
Yes.
Did it do you any good?
Yes, I told you it did. Why do you keep after me all the time?
Because I'm not satisfied with your condition.
Well, I am. I'm all right, I tell you. I had a bad fall. It didn't kill me. I'll get over it.
You had that fall almost 4 months ago. You should be over it now.
Well, I might be if you'd stop feeding me pills for a few days.
Now, Judith, look at me. I saw you into this world, my dear. I only want to keep you in it, in health.
I'm sorry, Dr. Parsons.
Now what about those headaches? Do you still have them?
At times.
When did you have the last one?
I don't know. Yesterday, I think. They're nothing. I've had them before.
Before? Before you had the fall?
Yes.
Judith, I want you to do a favor for me, will you?
Well, what is it?
Now, please don't refuse me. I want you to go into New York with me. I want you to see a man there. A doctor I have great faith in.
Oh, Dr. Parsons.
Now, please, Judith. I just want to satisfy myself that everything is all right. Now, will you do it? For me?
Very well, Doctor.
Good. I'll go and call him now. I won't be long. Hello? Hello? I want to put a call through to New York, please. Yes. To Dr. Frederick Steele.
I tell you, Parsons, I can't do it. I told you on the phone I couldn't do it.
Oh, but you've got to help me. It's important, Steele. This girl
I
is
don't
one...
care who she is. I can't see her. I quit New York practice. Closed my office yesterday. I'm leaving in about 20 minutes. Why don't you get Findlay?
Findlay's in Europe.
All right, then get Park.
I don't want Park or any of the rest of them. They're no better than I am. I want you.
Can't be done. I'm leaving for Vermont.
Very well. It's going to be a little embarrassing for you.
Embarrassing? Why?
Because she's out there in your waiting room. I brought her with me.
I see.
Now, Steele, you're always crying out about the sad lot of humanity. Well, there's humanity waiting for you in that room. You can't turn your back on it.
All right, Parsons, you win. I'll see your patient.
Good.
But I'm still leaving here in 20 minutes.
Come in, Judith. Judith, this is Dr. Steele.
Dr. Steele? How do you do, Doctor?
Oh. Mr. Hearn, isn't it?
Yes.
You know each other?
Slightly, yes.
Well, that simplifies matters considerably. I'll wait outside, Doctor.
Sit down, Mr. Hearn.
Thank you. I had no idea you were this, Dr. Steele.
I had no idea you were that, Mr. Hearn. Does it make any difference?
Not to me.
Fine. I know something of your case, Mr. Hearn. I understand you had a fall.
Yes.
I also understand you don't like to talk about your health.
I don't?
Why?
It bores me, that's all.
Most people love it. Is that light from the window too strong for you?
No.
But your right eye seems to...
It's, just the same little failing, Doctor.
Oh. How old are you, Mr. Hearn?
I'm 27 years old, an only child, an orphan since I was 20. I weigh 115 pounds. I've had mumps, measles, and whooping cough, all at the proper ages. Shall I go on?
Please.
I'm interested in horses. I take plenty of exercise. I smoke to excess, but seldom drink. I'm said to have a sense of humor.
Your headaches must interfere with that.
I see you have my case history.
They're pretty bad, aren't they? Those headaches.
I can stand them.
Mostly on the right side.
Yes.
How'd you happen to fall from your horse?
We were riding for the gate. I misjudged the distance and missed it. My horse didn't clear the fence.
How far to the right of the gate were you?
They tell me it was about 15... How did you know it was to the right?
I guessed it.
Clever of you, Doctor. About 15 feet. I suppose you think I got what I deserved.
How do you mean?
Oh, that night you came to the house, you had a great contempt for the pastimes of the idle rich.
Oh, I was a bit cranky that evening. You must make allowances for the hour.
But you have a contempt for them?
They don't appeal to me, that's all.
Well, it's the only thing I know. What does appeal to you? Just your practice, I suppose.
No, that least of all.
You seem to be doing pretty well.
Too well. It comes a little too easily, this feeding sugar pills to a Park Avenue clientele.
Oh, I know. Stomachache cases.
Yes, you can call it that.
It sounds awful.
It is.
Then why do you do it?
Because, like you, Mr. Hearn, I'm caught in the swim.
Oh, Doctor, what a relief to find out you're no better than I am.
But I'm leaving my practice. Clearing out.
Retiring?
No, just the contrary. I'm going back into medicine.
That's a little deep.
Well, I'm going to a remote village in northern Vermont to be a country doctor.
Oh, yes, I remember now. But why? And why Vermont?
I was born there.
Oh, it's just sentiment then.
If you like.
All the same, I think I envy you. It must be swell to believe in what you're doing.
Don't you?
No, not the way you do. Oh, I'm not complaining, take it all in all. They dealt me a very good hand. I'm young. I have no particular responsibilities. I won't cultivate them either. I'm freer without them. I'll probably marry someday. No hurry about that. And when I do, I'll build a house on a ridge I know with a glorious view. I'll have my horses, and with luck, I'll have, about 40 years of it. I think that's a pretty good setup.
Do you? That light is in your eyes, isn't it?
I wish you wouldn't keep harping on that. There's nothing the matter with my eyes.
But you're squinting.
I'm not squinting.
I'll pull down the shade. That's better.
Suit yourself at your office.
What did you do yesterday, Mr. Hearn?
What?
Yesterday, what did you do?
Why, I went to the theater in the afternoon. I played bridge in the evening.
But yesterday was Tuesday. There were no matinees. You're sure it wasn't the other way around?
Oh, yes, I guess it was.
What was the play?
I can't remember the title. It wasn't very good.
Too bad. How'd you come out at bridge?
Let me think.
Quickly.
Well, I can't remember.
You lost, didn't you?
Yes, I lost.
How much?
How can I remember? I played bridge every day.
You've been losing a lot lately, haven't you?
Yes.
Playing badly?
I suppose so.
Forgetting what cards are out and what's been bid.
Why do you ask me all these silly questions?
I told Dr. Parsons I'd try to make a diagnosis.
Then all this talk... You've been examining me, haven't you? Watching everything I say, every move I make.
Yes. Do you mind?
Well, I guess it's all right.
Thank you.
Well, what have you discovered?
I don't know. I'd like you to put yourself in my hands for a few hours to make a complete test. Would you do that? Will you?
Oh, I'm going to surprise myself. I'll do it.
Steele, I thought you'd never finish.
It took a little time, Doctor.
You've missed your train, of course.
Train? Oh, yes.
Well, how is she? Did you find anything?
She has everything to live for, hasn't she? Money, position, everything.
What's the matter? Well, don't stand there looking at me like that. What is it?
Glioma. Brain tumor.
Good God. Where?
Temporal and parietal lobes. She has a right visual defect.
Is it, can we operate?
Yes.
Will you do it?
Yes. Probably won't help much.
She'll be an invalid?
No, there'll be a recurrence in about 10 months. A short period of blindness. That'll be the signal.
The signal?
For the end.
Oh.
She'll die within 10 months.
Doc Victor, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas. In a few moments, our stars will return in Act 2. During our brief intermission, we are going to give you an opportunity to determine your movie IQ. That is, to find out how well you really know your movie stars. A young lady is going to read some sentences which don't seem to have much significance. But hidden in each is the name of a famous screen star. Just the last name. See if you can spot it. Listen carefully, and remember, it's only the last name you're to watch for. Let's go. First sentence.
She's a blonde. L is not her first initial. I'll repeat that. She's a blonde. L is not her first initial.
Did you get it? That's Joan Blondell. She's a blonde. L is not her first initial. Oh, Mary, maybe you'd better read that just a little bit more slowly. I can see some people in the audience straining to think.
Surely, Mr. Ruick. Sentence 2. A ton of coal barely lasts us through the winter. Now I'll say that again. A ton of coal barely lasts us through the winter.
That was easy. Claudette Colbert. A ton of coal barely lasts us through the winter. Sentence 3.
On payday, vistas of joy confront us. Here it is again. On payday, vistas of joy confront us.
Now, that's not quite so easy. Davis. Betty Davis. On payday, vistas of joy confront us. We named 3 of the loveliest, most charming women in Hollywood. Joan Blondell, Claudette Colbert, and Betty Davis. They each represent a different type of beauty. But about complexion care, they all agree and use Lux toilet soap regularly. And they give you another tip. We use Lux toilet soap as a bath soap, too, they say. They find this soap with active lather a sure way to protect the daintiness that is so essential to feminine charm. Its active lather removes perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt. Leaves the skin really fresh, perfumed with a delicate fragrance you'll love. And now, Edward Arnold.
We continue with Doc Victory, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas. With a strange willingness which she herself did not understand, Judith placed herself in Steele's hands and underwent the difficult operation. But she still doesn't know that her cure is only temporary. That certain death is waiting for her before a year is gone. In her hospital room, she's propped up in a wheelchair by the window, gazing up at Steele, who stands in front of her.
And I'm going home in a week, you promise?
I promise.
Oh, I'm glad. It'll be grand to be home again. There's so much I want to do.
You'll have to go easy, Frost.
Oh, I will. What about riding?
Well, not for a while.
But soon.
I hope so.
You'll come to see me, won't you? Of course you will. You're going to come often.
I'm surprised you want me.
Oh, I've forgiven you, Doctor. Everything you said. I'm feeling very noble just now.
Are you?
Mm-hmm. I guess everyone feels that way after flirting with death. Was I brave, Doctor?
You were very brave. You'll always be, I think.
Thank you. I like to believe I was, anyhow. I'd like you to feel I was worth the trouble.
Trouble?
Dr. Parsons told me you were planning to leave the morning I came to you.
Oh, that was nothing.
Well, I just want you to know that I appreciate it, that I'm grateful to you. You know, it's funny, I never had faith in anyone before. Not real faith like I have in you. What have you done to me, Doctor, besides effecting a cure? What are you thinking about?
I'm thinking you'd better go back to bed. You've got a lot of resting to do before you leave here. I'll drop in again in the morning. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Doctor. Give him a good rub down, Michael.
Yes, miss.
How are you, Martha?
I'm stunned. Is this Tell me you're out riding. I thought you'd been drinking.
Did you just get here?
10 minutes ago.
Oh, you must be the first. Come inside. I've got a lot to tell you.
Who else is coming?
Oh, it's a big weekend. Harker, Les Clark, the Todds, Mabel, Jerry Levitt for you, and Dr. Parsons.
To lend a medical flavor.
Go ahead, Martha.
Anyone else?
Well, I mentioned Fred Steele, didn't I?
You very pointedly did not.
Well, he's coming, of course.
I've rather bitter memories of Dr. Steele. He's very rude.
Oh, he's not really. He's marvelous when you get to know him.
You seem to know him quite well.
I'm trying to.
You've been pretty hard hit, haven't you?
I'm in love with him.
And he? That's always the first question one asks.
I don't know. He's so hard to see into. Oh, he's conscious of me. I affect him pleasantly, and he may be in love with me. But if he is, he doesn't show it.
Why couldn't the Spaniards or the French have landed on Plymouth Rock instead of the Puritans?
Well, he enjoys being with me, I know that. And he's opened my eyes to a new world. He's the first thoroughly fine person I've ever come close to. What's the matter?
English is your common tongue. What else have you in common?
Oh, don't joke about this, Mother.
I'm not joking.
If I married him, I could teach him.
Well, my pet, get him if you can, and my blessings. Only, remember the man who went hunting with a butterfly net and routed out a panther.
A panther. Yes, that would be just the thing for my farm.
Farm? You have no farm.
Oh, but I might have one of these days in Vermont, darling. Fred, come in. Oh, I didn't expect you until dinner time.
I thought I'd come early if you didn't mind.
Oh, I'm glad you did. We can have a talk before the crowd gets here. Sit down.
I'd like that. I may not see you again for quite a while.
Why, Fred? Oh, you mean you're going to Vermont?
I'm leaving tomorrow.
So soon?
It has to be sometime.
Of course.
How have you been, Judith?
What? Oh, fine.
Let's have a look at you. No headache?
None.
Been sleeping well?
Beautifully.
Appetite good?
Marvelous. You see? I know all the answers.
Good. Now stand with both feet together. Close your eyes. How's the balance?
Perfect.
I find nothing wrong.
There isn't. I rode today.
Oh. How'd it go?
How did it go? I wish I had a gift for words, Fred. For the first few minutes, I was tense. I couldn't forget that day when I crashed into the fence. I saw the whole thing happen again. And then my horse responded. I put him to a hedge. We cleared it beautifully. The fields lay clear and green before us. I was free. And what was better, I was myself again. Oh, Fred, how can I ever thank you?
Oh, don't let's talk of thanks.
I owe you so much.
I've been repaid 1,000 times for anything I've done. And I never want you to feel under any debt to me.
I think that's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me. Are you so generous to all your patients, Dr. Steele?
Judith, you know what I mean.
Oh, perhaps I do, and perhaps I don't. How much of what you say do you ever mean?
I mean that I care so much that I'll be ready to come to you halfway across the earth whenever you call me. Is that better?
You sound so serious.
Well, it was a serious speech.
It had such finality to it. Fred, what's disturbing you?
Nothing.
Yes, there is. Why do you choose just those words whenever you call me?
I was trying to fit the role you picked for me.
Well, you're not telling me the truth, but that's your privilege. I'll get it from you sometime. Perhaps later in the summer if I should see you.
What?
Well, you see, a real estate friend of mine told me last night that I ought to have a place in the mountains. And where do you think he suggested I buy a place? Vermont.
No, really?
Uh-huh. Maybe I'll buy it. And then I can come up once in a while and stand godmother to the babies you bring.
Well, I'll have to arrange for them to be born between your horse shows.
You think it's all nonsense, don't you? My interest in showing horses. But I love it, and I do it well. That's something, isn't it? Oh, I know. But what of the more serious side of life, my child? Oh, don't worry. That's coming, too, when I'm married.
Married?
Mm-hmm.
Are you thinking seriously of getting married?
Why not? Is it unnatural? Look at me. Is it so hard to think of me in love? What's the matter?
Nothing.
Fred, what's happened?
Nothing's happened.
What are you hiding from me?
Judith, why should I hide anything from you?
Oh, don't evade. You're trying to protect me. From what?
I tell you, there's nothing.
That strange, solemn note that comes into your voice whenever we talk about me and my future. I've noticed it before.
You're imagining things.
Oh, don't lie, not to me. What's frightening you so?
Judith, you're frightening yourself.
Oh, I see. I see. This terrible thing in my brain is coming back. It is, isn't it? And this time it's going to... I'll die, won't I?
Judith.
I'm going to die. That's it, isn't it, Fred?
Oh, God, Judith. Please.
I'm all right. Just give me a minute. Light a cigarette for me, will you? Thanks. I'll have those headaches again and that awful confusion.
No, you're not going to suffer again. That's all behind you now.
How will it come?
Quietly. Peacefully.
God's last small mercy. I'll have no warning. No chance to be ready.
There may be a moment near the end when you won't be able to see quite as usual.
You mean I'll go blind first?
Just for a moment. Then you'll be perfectly all right again for a few hours.
Fred, how long have I? A year? 8 months? 6?
Possibly more. Judith.
I'd rather you didn't touch me just now. Do you mind? I think I'd like to be alone, Fred.
Why?
I won't do anything reckless.
I'd rather...
I want to be alone, Fred.
Mr. Hearn, about...
Mr. Hearn can't see you now, Harvey.
Well, it's about dinner, sir.
There'll be no dinner tonight. Tell the guest that.
No, don't tell them anything, Harvey. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Yes.
Judith, you can't do this. You're in no condition to...
Please, Fred, it can't make any difference one way or the other, and I want to do it this way.
Pretty gay, aren't they? What are you doing out here, Steele? You ought to be inside with the young people.
I'm doing the same thing you're doing, Parsons. Watching her.
Yes. Strange, isn't it? That girl in there, so full of life, so entitled to live. And a contemptible, meaningless organism puts a period to it. It's rather a bitter commentary on advanced medicine.
She'd be the first to tell you that. She's found out.
What?
She knows she's going to die.
Good God. How did she find out?
I told her this afternoon.
You told her? Oh, how could you?
We won't go into that. She caught me off guard. She was thanking me for saving her, talking so hopefully of her future.
How did she take it?
You know how she'd take it. Magnificently. But she's a lonely girl. She'll be lonelier now.
She has courage. Thank God for that. She has friends, many of them.
Friends? Those chattering fools in there, do you think they can help her? One word from me and they'd run from the house like rats.
Steele, you wouldn't.
No, I won't tell them.
Where are you going?
To be entertained, Dr. Parsons.
Oh, come in, Dr. Steele. You're just in time to hear the punchline.
Stop it. You'll be sent home.
Without her supper?
Without her supper.
Because of one little story.
Oh, one of your little stories, yes.
Oh, you know, Judith, my suspicions of you are right. You're not sophisticated at all. Actually, you're a woman who's destined to be a mother and who have loads of children. There's Oscar and Judith and Peter and little Frederick.
Why don't you shut up?
What?
Dad. It's all right, Martha.
It isn't all right. Judith isn't well.
I am. I'm all right, I tell you.
Will everyone please get out?
No one is getting out.
Judith, I want to speak to you. Will you come outside, please?
I'll be right back, everyone. That was rotten of you, Fred.
It was the only intelligent thing I've done today. I'm not going to stand by while you put yourself through an ordeal like that.
What do you want me to do? Sit upstairs by myself and think how in 6
This
months...
isn't the time to face people who expect you to be gay and happy.
I would have carried it off tonight if you hadn't interfered.
And then what?
Then? Nothing.
You're wrong, Judith. There is something. Something more important than you think. You can find peace.
Oh, he takes away my life and offers me peace. You left me too much for peace. 6 long months. Oh, God, how long they seem.
Now, give yourself a chance, Judith. Don't try to adjust yourself to this thing. All in a minute, you can't do it. You're only going to make it harder for yourself if you try. Judith, trust me. I'm your friend.
Too much, my friend. Oh, much, much too much. Oh, I'm talking in riddles. I dislike people who evade. But suppose I don't like myself. What of it? It'll be that much easier 6 months from now. Must be horrible to die loving oneself. I'm shocking you.
No.
Disappointing you, then.
No.
Well, why do you stand there and say nothing? Your eyes searching me, your mind, that beautiful scientific mind judging me. Well, what do you think of this exhibition? What do you think now of your calm, brave Judith who went into the operating room without a tremor?
What I've always thought of you. I only want you to have the same faith in yourself that I have in you.
Oh, you've never had faith in me. You thought there were too many bad spots. You dislike my world. You despise it. Well, thank heaven for that world now. At least my friends will help me cram my days and nights to overflowing.
You mustn't tell them, Judith. Don't ever do that.
No, I don't want sympathy. I want action. I want to move, to live. The nights will be filled with music. I'll put on a good show, believe me, and I'll be satisfied with that for my epitaph.
No, you won't be. You're too vital a person to be satisfied with that. There's the truth, and you've got to face it.
The truth is I'm going to die in 6 months. There is no other truth.
We all must die. The tragic difference is that you know when. And we don't. But the important thing is the same for all of us. To live our lives completely.
The doctor talks.
Because I know that you want so much more than your friends can possibly give you. Because I want you to find some measure of fulfillment.
Fulfillment. Haven't I been dreaming of fulfillment? Hoping and praying? Fulfillment. Oh, you fool, you poor fool. Can't you see? Don't you know? I'm in love with you.
Judith.
Oh, I shouldn't have done that. It was unfair of me.
Judith. I never dreamt.
Oh, it doesn't matter, Fred. It would have been much worse if you'd loved me, too. I know you don't think there's a place in your heart for love, and now I can never teach you. Never. Never, never. That's a terrible word, isn't it?
Judith, I'm taking you away with me.
Yes? Why?
Because you need my help.
Still my friend. Oh, go away and leave me alone. I can't rise to your height. I only wanted you to hold my hand. You can't even do that. You're no good to me. You're no good to me at all.
Sit down, Judith.
No, I'm not in your office now. You can't do that to me. Why don't you see? You'll only stop me living the few hours left to me. My friends can lift me out of this, but you mean defeat, futility, and death. Always and always that, and I won't have it. I won't let you spoil what's left.
Judith.
I want you to go away. I want you to go and stay away. I don't want to see you again. Ever.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
With the second act of Dark Victory completed, and with the third act to come in a few moments, we go from the serious mood of our play into a lighter vein. we devote this brief intermission to a meeting with another backstage Hollywood personality who helps make motion pictures what they are. She is Nina Roberts, chief hairstylist of the United Artists Studios. Miss Roberts has been parting the hair of glamorous stars for 12 years, starting with Mary Pickford and Norma Talmadge. At the moment, she's working on the Walter Wanger production, Algiers. And the efforts of our 20 assistants are seen in such recent films as The Adventures of Marco Polo, Stella Dallas, Stand-In, and The Goldwyn Follies. In the latter film, Miss Roberts achieved the distinction of giving Master Charles McCarthy his first shampoo, Finger Wavin' Marcel.
And I've been picking splinters out of my fingers ever since, Mr. Arnold.
Didn't Charlie feel like a sissy getting his hair done?
Indeed not. He was a little scared that his scalp might warp. But apart from that, he didn't open his mouth.
Well, probably because Edgar Bergen wasn't around. But why, Miss Roberts, was it necessary to operate on Master McCarthy's curls for the movies?
Because the picture was done in Technicolor, Mr. Arnold, which demands much more attention to detail than black and white films. And here's a fact that might be particularly appropriate. Each star in a Technicolor picture uses special Technicolor makeup. Before this makeup is put on and when it is taken off, you will find that the stars make generous use of Lux toilet soap. They prefer it because its active lather makes it such a fine complexion soap. A soap that removes stale cosmetics thoroughly.
Well, we're glad to hear you say that, Miss Roberts. A fact like that should be interesting to the women in our audience who also use Lux soap. Now about hair. From my casual observations, the present mode seems to have come directly from the history books. The modern girl apparently wants to look more like a page boy.
Right you are, but the page boy bob is now at its peak, which means another style will soon replace it. The pompadour. You'll first see it in modified form, with the hair swept up the back of the head and curls on top in the form of paillettes or ringlets. Hair will be worn sleek and tight to the head, so it will really look bobbed, and women will once again reveal the fact that they have ears.
Well, there are many types of girls and faces in our audience, Miss Roberts. Would you make an attempt to distribute a little specific advice?
You name them and I'll try.
Well, let's begin with the general classification of brunettes.
Good. Dark hair usually looks best when it's sleek and well-groomed, because dark hair around the face usually shows a definite hairline. Blonde hair doesn't show a definite hairline, and therefore usually looks better curled.
Very good. Now, what about the girl with a round face?
She should wear her hair drawn smoothly from the forehead and a soft knot in the back. In the evening, a high dress will subdue the roundness of the face.
Now, the girl whose nose is a trifle larger than she'd like it to be.
She should avoid both the high hairdress and a lot of waves on the top. She should keep a flat hairline, the head, and fullness at the sides in the form of curls or waves.
And for those who wear glasses?
My suggestion is never wear the hair pulled away from the face. A softly waved hairdress with some fluffiness around the temples is most becoming. And speaking of fluffy hair, Mr. Arnold, did you know that Lux toilet soap makes the head grand as shampoo? And we use it at the studio all the time. But getting back to girls with glasses, they should choose hats with widely flaring brims, never off-the-face hats or turbans. You'll find all these types on the screen. So watch the pictures not only to see specific examples, but also to learn what's new in style. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Roberts. Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas in Dark Victory. It's late October. 4 months have passed, and Judith is living desperately, cramming a lifetime into a few short weeks. But she finds no satisfaction in her mad existence, no relief from the gnawing thought that her days are numbered. She's in the car now, on her way home from a late party.
Faster, Leslie. Oh, you can go faster than this, can't you?
Maybe I can, but I'm not going to try.
Well, what are you doing?
We're stopping. You might not care about your neck, but I'm very sentimental about mine. Now, don't you think we ought to turn for home, Judith? It's almost dawn.
Well?
You ought to get some sleep.
Sleep? Oh.
What's the matter with you? What are you doing to yourself? You can't go on this way much longer.
No, I can't.
Well, then why don't you stop? Everybody's talking about you.
Not you, Les.
Oh, not me, no. But I don't like to see you throwing yourself around. Not unless you throw yourself at me.
Would you like that, Les?
Judith, what is this?
You can kiss me if you want.
Judith, I never knew you could be like this. What's got into you?
Oh, it's no good, Les.
Judith.
Let me go. Let me go, please. Oh, you were right. I can't go on this way. I can't die like this.
Die? What are you talking about?
I'm going to die in 2 months, Leslie.
What?
It's as certain as the night is passing now. You're practically holding a dead woman in your arms. Does that frighten you? It is rather repulsive, isn't
Judith,
it? That's why I've been living as I have, so cheaply, so stupidly. But it's over now. I'm leaving tomorrow.
Where, Judith?
Oh, away from all this, as far as I can get. The stars are so bright, aren't they? It's been a grand autumn, with all the colors. The old year puts on a fine show near the end. That's what I have to do. I have to learn how to die. I'll go home now, Leslie.
Good evening, Jenny.
You're late tonight, Dr. Steele.
Yes, I have to stay at the Fraser's house longer than I expected.
It's after 9 o'clock.
I know. I saw the train pull out as I came by the station.
You're tired, aren't you?
I hadn't thought about it. Maybe I am.
Well, I don't like your looking so tired.
Oh, don't worry about me, Jenny, and don't fuss. Remember, I'm not in the second grade any longer.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, so am I, Jenny. Don't pay any attention to me. I'm all right.
Oh, I thought coming back here would, well, it'd make everything different. It hasn't. You're not contented here, are you?
No, nothing is ever complete, Jenny. There's no such thing as perfection. I've learned that.
You didn't used to think so.
But I've learned. You see, I came very close to it once, Jenny. Almost to the thing itself. I held it in my hand. But there was a little flaw, and because I couldn't compromise, I lost it.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Good night, Jenny.
Good night.
Who is it? Who's there? Judy. Judith, darling. Darling, it's cold. Come in.
I came to you, Fred. I came to you after all.
Oh, Judith, darling. Here, sit down. Are you all right?
Yes.
Give me your coat. How'd you get here?
I walked.
You walked from the station?
There wasn't any taxi. Fred, I've got to speak to you.
No, not tonight. Let it wait until tomorrow.
No, I've got to tell you now. I've come a long way. You'd better hear me.
All right, go on.
I've done what I said I would, Fred.
Yes.
Everything. It was no good. It didn't work, Fred.
I was afraid it wouldn't. I should have brought you with me. I failed you, Judith.
No, I failed myself. But last night I reached the end, so I've come. I won't demand much. Your strength can help me face myself.
Oh, darling, I'll give you so much more than that.
I don't want more. I wouldn't know what to do with it. Now.
I love you, Judith. I want you to marry me.
Fred.
I want you to marry me, Judith.
You do. You really do. Oh, that's very precious.
I'm lonely, too. I need your companionship. And your love. To make me whole again.
Oh, darling, be careful. We mustn't make it harder for ourselves.
Oh, you're still afraid that I'm just your friend.
No, I'm not. You do love me, and I'm grateful. But it's too late. A shadow's fallen on my earth. It mustn't fall on yours.
But, darling, it's been falling since time began. Even as we speak, the earth is shouldering eastward. Come here, darling. Between now and now, there's been birth and the passing of life. Sunset and dawn, weariness, and answering sleep. And your shadow is mine. And your victory over it. That's mine, too.
I must never interfere with your being a doctor. Your kind of a doctor. You must promise me that. It must be part of our bargain together. Oh, I want to help you. I must give you something of me that will live on in your work. After I've gone. When I've done that, I shall have done everything.
I understand. I promise, darling.
Jenny, we have a deficit for the month of $43.17.
That's splendid, Mrs. Steele. As I recall, it was over 100 last month.
At this rate, we'll soon be living within our income.
No, don't tell the doctor. He won't even mail out his bill.
Oh, Jenny, who did collect the bills before I came?
The patients collected.
And still doing it, some of them. Here's John Hunter with a bill of $8 rendered 4 months ago.
My dear, if John Hunter ever paid a bill, the entire country would rock on its foundation.
I know, and he's such a kind man. He looks just like a horse. I'll take it. Hello? Yes? Montreal? Well, Dr. Steele isn't here. Is it person to person? I see. Well, he ought to be home soon. All right. An emergency call. I don't like that. Oh, Jenny, they wouldn't call him to Montreal, would they?
It's possible. You mustn't fret every time he goes out of the house.
I know. I grudge every minute he's away, every second.
Well, then you shouldn't have married a doctor.
Oh, please don't say that.
I didn't mean it, ma'am.
Jenny, what was he like when he was a little boy?
Who?
Dr. Steele. Was he a nice little boy?
He was not. He was nasty. All little boys are nasty.
Oh, he wasn't.
Oh, very well, then, just as you wish.
Oh, dear, I wish it wouldn't cloud up like this.
What?
I don't like it getting overcast so suddenly. It means a storm.
Storm? But the sun's out. Why, it's bright out today.
Oh, it was. You mean it's getting dimmer every second. It's getting so dark, Jenny.
What is it? What is it, Mrs. Steele?
Nothing. I'm just dizzy.
Well, sit down here. Yeah, sit down here. There. Is it all right?
Yes. Yes, it's all right now, Jenny.
Oh, you frightened me, ma'am.
Oh, it was nothing. And Jenny.
Yes?
You mustn't tell the doctor. You mustn't. Do you hear?
Oh, but...
Do you hear, Jenny?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Montreal? Hello, I'm waiting for a call from Montreal. All right. Hello, Platt? Steele speaking. Do you want me? Oh. Yes. Is the skull fractured?
Fred.
Montreal. Well, what are the chances? Well, no one very sick at the moment, but anything might happen. No, not from what you say. No chance unless you operate. Yes, it is. Very delicate. Yes, I've had good results, but I...
Oh, you must, Fred. You've got to go.
Wait a minute. But, darling, it means at least 3 days.
But you must. You can save a life up there, Fred. Tell him you'll go.
Hello. How about the trains? Yes, I can make that one. All right. Goodbye. There's a train at 6 a.m. But I don't like this, Judith.
It's all right, Fred. Believe me. Almost time, darling.
I know. Decent of you to sit up with me. I'll have to leave in a few minutes.
Yes.
I don't see why Platt can't get someone else up there. There are plenty of doctors in Montreal.
But none like you, darling. I was going over your books last night.
What'd you find?
Oh, certain debts owing my husband that cannot be paid.
Not one that you haven't repaid 1,000 times.
Have I really been a good wife?
You've been a wonderful wife.
Oh, I've loved it so every minute. How can I make you understand? Fred, look out there. Out of the window. Somehow it's been like that. shining and quiet.
It's deep winter.
Deep winter. And behold, snow was upon the earth in silence. And all things had been fulfilled that were to be. And there was no emptiness under heaven.
Judith, dear. If anything should happen... Oh, my God, Judith.
Shh, darling. I walked to the mill dam yesterday.
I haven't been there lately.
Oh, we must go soon.
Yes.
There's snow on the evergreens.
Is there?
Fred, I found out at last.
What?
What it means to live up here. Why you wanted to come back. You must never leave here, Fred. You must go on living here. Always. You better go now, darling.
I'm not going, Judith. I'll call Platt and tell him.
Oh, darling, come here.
No, I thought I could, but I can't.
Fred, remember our bargain.
No, words, that's all. I didn't know what they meant. I didn't know what I was to lose. It's my life now. Mine, this little time in all my life, and then to have it taken away from me. My wife, whom I love. I can't stand it. There's a limit to what a man can bear.
Fred, we have just 1 minute together. Look at me. I was never to fail you or keep you from your best. We've had our love, and we're complete. Nothing can hurt us now, for what we've had can never be destroyed. That's our victory. Our victory over the dark. And it is a victory because we're not afraid.
Thank you, darling.
And you'll never, never look back?
Never.
Hold me close, darling.
Oh, God, I'll hold you this way forever.
Forever is now. Isn't it?
Yes. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Darling.
Mrs. Steele, is the doctor gone?
Yes.
He left this piece of paper with me. It has the address where he's going to be. He said in case you needed him.
Give it to me, Jenny.
Yes, ma'am. But, Mrs. Steele, you're tearing it.
I'm not going to need him, Jenny. Because someone else needs him more.
Who? Who needs him more?
Someone who's going to live.
Slowly the curtain falls and our play, Dark Victory, is ended. And now let me observe one of the happiest customs of the Lux Radio Theater by bringing back for a curtain call Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas as themselves.
There are two things in particular, Eddie, for which I want to thank the Luxo people. And Dark Victory is certainly one of them. It's such a grand play to me because it presents a down-to-earth problem that might confront any of us. But more than that, it proves that a kind of happiness can be found apart from the usual boy-gets-girl variety. It also shows that when you're faced with a situation which you're helpless to change, that you can be happy through honest acceptance of facts and by making the best of circumstances.
That's an admirable philosophy, Barbara. I'd like to add just a little to what you've said. A word about doctors.
Well, you should be able to do that, Melvin. You came pretty near to becoming one yourself.
Well, the nearest I came at it was to serve for a while in the Army Medical Corps. But there are times, as Doc Victory's pointed out, when surgeons and doctors are quite helpless to aid materially certain conditions. But they're constantly seeking. And little by little, they're constantly finding. For all we know, in some obscure laboratory, a doctor at this very moment may be making a tremendous discovery. Believe me, it's rather heartening to realize that in these troubled times, there are men who forget color and race and creed in a battle for all humanity. But, Barbara, you said there were two things for which you were grateful.
Yes. I want to go on record once again for the product behind this program. I'm sure if all our listeners could come to Hollywood and see how popular Lux Soap is in all the big studios, they'd realize how much we depend upon it as it keeps our complexions exactly right for the camera. I always use Lux Soap at home, too, for the very excellent reason that, to me, it's the finest complexion care in the world.
Coming from you, Barbara, we're especially glad to hear that.
And now, Eddie, what about giving us another one of your recipes? I understand that poem of yours on how to make sauerbraten was quite a sensation.
Oh, I can do other things besides cook.
Really?
Oh, yes. I've been doing a bit of vocalizing, singing.
Well, I know you're just begging to be asked, so go ahead.
Well,
what are you going to sing?
Won't exactly be singing. It's a sort of a recitative,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, it was written by Franklin P. Adams and set to music by my friend Richard Hageman. He's the noted musician, composer of Kapenzaki and former conductor of the Metropolitan. It's called Rich Man, and Mr. Hageman was brave enough to come here tonight to play it for me. Are you ready, maestro? The rich man has his motor car, his country and his town estate. He smokes 50-cent cigars and jeers at fame. He fribbles through the livelong day. He knows not poverty, a pinch. His lot seems light. His heart seems gay. He has a cinch. Yet though my lamp burns low and dim, though I'm a slave for livelihood, think you that I would change with him? Ha! You bet I would.
Actor, poet, musician, Eddie, you're wonderful. Good night.
Actor, poet, Oh, well, what's the use? Good night, Eddie.
The play you will hear next Monday night is The Drama of a Hunted Girl, our radio adaptation of that highly successful film, Mary Burns' Fugitive. Filled with excitement and romance, it's the story of a small-town girl who thinks she's in love with a man who later turns out to be a ruthless gangster. How real love and sanctuary finally come to Mary Burns provides an hour of great radio entertainment, especially when our stars will be three such superb and popular performers as Miriam Hopkins, Henry Fonda, Mary Astor, and Lloyd Nolan. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Miriam Hopkins, Henry Fonda, Mary Astor, and Lloyd Nolan in Mary Burns' Fugitive. This is Edward Arnold wishing you all good night.
Current scene of the MGM picture auction in the past return. And in the Columbia film, there's always a woman. Mr. Arnold begins work shortly on the Columbia film, You Can't Take It With You. The screenplay, Dark Victory, is owned by Selznick International Studios, producers of the recent Technicolor picture, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for Shirley Temple's new picture, Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the National Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
You know, being a teacher isn't a bed of roses or a bowl of gravy, not by any stretch of the imagination. A teacher is just like a parent in many respects. Each student must be handled differently, just as a parent must raise each child differently, because they are different. So if a teacher has 10 or 30 different pupils, he has 10 or 30 different problems. And sometimes they can be real problems indeed. Why don't we call this story The Ranger Factory? Colonel Anders, my boss and the man in charge of the whole western area, ordered me to the Ranger School, which is about 100 miles northwest of Knotty Pine. I was to take command of the school while Monty Westfield took his month's vacation, which he well deserved. I arrived at the school late in the afternoon.
Welcome to the Ranger Factory, Bill.
Factory is right. You've certainly got some fine-looking young men here, Monty. How are you, anyway?
Oh, I'm just fine. In fact, I'm very fine now that I've got a month's loafing looking me right square in the eye.
I know just how you feel. You surely earned this one. Say, school grounds look like a military academy. Beautiful lawns, well kept. The buildings and grounds immaculate.
Well, this is a military academy, for all practical purposes, Bill. We keep hard discipline here. These men have to learn how to take orders as well as give them later on in their ranger careers. We want men here, not boys.
Well, you've been turning out nothing but men, as far as those who come to me are concerned. Fine lads, smart, ambitious, clean-cut, obedient. And yet, even though they obey orders and commands to the letter, they still don't stop thinking.
I'm pleased to hear that, Bill. Look, let's run over to the house with your luggage, and then after dinner I'll brief you on the school and the present crop of rangers to be. We hope.
Sure glad your wife doesn't cook for me all the time, or I'd weigh 300.
Don't think I'm not fighting the battle of the belt line continually, Bill.
Yes, sir, I can understand that all right. Cynthia can really cook. Say, where are you going on your vacation?
Why, we're going east to visit my folks and Cynthia's folks so the grandparents can see their grandchildren more than the usual once a year.
Uh-huh.
We plan to visit some historical and educational spots, and then I'm going to do some fishing.
Sounds like good tonic for the nerves of a busy man like you.
Oh, come in.
Here is the evening report, Mr. Westfield.
Oh, very good. Bill, this is Jonathan Morgan, upperclassman. John, this is a gentleman by the name of Bill Jefferson.
We're glad to have you here, sir. We've heard much about you, and we look forward to taking instruction under your command, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. I'm glad to be aboard.
Is that all, sir?
Yes, John. You may go.
Thank you, sir. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Tag that young man for my division when he graduates, Monty. Very sharp.
He was a problem when he first came.
Oh?
Yes, one of the world owes me a living type.
What did you do to get it out of him?
We worked him so hard from sunrise to sunset that he didn't have time or the energy to think up ways to try and bluff his way through life. Now he's so used to working for what he gets that he's top man in his class.
Good.
We made it rough for him for 6 months, though. It's like taking a rough-cut log and working on that log until you've cut it up and rebuilt it into a fine piece of furniture, polished and something to draw respect and admiration.
How many refuse to be rebuilt and never make the grade?
Well, we've had 6 so far. 6 out of 1,730 men.
Man, that's a remarkable score. It's better to find out here they won't make it than out on the field where it may cost lives and property.
Right. What do you say we take a walk around the campus, huh?
That's a fine idea. I'll be able to work off some of the dinner before we turn in for the night.
I was thinking the same thing. I'll go over the curriculum and the students with you for the next 2 days, and then, well, you'll have to row your own boat.
That'll be fine, Monty. 2 days breaking in should keep me from getting blisters on my hands.
You asleep?
Almost. Why?
Guess who I was just introduced to over at the old man's house?
Not Bill Jefferson.
In the flesh.
What's he look like?
Oh, about 6 feet or maybe more. Dark hair, brown, I'd say. But what a physique. Boy, that guy's nothing but bone and muscle, and it's put together in the right places. He looks like he could break a grizzly in half barehanded. Looks dignified and handsome, too.
A natural-born leader of men. We're in for something. I wish I were in the new recruit class now. He'll really teach them something.
You said it. He looks pleasant, but I hear he's plenty tough. He's fair, but tough.
I've heard that he's helped a lot of people and that he's a Christian. If that's true, he can't be so bad.
We'll find out after the old man leaves on his vacation.
Bill.
How many?
40.
How many problem men?
Oh, you're wise as an owl, Bill. Well, there are 3 problem men. Mm-hmm. Eric Sloan, Frank Perchler, the men call him Brownie, and Nicholas Anzio.
Oh, tell me about them.
Well, Eric Sloan is on his 2nd tour of the school.
2nd time?
Mm-hmm.
What happened the first time? Flunk out?
No, Eric's a good scholar, but he's frightened almost to death of a parachute jump.
Oh, fear complex, huh?
Mm-hmm. Oh, we've made some progress, but I'm afraid it's not enough. Brown is another fear complex problem.
Oh, is that right?
Yes. He fears snakes. Any snake.
That's too bad. The uneducated fear snakes because they don't know them or their habits. Brownie shouldn't, with the college-level education he's had. How about Nick?
More of the same.
What's he afraid of?
Water.
Well, that's an easy one to overcome. The other 2 are going to be difficult, to say the least.
I'm glad I'm going on vacation.
You say that as though you have apprehensions, Monty.
Well, this is the first class that's had 3 men with fear complexes. I don't envy your job. Usually we have 1 man with fear complex, although the aptitude and psychiatric tests usually spot these men before they come to us, and, well, they're weeded out.
I'll see what I can do to help these 3 men.
Oh, I know you will. That's why I asked Colonel Anders to send you.
Oh, so you're the culprit.
Yeah. Bill, we need a man here who can be firm but understanding, fair but tough. One who loves his men, but yet won't let them think they can get away with a thing.
Well, thank you. I'll do all I can to confirm your trust in me. Say, and you better be getting home?
Oh, is it that time already? Oh, it sure is. Bill, I've got to run. Cynthia will have nervous prostration if I'm late. Write me and let me know how things are going, will you?
Have a good rest, Monty. Goodbye.
Well, it looks like we're in for it now, fellas.
I know what you mean, Nick. I heard our new CO takes you right up in the field, and there's no horsing around either.
I suppose the first thing we'll do is make a parachute jump.
Nobody knows, Eric. But whatever it is, a tough teacher teaches you a lot, if you can take it.
All I hope is that he doesn't hold any swimming contests.
Well, I'm not going to worry about it, Brownie. I'm doing the best I can, and that's all he can ask.
Well, I'm for hitting the good old bed, huh? It's almost lights out time. I want to be rested for tomorrow.
Right. Let's get out of here and head for the dorm. We'll get ready to face the tiger in the morning.
Good morning, Mr. Jefferson.
Good morning, John.
It's a fine morning, sir. Here are the morning reports.
Oh, thank you.
Any special orders, sir?
Yes, I want all the men and their instructors in the auditorium at 9 o'clock.
Yes, sir. I'll take care of it right away. Anything else, sir?
No, not right now, thank you. Oh, Jonathan.
Yes, sir?
One more thing. Alert the airfield. I'm taking the recruits up for a fire jump at 10 o'clock.
Very well, sir. I'll attend to it.
Good morning, gentlemen. I suppose you've heard wild tales about me and how I can skin a cougar with one hand tied behind my back. Well, it seems that every time there's a change in command, the tales run wild over the area. Some are true. Most of them are just tales. It's a human trait to decorate truth with the fancies of one's mind, according to the likes or dislikes of the person telling the story. Now, you men have nothing to fear from me, as long as you hit the ball to the best of your ability. I expect you to do your best. If you don't, or can't hit the ball the way you should, then I'm going to find out why. We're all human beings. We all make mistakes. Likewise, we all have different abilities. My job is not only to teach you, but to help you. So we'll work together to help you make good. I don't want to see any man here be afraid to come to me and speak his mind. Now then.
Mr. Jefferson?
Yes, John?
A yellow alert has come in, sir. A small fire has broken out in the tall tree country.
Well, this is fine. Thank you, John. Gentlemen, a yellow alert has just come in. A small fire has broken out in the tall tree country. This is most opportune, since I plan to take the recruits up for a fire jump at 10 o'clock. Mr. Anderson.
Yes, sir.
You will be in charge while I'm gone. All upperclassmen will prepare and stand by according to the usual practice when a yellow alert comes in. If the fire gets out of control, you'll proceed according to plan and send student units to various field commanders. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Fine, thank you. The recruits will immediately leave for the airfield. Gentlemen, you're dismissed.
The men are ready for inspection, sir.
Thank you, John. What's your name, son?
Frank Perchlow, sir. The fellows call me Brownie.
Just your parachute harness like this, Brownie. Be more comfortable. Now, Ranger, tighten up your chin strap on your helmet. You'll be without one when you step out into the slipstream of the plane. Hey, fella, don't let your ripcord twist like that. You're going to need your chute when you start down, you know. What's your name, Major?
Nick Angio, sir.
Nick? I don't like the way your chute's packed. Hot foot it back to the chute room and get another. Tell him I said to repack this one.
Yes, sir.
Board the plane, man. As soon as Nick gets back, we'll take off. Men, we'll jump on the next pass to the lee side of the fire. When we get on the ground, we'll group, set up our line of attack. This is only practice for you men, and we'll not fight the fire this time. All right? Hook your ripcords to the line and get ready. The hatch. Now, Virgil! Follow the man in front of you right out. Keep on his heels so you'll land close together. Don't break the pattern. Come on, young fellow. Out you go. Well, don't just stand there. Jump. Oh, it's too late now. What's your name?
Eric Sloan.
Eric? There's nothing to be afraid of. Now, let's try it again. I'll be right behind you this time. Perhaps being last man isn't good for you. Now, the pilot is bringing the plane around again. When I give the word, we'll step to the door and jump. Now, jump, Ranger!
No, don't push me.
All right, stop trembling. You go back with the plane. I'll tell the pilot you to go back, then I'll jump. If a red alert comes through, you go with the ground. Tell Mr. Anderson those are my orders. Don't do that. You're not the first Ranger who found it difficult to jump. Good work, fellows. You've set up your line of attack quickly and effectively. Let's get to the truck and back to school.
Sir?
Oh, yes, Nick.
How's Eric?
Oh, you'll be all right. Recruits, gather around a minute over here. I'm sure you all know what I'm about to say, but I want to refresh your memories. There isn't such a man as a coward in the Ranger Service. You know it's an unwritten law in the Ranger Service never to ridicule a man because he shows fear. It's our job to help him overcome this fear. Remember, you may be the next one to crack. We all have a fear of something, and bravery is the overpowering of one's fear sufficiently to carry out the job to be done. All right, let's get back to school.
What did he say to you in the plane, Eric?
Oh, he's a swell guy. Man, I sure wanted to jump for him, but, well, I couldn't. He was very kind and gave me the impression that he understood my fear. He said I wasn't the first Ranger who found it difficult to jump.
Is that how he put it?
His very words. Man, how I wanted to jump. But my feet wouldn't move. Someday I'm going to jump, just for Bill Jefferson.
Well, good morning, Nick.
Good morning, Mr. Jefferson. It's a beautiful day for a swim.
That's what I was thinking. How about you and I going for a swim?
Me, sir? Why, I can swim fine.
Yeah?
I take it that you feel I need some brushing up or something like that. I'm a good swimmer, and I've got a lot of time in the water.
That's fine, Nick. Do you have any objections to swimming with me, or am I too old to compete with a strapping young man like you?
Too old, sir? Why, you're the picture of health. You must have been on the college swimming team.
As a matter of fact, I was.
You can tell that you're an athlete, sir. I sure admire you for keeping in the pink of condition. Why, there isn't an ounce of fat on you, and you've got a good wind and stamina.
Nick.
Yes, sir?
In the pool, now.
I guess my tongue isn't as glib as I think it is.
That's right.
Here in the deep water, sir?
No, we'll start in the shallow water. Every day I want you to meet me here, and in 2 weeks I'll have you enjoying the water instead of fearing it.
Then you know.
Yes. Mr. Westfield told me. But even if he didn't, you gave yourself away.
How?
A man who's good at anything doesn't have to stop and convince everybody he's good. You swim very well with your mouth, Nick, but you're not fooling anyone but Nick. Also, you've slowly walked away from the pool while you were trying to hypnotize me with your silver tongue and your flattery.
I should have known better than to try and buffalo you. I'm ready, and I'm sorry I lied, sir. I apologize, Mr. Jefferson.
I know you didn't do it deliberately. That's your defense mechanism against showing your fear of water. But we'll change that in 2 weeks.
You sent for me, sir?
Yes, Brownie. Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Brownie, every time we're out in the forest working on a problem, you show a highly nervous attitude. And your alertness is that of a watchdog. You're in a state of readiness to jump out of your skin if need be.
Me, sir?
Of course. Now, what are you afraid of?
Snakes, sir.
You ever been close to a rattlesnake?
Oh, no, sir.
You ever seen a rattlesnake?
Only in pictures.
You ever studied literature on snakes to learn their habits and their dangerous points?
Well, somewhat, sir.
What would you say if I told you there's a rattlesnake in this room in a cage?
There is. Where is he? I'm getting out of here.
Close that door and come back here.
Please, sir, don't let the snake out.
Why not? It isn't going to hurt you. Brownie, you've got a lot to learn about snakes, and the best way to teach you is firsthand. Now, I'm going to let the rattler out on the floor.
Please, sir, don't let the snake out. Oh.
Brownie, what's the matter?
Oh, I'm sick. I'm afraid I'm going to...
Sit down on the floor. Now, put your head down between your legs as far as you can. That'll force the blood back into your head. I'll rest for a couple minutes, and we'll continue. Now, Brownie, you'll notice that although I don't fear snakes, I keep a safe distance from the poisonous ones by using this snake stick. Now, stand perfectly still. I want to demonstrate a fact.
Don't worry about me moving, sir, except for the door.
That snake is more afraid of you than you are of it.
Is that a fact, sir?
Absolutely. Now, a snake can't hear. You can talk as loud as you want and the reptile won't react. You see? But stamp on the floor and see what happens.
They react to vibration.
Right. Now I'll put that rascal back into his cage. Give a snake a chance to get away, and it will. Wear high-top leather boots, and never step over a log or a rock without first giving it a kick. And you'll be all right.
Condition red, sir. There's been a rekindle on that fire in the windshift. It's raging out of control. All personnel are ordered into the fight by Colonel Anders. You're to assume top command, sir.
All right, let's go. Mr. Anderson! Mr. Anderson!
Yes, sir.
How long before that fire lane's going to be finished? That's fine. Pull the man with you as you go. The fire will crown here in half an hour. We'll have stopped its spread from this flank. Medics, where are you?
Right here.
Have you been able to contact Stumpy Jenkins?
No, sir.
Here, let me have that radio. I'm going to get Eric to jump from that plane if it's the last thing I do. Bill, Forest Service plane CX-392.
Forest Service plane to Bill. Over.
Put Eric Sloan on the mic.
Right. Stand by. Eric Sloan speaking, sir.
Eric, get this and get it fast. One of my lieutenants, Stumpy Jenkins, is trying to fight his way through to us to keep the fire this side of the mountain. He's not going to make it, and we can't raise him by radio. We're all right. We've got the fire stopped here. But you're going to have to jump into clearing 108, which is marked on your map. You've got to keep those men from getting their backs to the ridge, or they'll be killed. You understand?
Yes, sir. I understand. I'll jump into the clearing, sir. Over and out.
Good boy. Over and out.
There he goes, Mr. Jefferson. Eric, jump!
That's fine. All right, let's move out before we have a crowning fire on our hands.
Kick that log, Brownie! Freeze where you are, Brownie! Rattlesnake! I see him!
That one was too big to let live. Good boy, Brownie. You'll be fine now.
All right, let's get with it, men. We've got to get around to the other flank and help out. Medics, get me reports from the other fronts and tell them to stand by for change in orders.
Let's ford this creek, men. Now watch yourselves. It's deep, and the current is strong. Nick, this is a new experience for you. You're loaded with gear now instead of just swimming trunks. Keep your head and stay calm. I won't help you, but I'll be right in back of you in case you flounder. All right, let's go.
Yes, sir. How deep does this get?
Not much deeper.
I'm losing my footing.
Tread water. Keep your head up. Use your hands, too.
I'm fine now, sir. Thanks a million. I'm not afraid of water anymore.
Gentlemen, the fire is out. You've done a fine job. That goes for recruits and upperclassmen. I'm proud of each and every one of you. Well, the trucks are waiting to take us back to school, so let's get together.
May I speak to you, sir?
Yes, Eric, of course.
First, I want to thank you for the wonderful way you've shown me how to overcome my fears. You've been firm, but very understanding. But, well, I'm resigning from the Forest Service in the morning.
Eric, you're resigning? Just when you're winning?
I'm not sure that I could always come through like I did today, Mr. Jefferson. I was scared to death, but I jumped anyhow. Now I'm not so afraid anymore, but, well, I don't trust myself. I wouldn't want to be the cause of any Rangers losing their lives because I couldn't deliver when I was supposed to. I hope you'll understand, sir.
Yes, Eric, I do. You're a brave and courageous man. It takes a mature man to make the decision you've made. You're facing your problem honestly. And that's all we ask. I'm proud to have had you in the school, Ranger.
Thank you, sir. I'm proud to have served under you, and I'll never forget the lessons I've learned here in the Ranger Factory.
Well, it's always best to face your problems honestly. Look them right in the eye, and you'll find out that many will solve themselves. And I should add, as a Christian, if you can't work them out, then come to the Lord in prayer, and He'll help you. If you don't know how to pray, you visit your Sunday school teacher, your pastor, or a Christian friend. They'll help you meet Christ. See you next week for more adventure with
Ranger
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House coffee time, transcribed in Hollywood and starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Toby Reed, Bea Benaderet, Elvia Allman, Gail Gordon, Lou Merrill, Harry Lubin and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Shortly after after breakfast this morning, Gracie disappeared into the kitchen. After more than an hour had passed, George went in and found her almost completely buried in a shambles of pots and pans.
Gracie, what in the world are you making?
Some homemade pastry for the girls. Blanche Morton and Clara Bagley are coming over for our weekly card game.
I thought there were 4 of you. What happened to Hazel Hopkins?
Oh, she's still in the group, but each week one of the girls stay home.
Why's that?
Well, it gives the other 3 more to talk about.
Well, that's a nice, friendly arrangement. Why are you going to so much trouble?
Well, the last time I served a homemade cake, the girls accused me of buying it from a bakery.
But you didn't.
No, I bought it from a grocery store.
It was mean of them to doubt you.
Well, the girls like to tease me because they're all so good at baking. They even have things ended up now at the county fair. But when they get here today, they're in for a surprise.
Something really fancy will come out of this kitchen, huh?
Yeah, but it won't come out until I've baked the cake.
Would you mind telling me what you're making? You seem to have used up every pot and pan in the house.
Well, I had a few failures. First, I tried a butterscotch cake, but it was no good.
What was wrong with it?
Well, I don't know. I used plenty of butter and a bottle of your best scotch.
You didn't?
I did.
You did, huh? Yeah.
Then I tried to make a chocolate pudding. I mixed milk and chocolate in a pan, put it on the fire, and went away for 20 minutes. When I came back, it had burned.
Why did you go away for 20 minutes?
Well, those were the instructions. It said, put it on the fire and beat it for 20 minutes.
Gracie.
Then I tried to make a jelly roll. Oh, which reminds me, dear, be careful where you walk.
What do you mean?
You can't roll jelly. Reds all over the floor.
Yes. That jelly just won't roll. Now I know why housewives are forming Don't Be a Gracie clubs for home safety.
What do you mean?
Jelly on the floor is dangerous. You might slip and fall right on your head.
Oh, I see what you mean. I might knock myself unconscious.
It's a little too late for that. Nothing. Why don't you give up the idea of making anything?
Oh, I'm on the right track now. A simple recipe that's sure to be good. I'm mixing it up in this big bowl.
For Pete's sake, what's in that stuff?
A pound of flour, a pound of sugar, a pound of butter, and a pound of baking soda.
And that's going to be a pound cake, Look, honey, this is National Donut Week. Why don't you serve Mayflower donuts?
Oh, I can't make Mayflower donuts. I bought this flour in April.
The Mayflower is a donut shop.
Oh, well, I promised the girls something homemade, and I've got to deliver.
Well, if it means so much to you, maybe I can help.
You can? How?
Well, I never told you before, but I'm pretty good at baking something. My mother used to make them, and I sold them, and she taught me how to make them.
Oh, taught you how to make what?
Well, never mind. Just run along and leave it to me.
But, Judge, I want to know.
Well, if I tell you, you've got to promise to hold your tongue.
That slippery thing?
I mean, you've got to promise not to tell anybody.
Oh, I promise. Now, what can you make?
I can make...
Yeah?
Gosh, I feel silly.
Oh, come on, Judge. What is it?
Lady fingers.
Oh, darling, I think that's sweet.
Now, don't you breathe this to a soul.
Well, why not? I think it's wonderful.
Gracie, if this gets around, people will kid the pants off me.
Well, what do you care? You'll be wearing an apron.
See that you keep it quiet. I don't want the whole town making fun of me.
Well, what's funny about a man making lady fingers? I think it's nice and sweet and...
Now cut that out.
I'm serious, darling. I'm proud to have a husband who could...
One more snicker out of you and I won't raise a finger.
Oh, you raised them. I thought you baked them.
Never mind. Just remember this. If you tell anybody that I made lady fingers, I'm leaving home.
Oh, all right, dear. I won't tell.
Oh, Gracie, before we go, could I have another one of those delicious lady fingers?
Me too, Gracie. They're divine.
Well, I'm glad you like them, girls. They're homemade.
Really? Mm-hmm. Where did you get such a talent for making lady fingers?
I met him in vaudeville.
What?
Oh, that is the person who taught me.
Oh, I've never tasted anything so light and fluffy. Do you have some special way of folding in the eggs?
No, just fry them good and hard first.
Fry them?
Well, it's very hard to fold a raw egg. You can't get the corners neat.
Oh, you sly rascal. You're not giving away any secrets, are you?
Oh, I hope not.
Say, Gracie, I'm going out to the county fair to enter my angel food cake. Why don't you let me enter these lady fingers, too?
Oh, sure, Gracie. A person who can make lady fingers like these deserves publicity.
Oh, no, Blanche, no. George wouldn't like it.
Does he have to stick his big nose in the cooking?
No, he usually stirs it with a spoon.
Oh, go ahead and enter them, Gracie.
No, I'm sure George wouldn't approve.
Well, we'll be running along then. I've got to drive downtown and pick up my husband.
Oh, still can't hold his liquor, huh?
No. Come along, Clara. See you again, Gracie.
Goodbye, Gracie.
Goodbye, girl.
Blanche?
Yeah, Clara?
While Gracie wasn't looking, I wrapped these lady fingers in a napkin. I'm going to enter them at the fair in spite of George.
Good. It burns me up the way he doesn't want Gracie to have any publicity. He takes all the credit. All the cash, too.
I wonder why Gracie ever married him.
Maybe low foreheads were in style then. See you later,
Oh, George, your lady fingers were a sensation. The girls adored them.
You didn't spill the beans, did you?
I didn't serve any, just lady fingers.
You didn't tell the girls that I made them.
Oh, no, of course not.
Good. I do have a reputation in show business. I don't want people laughing at me.
Oh, well, don't you worry, darling. People never laughed at you, and they're not going to start now.
That makes me feel better. Come in. Howdy, little lady. Howdy, little man.
Why, Mr. Judson, come right in.
Well, the fabulous Texan. What brings you to California, Tex?
A business trip, little man. A fellow named Howard Hughes is dickering to buy a little piece of my Texas ranch.
Oh, have you closed the deal?
Not yet, no. I can't decide whether to sell him New Mexico or Arizona.
Fair-sized ranch this kid's got.
Anyhow, while I'm here, I'd admire to mix a little pleasure with business, so I dropped by to see if you folks would join me in a visit to your county fair. Or, as we call it down home, the County Wonderful.
You call it the Wonderful?
Well, anything that's fair in the rest of the country is wonderful in Texas.
I should have known.
Well, it sounds like fun, Mr. Judson. They have some amazing things at the fair.
Yeah. I hear tell they got a hog that weighs 1,000 pounds. I sure do want to see that.
You haven't got anything like that in Texas, huh?
No, sir, not that small. No, we feed them so's they'll grow.
I see, yeah.
Why, 3 times a day I fill my pen with garbage.
Really? George fills his pen with ink.
He's talking about a pig pen.
Oh, go on. Pigs can't write.
They probably can in Texas. Mr. Judson, I'm surprised you let those prize hogs of yours eat garbage.
This is Texas garbage.
Oh, the good stuff. Kill myself. Well, let's get out to the fair.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see that little midget hog.
The small one, yeah.
Yeah. Someday I want you folks to see the big fat boy I got down home.
Oh, we'd love to, Mr. Judson, but that's no way to talk about your wife.
That's no way to talk about... Yeah. Oh, I like your sense of humor, man. Let's go to the fair.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, let's listen. I'll bet Clara Bagley won for her angel food cake.
First prize goes to Mrs. George Burns for her ladyfingers.
What?
Oh, my goodness. Oh, there's been a mistake. Excuse me a minute, boys. Oh, I'm sorry, mister, but I can't accept the prize.
Well, don't you want the blue ribbon?
It isn't fair to give me the prize for something my husband baked, so just take me out of the contest.
As you wish, Mrs. Burns.
Thank you.
Correction, ladies and gentlemen. First prize in the pastry division does not go to Mrs. George Burns.
Ah, that's better.
The prize-winning ladyfingers were baked by Mr. George Burns. Is Mr. Burns in the crowd?
Yeah, here he is. Here.
Step right up, Mr. Burns. I want everyone to meet the 1949 King of the Ladyfingers.
I wish I were dead.
Yes, this is the season for April showers, but when they come your way, don't let them dampen your spirits. Just remember that rain or shine, the day's sure to look brighter when your breakfast starts with a fragrant, cheering cup of truly good coffee. Delicious Maxwell House coffee. It's America's favorite, you know, bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Why this great preference for Maxwell House? The answer, of course, is flavor. Heartwarming, good to the last drop flavor that only Maxwell House coffee gives you. And there's just one way to create this superb flavor. It's the blending of many choice coffees. Premium varieties of Highland-grown Latin American coffees, which our Maxwell House experts select with utmost care and skill. First, they choose Manizales coffees for mellowness. Next, Medellins are added for richness. Other fine coffees contribute vigor. And Bucaramangas round out the fine, full body. This superb Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and brought to you vacuum packed in the familiar blue Maxwell House tin.
And ladies, vacuum packing is mighty important, for air steals the flavor of coffee in ordinary packages. But Maxwell House is carefully vacuum packed, so it comes to you just as fresh and fragrant as the very hour it was roasted.
Friends, why be satisfied with anything but the best in coffee drinking pleasure? Tomorrow, enjoy Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop. Well, it is now the day after George's Ladyfingers won the blue ribbon at the county fair, and we find him hiding at home, a haunted, crushed, and broken man.
King of the Ladyfingers. I'll never live this down. The whole town's laughing at me.
Oh, please, George. I can't bear the hurt look in those big, soft brown eyes. Like a cow who's been milked with chopped hands.
I promised you wouldn't tell anyone.
Oh, all right. I admit I made a mistake, darling. For the first time in my life, I did something silly.
Everybody knows about my ladyfingers. When I got on the bus this morning, 4 men got up and offered me their seats.
Well, they were just being smart, Alex. 2 men would have left plenty of space for you to sit down.
I got so mad, I dared them to step off the bus at the first corner.
Did they do it?
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know. I rode on and left them standing there. Then I made a mistake of stopping at the Friars Club. They murdered me.
Oh, poor to the Friars. They're just jealous.
Jealous?
Oh, sure. All they can do is fry. You can bake.
What a beating I took. Groucho, Harpo, and Chico made me an honorary Marx brother. Sweeto.
Oh, those beasts. Come in.
Hello, Gracie.
Hello, Toby.
Hiya, Toby.
Well, if it isn't the Ladyfinger champion.
Now, look, Toby.
I expected to find you in the kitchen greasing your pan.
Toby, he's too upset even to shave it.
George, I just dropped by to show you today's paper. There's a picture of you right here with your Ladyfinger recipe.
This publicity will kill me. Sid Gary won't even want me back.
No, you're wrong, George. It's great for you. Why, I happen to know you're going to get a big offer from NBC.
I'm on NBC.
I'm at the National Biscuit Company.
I think I'll join the French Foreign Legion.
Oh, can't you say something that'll cheer him up, Toby? He's terribly low.
Oh, cheer up, George. People will soon forget this. It won't last long.
People won't forget this if I live to be 100.
That's what I say. It won't last long.
Out. Now, you see what you've done? My picture in the paper. I'm disgraced forever.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear.
And I can't blame people for laughing. It is ridiculous for a man to make lady fingers.
Oh, there's how I can help. I'll call the newspaper and tell them that you're really a woman.
Gracie.
I'll say there was a mix-up at the wedding, and I married the matron of honor.
Gracie, put down that phone.
No good, huh?
Awful.
Come in.
Hi, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Blanche.
Don't get jealous, but I came over to talk to your husband. I thought we might swap some recipes.
Kicking a man when he's down.
Well, he's awfully upset, Blanche. Please don't mention cooking.
Well, I just thought I'd give him a rib.
No use. He won't cook it.
Harry sent this present over for George.
Oh, how sweet. I'll open it, dear. Oh, look. A pair of shorts with lace on them.
Yeah. He said since George was cooking now, he could use a fancy pot holder.
You tell your moronic husband that I don't need shorts with lace on them.
That's right, Blanche. He's got a dozen pairs.
I haven't worn them since our honeymoon.
Oh, yes, I remember now. He didn't like them. The lace kept tickling his ankles. What's in that other package, Blanche?
Well, this is the day they have the needlework competition at the fair, and I'm entering these crochet doilies.
Oh, I hope you win.
I've got a good chance, unless George enters some.
You better leave before I forget you're a woman. If that's what you are.
Of course she's a woman. If you saw her in a bathing suit, you'd know it. She's got the name Blanche embroidered on it.
There's another way to tell I'm a woman. I make lady fingers.
All right, Blanche, I warned you. Now you're going out this door.
Let go of me.
Oh, George, you hurt Blanche.
Get your hands off of me.
I said out, and I mean out. Come on.
Oh, let him back in, Blanche, huh? George, what are you doing with your old vaudeville trunk?
Packing it. I'm going to get out of town and do a single act. Until this thing blows over.
Oh. But, George, you don't want to do your vaudeville act alone again.
I did pretty well. Remember the long run I had in Altoona?
Yeah, the manager chased you clear to the depot.
Now help me pack. Oh, come in.
Hi, Gracie.
Hello, Bill.
Hi, Ladyfingers.
Bill, I'm warning you. I've had all the kidding I can stand.
Oh, yes, Bill. He's so mad now he's leaving home.
What's he going to do, open up Mother Burns' Ladyfinger Lounge?
I'm going back into vaudeville. I did it once, and I can do it again.
But, George, you're not as strong as you used to be.
That's right, George. You can't turn back the clock.
Oh, he can hardly wind his watch.
You better stay in the kitchen, Muffinhead.
I warned you, Bill. Stop kidding me.
Now, don't stamp your foot, honey. If you got a cake in the oven, it'll fall.
There's no cake in the oven.
Oh, making fudge today, huh?
Now stop that before I get sore.
What did you do, strike me with your mix master?
All right, that did it. You're fired.
Fired off the program?
You heard me. You're through.
You mean I can't talk about Maxwell House coffee anymore?
That's what I mean.
I can't tell the people that Maxwell House is rich, delicious, and mellow?
Nope.
George, you can't do this to me.
Oh, please don't cry, Bill. Maybe you can get a job at a better salary.
Salary schmallery. Who cares about money? I just want to tell people that Maxwell House is a blend of choice Latin American coffees.
Bill.
Radiant roasted to the very peak of flavor perfection.
Bill.
If I can't do that, I'll just die. Please don't fire me, George. Please, please.
Okay, you're hired again.
Please let me keep on saying that Maxwell House is America's favorite brand of coffee.
You can. I hired you back.
Please, I've just got to say that it's good to the last drop.
You're hired. I'll even give you a raise, Bill.
I just don't want to go on living if I have to forget those Medellins, those Monazalas, and those wonderful, flavorful little Bucaramangas.
Bill, you can stop. I hired you back.
Yeah, I know you did.
Then why did you keep on talking about Maxwell House coffee?
I'm still plugging for that summer replacement.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I thought you'd catch on, Ladyfingers.
Bill, I told you never to mention Ladyfingers again.
Now, George, you should be proud of what you baked. After all, it's the first dough you ever made without Gracie.
Goodbye, replacement.
Goodbye, Uncle Jemima.
From now on, I'll be kidded by everybody who sees me.
Well, not if you have a disguise. Hold still a minute.
Hey, what are you doing?
Drawing a mustache on you with my eyebrow pencil.
Hey, Gracie.
There, now nobody will recognize you.
Don't be silly.
What did you say, Sam?
Now, Lily, stop. Don't answer it. Probably just another smart aleck with some joke.
I bet it isn't. Come in.
Howdy, little lady.
Oh, Mr. Judson.
No, not you, ma'am. I was talking to the Ladyfinger champ.
I know it. Gracie, I'm locking myself in the den, and I'm not coming out for a week.
My, he's riled up. He must be taking this mighty hard.
Oh, if only George could win a prize for making something rugged and manly. Then people would forget about the Ladyfingers.
Say, look, take this fancy belt I'm wearing and enter it under his name. I done all the leather work and made the buckle from some gold I dug out of my yard down home.
You found gold in your yard?
Yeah, it was part of an old Texas sewer pipe.
Oh, it's beautiful, Mr. Judson. Now, let's see. What can I wrap it up in?
Well, here's a package on the floor. You can use some of this paper.
All right. Oh, my goodness. These are Blanche Morton's crochet doilies. She must have dropped them. Well, while I'm at the fair, I'll enter them for her.
Yeah. And your husband is bound to get a prize for this belt. You won't find a prettier one if you look until Oklahoma freezes over.
Oh. I'll get George, and we'll go right to the fair. Thank you for the bell.
I'm glad to lend you a hand.
Oh, you better not. You'll need both of them to hold up your pants.
I'll need them both to hold. Oh, it's too hot to do that again.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, George, this may be the announcement that'll make you the proudest man alive.
Your attention, please.
What did you enter for me?
Well, you'll find out.
In the handicraft division, first prize goes for a hand-tooled leather belt.
Yeah, I knew it.
Entered by Mrs. Blanche Morton.
Uh-oh. Let's go home, dear.
In the needlecraft division, first prize for crochet doilies goes to that remarkably versatile man, Mr. George Burke.
That's why. Come on.
You entered doilies for me?
I got the packages mixed up. George, where are you going?
I'm going over to the shooting gallery. Put a gun to my head and start shooting.
Oh, no, George. After what I've done to you today, I don't deserve a Cupid doll.
Friends, what do you expect of the future? Financial security? Home of your own? Good education for the children? All right, choose the future you want and start buying it now through the regular purchase of United States savings bonds. For every $3 you invest in these bonds today, you get back $4  10 years from now. So buy United States savings bonds regularly where you work. Or if you prefer, buy them through your bank. Remember, automatic saving is sure saving. Good night, folks.
If you like good things the easy way, good things the easy way, Instant Maxwell House, that's for you. Good coffee that's easy too. No time, no trouble, no grounds, no pot, and it's good to the very last, you know what?
Yes, Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. Here's real instant coffee. All pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form. Enjoy instant Maxwell House. Instantly.
Good to the very last, you know what?
Until next Thursday when our guest will be Bill Boyd, the Scream's Hopalong Cassidy. Good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler.
The dictionary calls the shots on this quiz show. It's Noah Webster Says, with genial Haven McQuarrie as MC. Stay tuned on NBC.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet.
What in the world?
Oh, golly, Casey, I got news for Reed.
Hey, you have to be announced.
Save your breath. I'll do my own announcing. Reed! Hey, Reed, I got it.
Well, you're panning. It must have you. What's it about, Exford?
The parole racket.
What?
Yeah, Reed. I've been snooping around, and I finally snooped the scoop.
You snoop? Well, put it in plain language, Exford. Is it something the Sentinel can use?
Reed, you know Boss Kendall, don't you?
He heads the parole board.
Yeah, Casey. Reed, I got the absolute goods that Kendall's chauffeur is selling paroles to prisoners. For cash.
Axford, you have got something. Miss Case, order my car around. Axford and I are going to the state capitol. We'll toss this in Kendall's lap, and I hope it's a bombshell.
Ballet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. Here's where we smash your parole racket.
Our story opens in Boss Kendall's office in a large hotel at the state capitol. Kendall runs his party and also runs the state parole board. His voice is deep and booming and tough. Even his secretary can hear him as she hurries into the outside office from the hall.
That's what I'm telling you. I made you like a breaker. You kick in your share of the party fund or else you can end up flat on your back. Representative of the people of Ireland.
Mr. Kendall. Mr. Kendall.
Shut up, Mabel. I'm on the phone.
But, Mr.
You heard
Kendall.
me, Banning. I run the party, and don't hand me any poppycock about being elected by the people.
Please, Mr. Kendall.
The voters. I told those voters to mark their ballots for you last election. All I got to do is turn thumbs down. You don't get enough votes to count your fingers. Understand? That's better. Goodbye. Can you picture that lily-livered, small-time ward healer trying to tell me off? Me, Boss Kendall.
Mr. Kendall, you've got to listen to me.
Eh? What's the matter, Mabel? You've been running.
I just came up from the lobby. Britt Reed is downstairs.
Who?
Reed, publisher of the Sentinel. And there's a reporter with him, a big man in a derby hat.
Oh, now, wait a minute. What's there to get excited about? Reed's been after my scalp, sure, but I've been able to battle him off so far.
This time it's about those paroles.
What's that?
The man with Reed. I heard him say that this time they have you on the spot.
Yeah?
Mr. Kendall, they know about Harris.
Are you positive?
I heard him. Reed shut him up, but I heard him. He mentioned your chauffeur.
Yeah, that's bad. Down the lobby, huh?
I motioned to the clerk to stall him as long as possible.
Good, but that won't stop Reed, not for long. Harris! Harris.
Yeah, boss. They were just catching.
Yeah, you're catching a train.
Huh?
Get in the outside office, Mabel. Watch for Reed.
Yes, sir.
Heat's on, Harris. That nosy Daily Sentinel learned that you've been peddling pardons at the state prisons.
Me? Why, I was doing it on your orders, boss.
Yeah, sure you were, but you're the fall guy, Harris. You're the guy that's taking the rap.
Now, boss,
Quiet, listen to me. I'm a big shot. You're small potatoes. You're hopping a train. You're not stopping till you're out of the state. Stay out of sight and keep on the move. You know how to get in touch with me if necessary.
But you're leaving for the city.
I've got a private phone there, haven't I?
Yeah.
Here's $500. It'll take you plenty far. Let the Sentinel pin this on you.
Okay, but...
No buts, Harris. Ain't I always done the thinking?
That's right.
It'll keep on being right. It'll be taken care of. Sentinel will raise a fuss. There may even be an investigation, but it'll die down. I'll see to that. When I give you the word you can come back to town, everything will be nice and quiet again. Just have a good trip, Harris. Get me?
Yeah, boy.
Mr. Kendall, they're coming down the hall.
Okay, Harris, get moving.
So long, I'll phone you.
Yeah, make it a long-distance call. A good long distance. Not that way, brainless. You'll run right into them. Here, take the service elevator. Remember, not one word about me, no matter what happens.
Mr. Kendall.
Yeah, I know. Don't look so apprehensive, Mabel. Nothing to get excited about. I've been in worse spots before. Now get out there and relax. When Reed walks in, steady.
Who did you wish to see, please?
We're looking for Mr. Kendall. Why, if it isn't Reed, how are you? How's the newspaper business?
It'll be a lot better if we can get the story we're after.
Oh, anything I can do. Always glad to help the press.
Holy crow, Reed, is he kidding? This is Oxford, Kendall, one of my reporters. He dug up a little dirt.
Oh, very interesting. Dirt about who?
You.
Me? Now, Reed, I've never done anything.
You're head of the parole board, aren't you?
Well, I certainly am. Anybody you want released from prison?
The Sentinel has positive proof of a racket and parole. They've been sold for cash on the line.
Ridiculous.
We want to give you a chance to make a statement, Kendall. Or aren't you responsible for your chauffeur's actions?
Harris? What's he done?
Sovereign Snakes, he's the one that's been doing the selling. And he works for you.
Harris? No, I don't believe it. Mabel, get Harris at once. Bring him in here immediately.
Yes, sir.
Reed, if this is on the level, it's terrible. Harris, my own employee, but it's incredible. Can't understand where he's going to. As a last resort, we'll check his room.
This is it, Mr. Kendall.
Harris? Harris, where in places...
Kendall.
Reed, golly, look at it. The closet's wide open. The bureau drawers are empty.
He's gone, Exford. Bag and baggage.
So he has. Reed, there's no doubt about it. Harris was selling paroles. And to think I trusted him.
Yes, Kendall. Too bad he ran out, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Nothing. I'm just wondering who tipped him off. Come on, Exford. We might just as well get back to the Sentinel.
Here you are, Axford. Here's the proof sheet on that parole story. Thanks. I've been waiting for that. I got to take it to Mr. Reed. Golly, after all the shouting, this here story is pretty small potatoes. Hey, Cassie, you got that proof?
Later, sweetheart. Daily Sentinel, publisher's office. Yes, we called the police department. Has Harris been located yet?
There's a warrant out for him, isn't there?
Hello, Exford. You got that story?
Here's the proof, Reed.
Not much, is it?
Well, at least the Sentinel got the scoop.
With a small fry like Harris. Well, I thought we'd pin it on Boss Kendall.
Well, maybe I shouldn't have said nothing in the hotel lobby, huh, Reed?
That's too late for that now. Who's on the phone?
Casey's talking to the police department.
Okay. Thanks for nothing.
No luck, Miss Case?
No, not a sign of Harris anywhere.
Well, we can still hope.
Is there any possibility of pinning this on Kendall, Mr. Reed?
Without Harris?
Well, I thought...
Not a chance, Miss Case. There's no doubt Harris is nothing but Kendall's stooge.
Golly, Reed, you
use your head, Axford. Boss Kendall didn't get his name for nothing. When it comes to graft, he's the #1 ace. That rat was born with a crooked spoon in his mouth. Now, if any crooked money poured in on paroles, you can bet your typewriter ribbon Kendall got it.
What evidence there is points to Harris.
Well, that's the way Kendall works, Miss Case. Now, Harris has disappeared, and Kendall's in the clear with lily white hands. How a man like that ever gets a position of trust is something I can't...
Daily Sentinel, publisher's office. Police department? But I just finished talking to you. What? Where? Thank you. Mr. Reed, it's Harris.
Golly, Casey, have they got him?
No, but he was seen.
Where?
Just across the state line, Parkersville.
Golly, a fugitive from justice, Reed. That's what
Save it, Axford. Gunnigan can write the headlines. You get the story. Hop a train. Get to Parkersville at once. Find Harris's trail and stick to it. If we get Harris, we get Kendall, and we want Kendall.
Yes, Axford. Any news?
I'm calling from Parkersville now, Casey, but there isn't any sign of Harris. He headed north.
Well, Mr. Reed said you should go north, too.
But where?
How do I know? After Harris, Axford.
But, Casey, After Harris, she says. What am I, a bloodhound?
Yes, Axford. Any news?
The same as before, Reed. I'm not getting any closer. They think they seen Harris here, but he's gone. They seen him in the first place. Do I keep trying? No, Reed. No, I tell you it's no use. I've been searching for Harris so much I see him in me sleep. But that's the only place I see him, in me sleep. Golly, Reed, I might just as well give up and come home.
Okay, Axford, if that's the way it is.
That's the way it is, Reed.
Very well. Thanks for trying. Good night.
Good night, Reed.
Well, kiddo, you heard? Very bad, Mr. Breen. No sign of Harris. You can't keep the public interested forever in a man who can't be found.
No, sir.
We've checked on this map every move Axford has made trying to locate Harris. We have another map like this at the Sentinel.
It not help much, Mr. Britt. Missing man may be any place, yes?
That's right. And the only one who might know where we...
You have idea, Mr. Britt? Who is that one?
Kendall. Boss Kendall. Why didn't I think of that before? Of course, Kendall's a smart operator. He'd make sure Harris checks with him.
Perhaps so, but how you find out?
I think I know, Cato.
Oh, secret drawer.
Police don't bother Kendall, neither do reporters. But perhaps if he got a note from the Green Hornet...
Green Hornet. A note from the Green Hornet. Mr. Kendall.
Yes, Monk, if you're a good boy, maybe I'll let you front for my parole racket, eh?
Mr. Kendall, look. Look at this.
You get a load of Mabel's face, Monk.
Yeah.
Mabel, you get so scared over nothing sometimes. Your face is whiter than chalk. What's worrying you this day? What's this, a gag?
Just came in the mail.
From the Green Hornet, eh?
What?
Hey, look at this.
What's he? He says, how much is it worth to keep Harrison hiding?
He knows where Harris is.
That's what it says.
Tell you it isn't possible.
How could it be?
No, it's not possible. Harris is hiding out.
Sure he is.
But the Green Hornet says
It's a bluff. Must be a bluff. Only.
Yeah, boss. That's the trouble. Only with that guy, you can never tell.
All right. Maybe the next time Harris calls, I want to talk to him, see? Make sure I talk to him.
What, boss? What's that you're saying?
Green Hornet, Harris. Have you seen anything of the Green Hornet?
I don't get it, boss. You sound kind of funny, like you're scared.
Yeah, don't be a fool. I'm cautious, that's all. You seen anything suspicious? Anything?
Oh, I don't know. When a guy's hiding, he thinks everybody he sees is
The
after
Hornet
him.
says he knows where you are. He says I got to kick in or he'll bring you back.
Huh? Boss, nobody knows that guy. He might be anybody. The farmer down the road, a man driving past in a car. Boss, Kendall, I'm coming back.
You're what?
I'm coming back. I don't want to fool around with a Hornet.
You're staying there.
But the Hornet? How do I know what he'll do?
How do any of us know?
Well, you gotta protect me. I'm coming.
You're staying, understand? You're staying right there.
Boss, the Hornet.
Shut up, I tell you. Stay there and don't move, understand? Don't move. Monk.
He's scared, huh?
Scared stiff. Yeah, I guess you'd be scared in the same spot.
Who, me? I
Yeah,
tell you,
skip
boss.
it. Mabel,
Yes, Miss Kendall.
pack your bags. You and Monk are going up there where Harris is hiding out.
We are?
Yeah, if he comes back, I go to jail. I'm ruined. Make sure Harris is okay, get it? And make sure he stays okay. Take one of the cars.
Come on, Mabel. Step on it. It's 1 o'clock. We gotta drive a long way before morning.
You think Harris saw him?
I don't think nothing.
Have you ever seen a Green Hornet?
For Pete's sake, will you lay off? I've got a gun. If Harris gets too scared to stay put, I'll let him have it. If the Hornet's around, I'll use it on him. Now, shut up. Work, Kate. Don't step on it. Send the Black Beauty after them.
Before we continue with our adventure, please permit us to pause for a meeting of the Law and Order Round Table, conducted by the Green Hornet.
Good evening, friends. Tonight, as the gavel sounds on our Law and Order Roundtable, I like to think that it's saying, wake up, America. Wake up now. In these troubled times when more than half the world's at war, we're prone to think of home defense in terms of guns, tanks, ammunition, and airplanes. But, ladies and gentlemen, in time of war as in time of peace, our best individual defense is our ballot. Here in America, ballots are bullets. Our ballots, yes, yours and mine, determine our national policy, mold our state and city governments, and shape our destiny. That's why, more than ever before in the history of our nation, it's up to every American citizen to vote and to vote intelligently. That's why I appeal to you tonight to vote only for those men who are qualified by education and experience, by character and courage, to lead our country in the right direction. This, my friends, is your individual contribution to American defense. For real defense begins within the nation. And if we make sure that our local, state, and national governments are honest, fearless, and unselfish, we will be building the best defense any nation ever had. This is no time to quibble over petty political affiliation. No time for daydreaming or wishful hoping. Believe me, friends, it's time for doing. Let's face the facts and meet the foe, remembering that here in America, thank God, ballots are bullets. And now let's get on with our story.
Fast and far through the night traveled Kendall's secretary and the hoodlum monk. By the time daylight came, they were on country roads, empty enough so that the Hornet's car behind them could travel without danger.
We're still on their trail, Cato.
Yes, Mr. Britt. Once almost we missed them at night.
We can't miss them now, but don't get too close.
No, sir. There's plenty of dust from the road. They'll not see us follow us.
As soon as we get over this hill, Cato, stop the car.
Mr. Britt, they're gone.
Oh, the car turned off the road. That's why I had you stop.
Yes, I see now.
A little cabin back off the road.
Harris is there?
Must be.
Cabin has telephone, sea wire. Mm-hmm. Maybe we give them gas, then call police.
It wouldn't work, Cato.
Police get Harris?
Sure, but Boss Kendall would hear about it and skip. He'd be out of the country.
I see.
What we've got to do is to force them to return to the city, to Kendall's place. Right where the police can grab Kendall as well as Harris.
But how we do that?
I'm returning to the city tonight when it's dark. You'll be able to stay here after I leave so you can phone me when they go.
At the apartment?
Yes, and don't worry, I'll be at the apartment before they leave because I'll call them here from the apartment.
I understand.
Right now, before I leave, Harris is going to see the Green Hornet. He's going to see so much of the Green Hornet, he'll get sick of him.
The cabin was in the woods, surrounded by heavy trees. Even at midday, it was gloomy inside.
Sure. I called the boss, Harris. We got everything under control. Yeah?
Like he said, the Hornet must have been pulling a bluff.
Say, maybe we ought to move someplace else. This place gives me the shivers. Them trees are so thick, it makes it sort of gloomy, understand? Eat your food and shut up. Kept waking up last night. Kept hearing noises. And after what the boss said about the Hornet...
You've been alone, that's all.
Sometimes I thought I even seen the Hornet. Sometimes I... Hey, what's the idea?
Hey, that water spilled all over me.
The window. I saw him in the window.
Hey, you're nuts. There's nothing there.
Not now, maybe, but I saw him. I tell you, I saw him. He wore a mask.
All afternoon, Britt Reed and Cato worked on Harris's nerves, and always when he was alone. Once, when he was filling a pail of water at the rear of the house.
Now, Cato, step out of the bushes. Call his name and get back in. Yes, Mr. Blake. Harris! What's that? That man! The Green Hornet! Look! Mabel! The Green Hornet! The Green Hornet!
And again, when he had barricaded himself in his room, refusing to step out, suddenly the window flew open.
Harris.
You!
There isn't much time. You better run to Boss Kendall. Tell him to kick in before you're finished. You better run to Kendall.
Until late that night, Harris was begging Monk and Mabel to take him back to the city.
Listen, Monk, Mabel, you gotta believe me. I tell you, I've seen him. Lots of times. I heard his car.
I don't know what his car sounds like.
Well, it wasn't like no car I've ever heard. Monk, I tell you...
Yes, Stewie, we didn't see him.
No.
What's this Green Hornet look like? How big is he?
Well, I don't know.
You saw him, you said?
Yeah, but sometimes he looked tall and then he was little.
You're right, Monk. He's crazy.
No, I tell you,
Yeah, it must be the boss. Answer it.
Hello? Yeah, it's long distance, Monk. Hello? Hello, boss. Listen, Mr. Kendall, What? Who is this? Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, right away. Anything you say. Monk, that was a Green Hornet. Huh? He said to get in the car and start going. He said to get back to Kendall right now.
Harris!
Wait a minute, you. Let's go. I ain't staying here. No, I tell you. I said to keep you here, and you're staying.
Monk, he's crazy with fear. Stop it. Use your gun.
Yeah.
Now, Harris.
You wouldn't. But they can't shoot me.
You stay, get it?
Oh, please, Monk. I tell you, the Hornet.
You stay. Standing up or flat on your face with a 45 slug in you. Now make up your mind and... Hey.
The lights. Who turned them out?
This is for you. What is now? Yes, I can't breathe. Mabel, I've been shot. Mabel,
Monk. Monk.
The lights. Put on the lights.
They're on. Harris, is Monk?
He looks like he's dead. Mabel, look at this. This piece of paper beside him. It was a Green Hornet.
Green Hornet. You're right. But you just said he was on the phone. How could he be in the city and here at the same time?
I don't know. Maybe he's got somebody working for him. But now you see, we got to get out of here.
Yeah, you're right.
Do like the Hornet said. Get back to Kendall. Come on, the car's outside.
Hurry.
Yes, this one, Monk. I give him gas like Mr. Britt say. He not wake up for a long time. Now I call Mr. Britt back at the apartment. Wrong distance.
Good. That must be Cato. Hello.
Long distance. One moment, please.
Yes?
Go ahead.
Hello? Hello, is that you, Mr. Britt?
Cato, is everything on schedule?
Yes, sir. The man and woman are in car now, on the way back.
Did Monk try to stop them?
Oh, I take care of that, please.
Good.
That is all, yes?
Yes, I'll handle the rest, and I'll see that the newspaper's right on the spot when it happens. You come back to town by train.
Yes, sir. You be careful, yes?
Don't worry. Goodbye.
Yes, sir. Good luck.
Oh, Harris is on his way back, as I figured. He'll be driving fast, probably get the Kendalls before dawn. That's time enough for me to get there. Hornet mask, a gun, I'm all set. Now I'll tip off the police and then down to the Black Beauty.
A few seconds later, the sliding panel in Britt Reed's bedroom closed behind him. A narrow passageway built within the wall of the apartment house itself led him directly to the adjoining building. Supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed slid behind the wheel, slammed the door. Over his face, he slipped the green mask with the figure of a hornet drawn above the mouth. His foot pressed the starter, and the Green Hornet raced off.
Casey, what happened to Reed all yesterday? He wasn't in, was he?
No, he took the day off. He went up to his country place. He's back in town now, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he showed up at the apartment a couple of hours ago. Golly, it's funny.
What?
We're suffering snakes. There I was, sound asleep, and I wake up and there he is standing in front of me.
Well?
He asked me to come down here as a special favor and get him all the back files on the Harris story.
I'm getting them now.
That's a lucky thing I found you here at that.
I often drop back after a movie and work all night. There's something about a newspaper office that gets in your blood.
Yeah, especially if it's the Sentinel.
Are you still on that Harris story?
There isn't any story. Gunnigan says you can't print stale news.
And Boss Kendall is still riding high.
Casey, I tell you that crook ought to be in jail. He's a grafting racketeer.
Save it. Kendall's been getting away with graft so long it's practically permanent.
That's what I'm glad I found you here. Well, if it isn't Sergeant Moran.
Are you still interested in that Harris lug?
Huh? You got something?
A couple of phone calls.
From whom?
The guy who called said that Harris is returning tonight.
Holy crow, back to Kendall's?
Where else?
In town or at the Capitol?
In town. If you'd like to come along...
What for? It's a wild goose chase.
Sergeant, you haven't answered me. Who called?
Well, Miss Case, he said he was the Green Hornet.
Darn it! Suffering snakes, Moran. Why didn't you say so? I got me hat on already.
The car's downstairs.
Moran, expert, take me along.
Oh, now, Miss Case, we
please,
can't...
I couldn't sleep a wink. Take me along. I'll be good.
Okay, but for Pete's sake, there may be trouble, so stay back where you won't get hurt. What blazes that? Who came in that window?
Eddie Kendall. Don't
Don't move. And no lights.
Who do you think you... Mask.
I've been outside that window for quite a while.
The Green Hornet. I'll...
You'll do nothing unless you want a taste of this.
Oh, again, eh? Okay, what's your angle? Come on.
Harris is coming back here.
What?
He ought to be here any minute.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't you? You thought that note I sent was a bluff. Well, you'll see soon enough. Your secretary and Harris left his hideout in a car.
Why, that yellow rat, I gave him orders.
He took my orders, not yours.
He couldn't leave. I told Monk to keep near him. He had to use a gun.
Monk tried to, Kendall, but my man got him first.
Oh, I see.
Yes, you're beginning to believe me, aren't you?
You're a clever operator, aren't you?
I do, all right. We can discuss money and...
maybe, Hornet. How do I know this still isn't a bluff? We'll discuss it when Harris returns, when and if.
Sounds like your answer right now, Kendall. Come on, get to the door.
Hornet, if this isn't Harris,
You'll find out. Now open up. Remember, I'm right behind you with a gun.
Mr. Kendall, we had to
Harris.
come back.
Boss, I had to come back. The Hornet made me stop Monk from shooting me, but he said that he...
Yes, don't stare, Harris. I'm here.
The Hornet.
The Green Hornet.
Boss,
Shut up. Okay, Hornet, you hold the cards. How much do you want to get rid of Harris?
Get rid of him how?
I don't care how. Use that gun anyway, but get rid of him. Police find him, he'll talk. Apple cart is tilting already.
Not tilting, Kendall. It's already spilled. There's one other thing I haven't told you.
Yeah, what's that?
I saw plenty outside your window. For one thing, the police were parked across the street waiting for Harris to show up.
Who tipped them off?
I did. I told them to...
The police.
Hornet, take care of Harris. Use that gun.
Sure, I'll use it on you, Kendall.
Hornet,
take it.
Shut up.
You killed him.
Quiet. Forget this, Harris. I'm leaving the back way. Make sure you tell the police everything. Understand everything. If you don't, you'll get what Kendall just got. Remember that.
Hornet. Hornet.
It's no use. He's gone.
Open up, Kendall. We know that you got Harris. We saw him come in. Open that door. Yeah, I'm here. I'll tell you what you want to know. All right, Harris. Okay. Mister, you're under arrest. Sure, only it wasn't me. It wasn't me. You gotta believe me. It was Kendall. Boss Kendall ran that racket, and I can prove it. If he wasn't dead... what are you talking about? Holy crow, he ain't dead. He's unconscious. Who done it?
Not dead.
It was the Green Hornet. But even if Kendall ain't dead, I'm still gonna sing. Sure you are, Harris. Good and loud. And the words are going to be all about Kendall. Start singing.
Well, Axford, what are you standing around for? Where's the phone? Have you forgotten all about the Sentinel?
Suffering snakes. Let's select three paper for all rackets pinned on Kendall. That chauffeur turns witness. Read all about it. Green Hornet, still at large. Let's select three paper.
Just heard the adventure, Paroles for Sale. These exciting dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit and are sent to you every Saturday at the same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Myron Wallace speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
VintageRadioshows.com. VintageRadioshows.com.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with The Lone Ranger.
fiery horse with speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The rich grazing land of Texas made the fortunes of many early settlers, but the ranchers were unable to protect their herds from the outlaws and rustlers who roamed the new territory. It was the masked rider of the plains who first brought law and order to the frontier. Astride his great horse Silver, he fought crime and criminals throughout the range country, and the memory of his deeds will remain as long as the memory of the early West itself. Now return with us once more to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Mel Nugent is heading for Rushville. There's going to be trouble. Hail, Silver!
It was on a Saturday evening that Tonto, the faithful Indian companion of the Lone Ranger, was sitting on the steps of the cafe in Rushville. He paid no attention to the shouts and laughter inside, but directed his gaze toward the edge of town. Finally, the sound of hoofbeats reached his ears, and Tonto's wait was ended. Mel Nugent, just released from jail, spurred his horse up the narrow street and pulled up in front of the cafe.
I've waited 2 years to fix that fella for what he done to me. I'm gonna fix him good. Blanche, just stand still while I'm tying to the hitch rail, can't you? Yeah. Now, if old Dan Adams is inside like I heard, he's gonna get what he's got coming to him. Hey, Redskin. What matter? I'll show you what's the matter. Get my way, will you? Tonto, not in your way. Don't give me any of your sass. There's plenty room for you walk by. Well, I don't choose to walk over there. I'm walking where you're sitting. If you don't hanker after trouble, you get out of my way. Tonto, stay here. Why, I'll show you. You'll not show me. Let go of my arm. What do you think now, huh? Let me go. You walk 'em where there's room? Sure I will. I was just joking. My arm is most twisted off. I ain't got time to take care of you now, Injun. But I won't be forgetting this. You not want trouble. You stay away, Tonto.
Hey, there's Mel Nugent. He must have just got out of jail. Looks like he's hankering after trouble.
Maybe he's after Dan Adams.
Sure is.
Dan Adams in here?
Here I am. You looking for me, Nugent?
I am. And I reckon you savvy why.
I can guess, all right.
It was your fault I was sent to jail. It was you got me locked up for 2 years.
I did, and I'd do it again.
Why, you
was rustling my cows, and I caught you at it. If you've come back to town to be law-abiding, all well and good. But if you turn crooked again, You'll be sent back to jail pronto.
You won't jail me again.
Not if you stay on it.
That's got nothing to do with it. You won't jail me again because you ain't going to live to have the chance.
You've come gunning for me, eh?
I've been thinking of this day for 2 years. I've been planning on it when I was awake, dreaming about it when I was sleeping. I ain't thought of nothing else day in and day out. And I'm telling you right now, it's going to give me more downright pleasure to fill you full of lead than anything I ever done before.
You're welcome to try.
Then fill your hands.
I blast child.
You won't do it, you fellas. I got you both covered.
Stay out of this, Sheriff.
What are you interfering for?
There's not going to be any gunfighting in my town.
But I tell you...
You told me you was looking for trouble, Mel. And I've been expecting you to try something like this when you got back to town again.
That blasted redskin.
Well, maybe you're right, Sheriff. It wasn't me that started this fight anyhow.
I savvy that, Dan.
But I never backed up when one was offered me, and I don't aim to start backing up now.
You don't have to. I'm chasing Mel out of town.
You're what?
You heard me. Beat it.
You ain't got no right to do that. I served my sentence. The law ain't got no hold on me.
Look here, Mel. You got a little place up the valley a ways. Go on home till you've cooled off. Then when you want to come to town peaceable, it'll be all right. But until you do, stay away.
I'm going. But you and me ain't through, Dan.
I figured as much. And I'll be watching out for you.
No right in the face at all. Don't see the redskin about. Why in blazes couldn't he have minded his own business?
Nugent.
Huh? Who called my name?
Step over here. I got something I want to say to you.
Yeah? I ain't never seen you before, have I?
Don't reckon you have.
What do you want?
Anybody around can hear us?
Don't see nobody.
I'm Jake Dietz, foreman out to Dan Adams' place.
So that's it. You're one of his men, are you? Well, I'll
now,
show you.
Hold on. Don't get all head up.
I'll get even with your boss, and you can't stop me.
I don't aim to.
Huh?
Maybe you and me can get together.
Meaning?
Meaning that I got some scores I want to settle, too.
Yeah?
You recollect old Dan's girl?
Sure. She got hitched up to a fellow named Clayt Summers, didn't she?
That's just what she did. She'd have married me if Dan hadn't butted in.
So that's it, huh?
Between Dan and Clayt, the whole thing was spoiled. If it hadn't been for them, I'd be sitting pretty with a pa-in-law that owns half of the beef critters in the valley.
You got something in mind?
Look here. Dan used the law to fix you, didn't he?
It was him and the law sent me to jail.
And how'd you like to use the law to get even with him?
Say, you're getting real interested.
When I heard the ruckus inside, I started thinking.
Yeah?
And I'll bet my boots I got a scheme that'll fix Dan for you, get rid of Clayt for me, and give me a chance to court the girl again.
I'm willing to listen.
Get on your horse. You don't want to do too much talking in town.
Right. My horse is this one here.
Steady, boy. Come on.
You lead the way.
Mel, I got a notion you and me between us are going to just about have things our own way. Get up.
Get along. Get up. Get up.
Tonto returned to the camp he shared with the Lone Ranger and told him what had happened in town. The masked man suggested a plan, and the next day the Indian prepared to carry it out. First, he rode to the Adams ranch house.
Oh, paint horse. Oh.
What do you want, Redskin?
Tonto want job.
Yeah? What kind of job?
You need cook?
Can you cook?
Me heap good cook.
How'd you find out there's a cook I was needing?
Tonto here.
Redskin, I ain't had a decent meal since that girl of mine got hitched up to Clayt Summers. And if you can throw grub together so it's fit to be swallowed, you're hired.
That good.
Say, where'd a redskin like you get a horse like that?
Oh, that paint horse. Him, mine.
Wouldn't hang it to sell, would you?
Oh, me not sell.
Didn't figure you would. If you'd been willing, I wouldn't have thought so much of you. A man with a private horse like that got something that can't be reckoned in cash.
Not right.
Well, there's the cook shack over there. You'll find something you'll need in it, I guess. It'll be time for grub in a couple of hours, So you'd better start hustling.
Me start.
And if you're not ready on time...
Hey, boss.
What's ailing you, Jake?
Boss, there's been rustlers here last night.
What's that?
I just made a count of the cows we cut out and threw in the corrals till it was ready for shipping.
Why, they're still there, ain't they? I can see 'em.
There's a third of them gone.
You sure of that?
Just step over there and see for yourself if you won't take my word for it.
That's just what I'll do. Come on.
Tonto, look too.
What are you tagging along for, Injun?
Maybe rustler leave trail.
Well, if they did, a redskin ought to be able to find it all right.
The redskin ain't needed. I already picked up the trail of them varmints.
You did?
It was my job, wasn't it?
Good for you, Jake.
Yeah. Have a look for yourself. Don't need a count to show there's some missing.
You're right, Jake.
Where you find trail?
Just over yonder. The clients that stole the stuff opened the corral gate sometimes during the night. Heard the cows out and headed east.
East?
That's right.
Me see track there.
Yep, and so do I. Reckon whoever was here forgot about the rains we had softening up the ground. Why, that trail's easier to read than a book.
What are you going to do, boss?
Do? I'm going to get my horse.
Yeah?
Call in the rest of the boys. We're going to follow them tracks. And if it takes us to the low-down sneaking polecats that stole my stuff, the fur's going to fly.
Those of Dan's men within call were ordered to saddle their horses and follow the trail left by the cattle. Dan and Jake took the lead. They headed eastward. And less than a half an hour later, Dan announced,
By thunder, the tracks are leading right to Clate's place.
They are, sure enough.
I can't figure it out.
Lane ain't any too well off, is he?
But he ain't no thief.
That's what folks around here said about Mel Nugent till he was caught.
Yeah, but
and
he...
I've been hearing some talk about Clate of late.
What kind of talk?
Well, he's been heard to say he figured you ought to help him stock his range. You being his wife's pa.
I never did believe in that sort of thing. A young fellow should learn to stand on his own feet.
I only told you what I heard. Besides, I just remembered he's been rounding up a trail herd. Maybe he calculated to get the critters he stole away before you done anything about it.
Hey, look up that coulee.
There's the cows.
And they're my critters. I can read the brands from here.
You gonna stop and have a look at them?
I don't need to. I've seen enough.
Yeah?
Clate's house is just over this rise. I'm going to ask him some questions.
I'd do that same if I were you.
Now get up there.
Get
up.
up.
Go
Get
on.
up.
Get up.
Get up.
I can't hardly believe Clate turned wrestler. But I'm sure going to find out.
Yeah.
But maybe he can explain it some way.
There's the house. Get along there.
Get along there. Get out. I don't see Clate nowhere's around.
He's most likely in the house.
Whoa there. Whoa. You come along, Jake. The rest of you fellows wait here.
Clate's in the house, all right. That's his saddle on the porch.
Come on. I'll find out what's behind this.
Why, Dan, I wasn't looking for you over this way. Step on in.
I'll do my talking right here.
But why don't you come on
What do
in?
you know about them critters of mine that are in the coulee just over that hill?
Huh?
Oh, what's the trouble?
I'll tell you the trouble. There was close to 20 of my cows rustled last night, and I trailed them right onto Clate's range.
No.
Well, that can't be. Most likely they just strayed.
Out of my corrals.
You ain't saying I took 'em, are you?
I don't know what to think. All I know is they were stolen. I found them over here.
Oh, you're loco if you think Clate took him.
I always thought you were straight, Clate.
You know darn well I am.
If there's anybody else but you, I found this evidence again, I'd shoot it out first and ask questions afterward.
Oh, you don't know what you're thinking.
Like blazes, I don't.
I tell you, I didn't steal them cows.
Maybe you did, maybe you didn't.
Yeah?
And this time I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt.
I don't need the benefit of nothing.
But if I ever find any of my critters on your range again that can't be proved to be strays, I'm riding back with my gun loose in its holster.
If you're fool enough to think I'm crooked, you can do what you like.
Oh, Clate, we don't want no trouble.
Well, I just got this to say. If I'm to be pestered by rustlers, there's going to be more trouble hereabouts than this range has ever seen afore.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When Mel Nugent returned to town after 2 years spent in jail for rustling Dan Adams' cattle, he challenged Dan to a gunfight in the cafe. But the fight was prevented by the sheriff. Jake Dietz, who was Dan's foreman, had a grudge against Dan and also against his son-in-law, Clayt Summers. It was he that suggested to Mel that they work together for revenge. Tonto reported Nugent's arrival to the Lone Ranger, who suggested that Tonto keep an eye on the Adams ranch. Just as Tonto was applying for a job as a cook on the ranch, Jake arrived with the news that some of Dan's cows had been stolen from the corrals. They were trailed to Clayt's range, where Dan warned his son-in-law that if there were any more rustling, he would take the law in his own hands. As our second act opens, we see Jake, astride his horse, some distance from the Adams ranch house. It is nearly midnight. Only the occasional stir of restless cattle breaks the night silence. Suddenly, Jake turns in his saddle at the sound of approaching hoofs.
That you, Mel?
Yeah.
I've been waiting for you.
It's a long ride here from my place. These the cows we're going to take this time?
Uh-huh.
Where we're going to plant them? It'll look funny if we leave in that coulee again.
I thought of something better.
Yeah?
I reckon you know Clayt's got a trail herd gathered to take across the hills to the railroad.
I know about that.
Well, these cows are going with it.
Huh?
That'll make it look all the better. When Dan finds his cows with the trail herd, he'll figure Clayt was getting them out of the country in a hurry before they could be found.
That's a blame good notion.
Come on, let's get these cows moving. We ain't got any more time than we need.
Yeah. Get up there. Get up.
Come on, you critters. Get moving there. Come on there.
They're on their way.
These cows where we want them. Get up there.
Come on, boy.
Dan always rides this way in the morning. He'll find these cows going first thing.
Good enough. How are we going to get these critters into Clayt's herd? It'll be guarded, won't it?
Now, to speak of, it won't. There won't be more than 2 fellas riding night herd.
Uh-huh.
And we'll stop before they can hear us. When we let the cows go, they'll drift into the herd without no prodding.
I reckon they will. There, there. Keep moving, blast you.
And this time, when Dan finds Clayt's got his cows, there's going to be gunplay.
There'd better be.
I'll see to that. It wouldn't matter much, even if there weren't.
And why wouldn't it?
There'll be a plenty of witnesses to their quarreling, won't there? And if Clayt should be found later on with a bullet through him, who do you think would be blamed for it?
I get you.
Come on, you critters. Step along there. Clayt'd be out of the way, and Dan'd be hung for it. And we'd be sitting pretty.
All I want is to see Dan done for.
And what I want is a chance to court Dan's girl. If I can get hitched up to her, I'll own both hers, Dan's and Clayt's.
When we're through here, I'm heading back for my place.
Yeah.
I don't want to be seen around. You can let me know how things come out.
I'll do that.
Come on, let's haze these critters along. I'm anxious for this job to be done with.
Come on there.
Early in the morning, when Dan Adams made the discovery that more of his cows were missing. As soon as he made sure that the trail of the stolen cattle headed east again, he turned his horse and raced back to the ranch.
Tex, Sandy, Pete, hey, fellas! Hold that boy. Whoa.
Something wrong again?
What do you want? Get your horses. We're riding.
What's up, boss?
There's more cows been stolen. And the tracks head for Clayt's ranch again.
And he's starting a trail herd this morning.
Blast him.
Maybe your critters are with his herd.
We'll soon find out. You ready, fellas? Then let's go. If Clayt figures he can steal me blind just because he married my girl, he's going to find out different. Get up there. Get up. Get up. Go on.
In the meantime, Clayt Summers was just finishing breakfast at his home. We hear him as he speaks to his wife.
That was mighty good grub, honey. Well, now I reckon I'd better be pushing along.
Had to leave already, Clay?
Shucks, I got to do my share of the work. The boys got the herd started an hour ago. I told them I'd catch up as soon as I could.
How long you figure you'll be gone?
Oh, the trip shouldn't take more than a week.
I'm sort of glad you're going, Clay.
Huh?
I don't know what got into Paul the other day, but it'll most likely be best if the two of you don't meet up again too soon.
That was the darndest thing I ever heard of, saying I'd rustle his cattle.
Can't hardly blame him the way things look.
I wish I could figure out how them cows got in that coulee.
It's got me worried.
Oh, now, honey, there ain't nothing to worry about. Dan will soon enough admit he made a mistake. Oh, I don't know. There wouldn't be any of the boys riding back unless something was wrong.
Last you, Kate.
What in blazes is wrong now?
Where are they?
Where's what?
You savvy blamed well what I mean. Where are the cows you stole off of me last night?
Have you gone plumb loco?
You ought to drill the thieving coyote, Dan.
That's what I come to do. But I want to find them cows first.
How can you say he stole your cows, Paul?
I know it, because I followed their trail to where Clayt had his herd bedded down last night.
You mean to say you found your cattle in my herd?
No, I didn't. That's why I'm here.
Paul, what?
We caught up with your herd, but they wasn't there. You must have figured that'd be the first place we'd look.
Of all the doggone crazy things I ever heard tell of.
I always said you was no good, Clayt.
Sure you did, Jake. And I'm just wondering if you ain't had a hand in this someplace.
Why, you needn't try to put the blame on somebody else, Clayt. We got you dead to rights.
But I never stole
Why,
nothing.
you skunk.
I don't care if you are Amos, Paul. You can't talk to me that way.
I never was particular how I talk to rustlers.
Plug in, boss.
You stay out of this, Jake.
Are you going to tell me where you hid them cows? Or do I have to gun whip you?
I can't tell you what I don't know.
By golly, then I'll show you.
Oh, don't.
You wait.
What? It's an Indian.
You ain't wanted, Redskin.
You hear me. What are you doing here, Tonto? Me show you something. Get out of here. Tonto show you cattle. Huh?
Don't listen to him, boss. He don't know what he's talking about.
You know where the stolen cows are?
You come. Tonto show you.
Maybe the Indian's loco. But I aim to find out what he's got to show us before I'm accused of rustling.
How come you know so much about this, Tonto? You see. Plenty quick.
Come on, let's go.
Boss, it's just a trick of some kind. Don't let the Redskin fool you.
If he's trying some trick, it'll be his last. Tonto not trick you. I wouldn't advise it.
My horse is just outside. We'll all ride together.
By darn right we will. And if it ain't proved that you had nothing to do with this plate, I'm dealing with you myself. All right, fellas, let's go.
Tonto first led the men to the place where Clayt's herd had been bedded down the night before. Then he pointed out that the tracks of the stolen cows circled the herd and continued onward, still further eastward. The men remounted and pressed forward, discovering at last that the tracks took them directly to Mel Nugent's tumble-down spread. As they drew near, coming to Melt's shack, Clayt shouted,
"Hey! There's Mel running away."
He run out of the house when he seen us coming.
He's heading for his horse.
Me get him. Get him up, paint horse. Don't let him get away, Tonto. Tonto, rope him. Get him up, paint horse. Get him up. We catch him. Come, paint horse. On, get him up there. Get away from me, Redskin. Get away. Me rope you. Blast you. Whoa, paint horse, whoa. You not get him away now. Take this rope off of me. You wait. Let me go. I'll get you for this. Tonto not afraid that. Hang on to him, Tonto. Me got him. Him not get away. Let me hold him.
Hey, Dan, look. Your cattle's back there in Mel's corral.
That's them, all right.
It can't be, boss. It just can't be.
I ain't blind, am I, Jake?
Jake, you double-crossing rotten polecat. You framed me for this.
I don't know nothing about it.
Nell, I sent you to jail once for rustling my cows, but this time you're going to hang.
Wait, I never brung them cows here.
Yeah?
Jake and a masked fella brung them. Then when I come along, the masked fella roped and tied me. He waited till he seen you fellas riding up, then he took the ropes off and beat us.
You're loco.
I see it all now. The masked fella let it slip what your game was, Jake.
You blame fool, keep your mouth shut.
I'll talk plenty. You ain't gonna get away with this.
Why you...
Hold on there, Jake. We'll hear Mel out.
What's this you're saying about Jake?
He framed me, that's what. He got me to help him steal them cows to put in Clayt's herd. Then him and the masked fella brung them on here so's I'd be jailed.
It ain't so.
The
I
masked fella told me all about it. You ain't fooling me.
Jake helped you steal the cows?
He sure did. He stole them both times. He knew I was gunning for you, Dan. This way, he figured I'd be took care of.
It was you double-crossed me.
Huh?
You brung the cows here for yourself. All that talk about a masked feller ain't nothing but lies.
Dan, it looks to me like they was both in on it.
That's what it does.
Last year, why couldn't keep your mouth shut?
Why should I take all the blame after the trick you played on me?
I'll fix
He's
you.
going for his gun.
Oh, my hand is smashed.
The masked fella just shot the gun from your hand.
Sheriff, what are you doing here?
I'm here because the Lone Ranger brought me.
The Lone Ranger?
But where? What?
There him and the engine go now.
What?
What's he got to do with this?
Plenty. It was him followed Jake and Mel when they stole your cows the second time, Dan.
Yeah?
Then when these two skunks left the cows, he rode for me and the two of us brought them on here.
And it wasn't Jake double-crossed me.
The masked fella just let you think that. I didn't believe him at first when he said Jake was in on it, but he told me if I did like he said, I'd hear enough to prove it.
And you sure did.
It just goes to show when crooks figure they're slick enough to get away with a stunt like this, they'd better make sure the Lone Ranger ain't nowheres around.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Middledale! Outlaws are in the district! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio within You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is table. T-A-B-L-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $2,500 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's supposed to try for it?
We invited some Swiss war brides to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. and Mrs. Warren Oakes. And here they come now. Folks, come on over here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, children, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word while we're talking, you'll win $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Claire and Warren Oakes, is that right?
That's right.
Oh. You're a Swiss war bride?
I'm.
You're a very pretty one. Eh? You're the groom, I presume.
That's right.
You're not quite as pretty, huh? But you're a fine, manly-looking fellow.
Oh,
huh?
thank you.
Where are you from, Warren?
I'm from the Mile High City of Denver.
Where?
Denver, Colorado.
Mm-hmm. What did you say before it was?
The Mile High City.
How do you know? Did you measure it?
Well, I was told.
Oh, believe everything that you're told. Eh? What sort of work do you do, Warren?
Well, I'm in the advertising business for Acme Beer.
Oh, is that so?
Our display department.
Yes. I don't remember a Swiss war. When was that, Claire? You say you're a Swiss war bride.
Switzerland hasn't had a war since 200 years.
Is that so? Well, for a Swiss war bride, I must say you hold your age very well. You don't look a day over 190. Where you all from? No, that's right. That silly guy from Switzerland. Where are you from?
From the Welshire district.
The what's that?
The Welshire district.
Welshire district? Oh, that
Sorry.
sounds like it's in Wales. Huh?
It's a part of Los Angeles.
Oh. Oh, Wilshire, you mean, huh? Well, that's practically in Switzerland. Huh? That's a very cute suburban accent you have. Is that pure native Californian, Claire?
No.
Must be a Swiss accent. Am I getting warmer?
No.
Don't be so emphatic. Stumble a little, huh? So I'll have company. What do you mean it isn't a Swiss accent? Why isn't it?
I couldn't have a Swiss accent as we don't have any Swiss language.
There is no Swiss language?
No.
Well, how do you talk to each other? You just stand on a mountaintop and yodel across the back?
We have 4 languages: French, German, Italian, and Romansh.
What was the last one?
Romansh?
Romance?
That's right.
Which one do you speak, Claire?
I speak French.
Good. Well, how would you ask me for a kiss in French?
I wouldn't ask you for a kiss.
Well, why not? So I'll throw on a charm here. You'll never suspect what I'm doing. Why not?
I don't think my husband would like it.
I'm not interested in kissing your husband. How would you ask him for a kiss in French?
Donne-moi un baiser.
He may be busy, but ask him anyhow. Maybe you better leave your name at the front office, huh? Well, could you tell us something about Switzerland? What is it noted for?
It's scenery, watches, and cheese.
Watches and cheese, huh? I suppose you watch the cheese through those little holes, huh? You know, I've often wondered, Claire, why do they have those holes in cheese? Is that to get on the other side? No, that's another joke. Why do they have those holes in cheese?
Why not?
I say everything twice, so the first time, just ignore it, huh? And if you're smart, you'll ignore it the second time, too. Now, why do they have those holes in cheese? That's the third time. I'm pretty sick of it myself now.
Why not again?
Why not again? Well, that's as good an answer as any. Why not? Why not have holes in everything? Why not have holes in donuts?
We have them.
They have holes in... Really, that's me. Too little and too late, huh? I knew they had holes in socks, but that's just a personal... Now, when you think of Switzerland, Warren, what comes to mind first of all?
Well, I think that above all is beautiful scenery.
What else do you think of when you think of Switzerland?
Secondly, I think of the wonderful cleanliness of the country.
Is that all that Switzerland means to you, Warren? Wasn't there something else in Switzerland that you'll never forget?
Well, there is something there. That's the beautiful cows.
What was that?
Beautiful cows.
Beautiful cows, huh?
That's right. They have big bells around their necks.
They have bells around their necks. I'm afraid you're not very romantic. I was thinking of Claire, but if you'd rather think of cows, I'll think of Claire. Now, Claire, in America, when a girl wants to find herself a beau, she just goes to the nearest drive-in. How do the girls get a man in Switzerland?
In Switzerland, we have clubs.
Well, that sounds effective. Just pick out the sucker you want and swat him with a club, huh?
No, I don't.
What do you mean? What kind of clubs?
I don't mean that. We have social clubs for sports.
For sports?
That's right.
Well, you're saying the same thing over again in different words. That's all. Now, there's just one more thing, Claire. All Swiss are traditionally good yodelers. Can you yodel?
No, I can't.
You can't? Can you sing any kind of Swiss songs?
Oh, I could sing you a little Swiss nursery rhyme.
I'd like that. I'd like that.
Ainsi font, font, font les petites marionnettes. Ainsi font, font, font trois petits tours et puis s'en vont.
That's very sweet, isn't it? Huh? And now, if you'll put a diaper on me, I'll go to bed. That was really very pretty, Claire, and that song sounded almost as sweet as you look. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play your Bet Your Life for a chance at $2,500. Now, right now, I want you to pay close attention to Fenneman.
We all get a real feeling of pride in the car that we've bought for our family's use and enjoyment. And believe me, the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America are just as proud of the two fine cars that they make available to the public. DeSoto is a stunning car to look at, a most comfortable car to drive. It's a car that's been engineered to bring the American motorist the best of everything. For example, take DeSoto's brakes. No car in the country has bigger. This means they stop you quickly, at high speed, and they stop you with little effort, because they respond to the slightest of pressure on the pedal. DeSoto also has a special new parking brake, completely independent of the wheel brakes, another safety feature found in very few other cars. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. So look for those two great names linked together, DeSoto, Plymouth.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $2,500. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They each bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of four questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show. You see, our other two couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
All right, now here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected foreign monetary units as your category. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you risk?
10.
10. All right, what is the monetary unit of Mexico?
Pesos.
Peso is right.
And they're off to a good start, Groucho. They have $30.
You're up to a flying start. Remember, you're going for $2,500. How much of the $30 will you bet?
25, 20, 25.
20. Okay. I know who's the boss in that outfit, huh? What is the monetary unit of Italy?
The lira.
The lira!
You folks are really climbing now. You have $50.
Yes, they have $50. That's King Lira. Now, here's your third question. How much will you bet?
40.
Now, what is the monetary unit of Russia?
The ruble.
The ruble is right.
Now, they're really on their way now. They have $90.
All right, you got $90, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 90 are you going to go for? Pretty dramatic, huh?
Well, should we go for 80?
Mm-hmm.
Or 90?
90.
Let's see.
$90.
The whole thing.
Oh.
What is the monetary unit of England?
The shilling. Or the pound.
Pound.
Which is it now?
Pound.
The pound is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $180.
Goodbye, Sam. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, the secret word is...
Just call me Mr. Marks if you don't mind.
Mr. Marks, the secret word is...
Call me Groucho.
Mr. Groucho, the...
Oh, call me Mr. Marks.
The secret
call me
word...
Charlie. I'm sick of both of them.
Harpo, the secret word is...
Now I can't talk. I'll go. Hey, what's the matter? You're not calling me Chico, huh?
It's table.
Chico is a tailor? What kind of nonsense is this, huh?
Well, I was trying to...
Stick to your business, Pat.
All right, I will.
I'm not getting paid after being funny.
It's right down here. We invited some home economics teachers to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Rosabelle Murchison. Her partner is a typical husband from the audience, Mr. Robert Farnham. Folks, come on over here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the DeSoto Plymouth secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Rosabelle Murchison, is that right?
That's correct.
You're married, Rosabelle, then?
Yes, I am.
Unfortunate. What does your husband do for a living?
He's an attorney.
Even more unfortunate. A home economics teacher and a typical husband, eh? Robert Farnham?
That's me.
You're the typical husband, Robert?
Yes. I guess so.
You guess so, huh? Typical husband, all right. No mind of his own. Where you from, Bob?
New York City.
New York City, huh? How long have you been married, Bob?
17 years.
17 years, huh? How'd you meet your wife, or vice versa?
Well, I was a policeman out in Coney Island, and I jumped over the boardwalk and went out into the water in full uniform and saved this boy. I brought him out of the water and came back to the beach, and the next thing I knew, I was knocked down. And there was this girl slapping kisses at me and...
What do you mean, slapping your kisser? I don't understand.
Just telling me how grateful she was and for saving her brother and what she couldn't do enough for me. And here I was in a wet uniform, and she knocked me down in the sand, and the sand was in my pockets and in my shoes and clung to me. And then they invited me home, and they started feeding me goulash and pressing my pants and washing my shoes.
Did you have the pants on when they pressed them, or...?
No, I had them off. I was standing behind the curtain, and they fixed me up okay.
And how did the uniform turn out? Pretty good?
No, it didn't turn out pretty good.
What'd you do? You quit the force after that?
Oh, no, I'm still in the police department.
You're still in the police department out here locally, or still in Coney Island, huh?
I'm out here on a vacation. 30 days vacation.
I see. Once you get 30 days, as a rule, it's not a vacation. Well, now, do you go down the boardwalk here and jump over occasionally, or do you wait till you get back to Coney Island?
I'll wait till I go back to Coney Island.
You came out alone?
No, with my wife.
Oh, your wife. Oh, you're here. You didn't come on a pleasure trip. Now, your husband is a... And your husband is a lucky man. He's married to a cooking teacher. Is that right? Yes.
That's right.
Does he crab about your cooking, or does he eat everything with relish?
He eats everything I cook with relish.
Well, if he has to eat everything with relish, your cooking can't be very good. Now, how do you go about teaching your pupils to cook, Rosabelle? What's the first thing you do?
Well, the first thing that we do in the laboratory is acquaint them with all the utensils, such as the casserole, the double boiler, the frying pan, the spatula.
You forgot the most important thing. What about the can opener? All right, now I'm familiar with everything in the kitchen except the cook. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty familiar with her, too, but... Besides cooking, what do you teach your students, or is that enough?
Oh, how to use the salad fork and the cocktail fork, for instance, which one is which, and so forth.
Bob, what is the difference between a cocktail fork and the other kind?
Well,
salad fork, huh?
Salad fork you eat your salad with.
Oh, that's logical. And you drink your cocktails with a cocktail fork, huh? Besides, after 3 cocktails, who cares? Bob, suppose you went to a big formal dinner. How could he be sure he's using the right fork, Rosabelle? How could Bob be sure?
Well, he should watch the hostess and use the same one she does.
Well, I've nothing against the hostess, but if I must use the same fork, I'd want it washed first. I don't want the hostess washed. I just want the fork washed. I don't know whether they heard that. I don't want the hostess washed. I just want the fork washed. I guess they heard it, huh? Well, Bob, you're going to be a social flop. Now, let's see how you two will make out in the battle for the $2,500. You got to work together as a team and run your $20 no more than our other couple. Can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fetterman's going to remind our listeners.
The Swiss war bride and her husband won $180.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected food and drink. How much you going to bet at the $20?
$10?
That's the whole thing.
Let's make it 10.
Okay.
Now, here's your first question. You're going to bet $10. What is the main ingredient of Welsh rarebit?
cheese, and it may either be milk or beer.
You don't have to go any further. Cheese is fine, huh?
And you're off to a great start. You have $30 now.
Remember, you're going for $2,500. How much of the $30 will you bet?
20.
$20. What kind of liquor is used in crepe Suzettes?
Brandy.
Brandy is right.
Now you folks have $50.
Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to try?
40.
$40. All right. What fruit is used in a Waldorf salad?
Apples.
Apples is right.
They're climbing now. They have $90.
You got $90, huh? You're going to bet $80, huh? You're really giddy, aren't you? Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, what is the main ingredient of catsup?
Tomatoes.
Tomatoes is right.
And they round up with a grand total of $170.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Thank you and goodbye, Bob, and take good care of your uniform. Huh?
Well, Groucho, I guess we still know the secret word is table.
Uh-huh.
Just before we went on the air, we went searching through our audience tonight for people with unusual occupations. And here come the two who were chosen to be on the program, Miss Margie Dean and the Sideburn Kid. Come on over here, folks, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and if you say the secret word, you'll split $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Miss Margie Dean, eh? That's your name, and the Sideburn... Oh, I hadn't seen you before. Huh? How long have you been out here? Sideburn Kid, huh?
Yeah.
All right, Sideburn, come out from one of those bushes. I see you. What's your real name?
The Sideburn Kid.
I mean your real name.
Well, everyone calls me the Sideburn Kid.
You're lucky. You should hear what everybody calls me. Huh? I'm not through with you, Gabby. I can still see you through a haze there, but I'll be back to you in a minute. Huh? Margie Dean, eh? Where are you from, Marge?
I was born in Boise, Idaho, but I've been in California since I was 5.
Since you were 5?
Mm-hmm.
You remember Boise at all?
No, I don't.
Do you have any little Boise or girls?
No, sir, I don't have.
Mm-hmm. Are you married?
No.
I'm relieved by that answer. Now, Margie, Fenneman says you have an unusual occupation. Just what is it?
I teach parrots to talk.
You teach parrots to talk?
Yes.
Could you teach the Sideburn Kid how to say his name?
Certainly could.
That's a peculiar occupation. How did you ever get into that kind of a job?
Well, I had the bird given to me as a gift.
Somebody gave you the bird?
Uh-huh.
And what is his name?
Fibber.
Is Fibber a boy parrot or a girl parrot?
I don't know.
Does Fibber talk?
Very much so.
Mm-hmm. Why don't you ask Fibber what is... On the other hand, it's probably not important. Not important except to another parrot. Mr., what did you say your name was?
The Sideburn Kid.
You're the same fellow who was here a minute ago, right?
I hope so.
What does your wife call you?
Well, she calls me just about what every wife calls her husband, and a lot of nice names when she wants a lot of nice things, you know.
Like what?
Honey, sweetheart, darling, and, well, it just continues on, you know.
I guess so. Oh, to be in England now that June is here. I don't know what I do over there. I mean, with a pound at $1.90 now. What does the draft board call you?
They don't. I got 6 kids.
Well, you're more valuable to the Army by being a civilian. Well, Kid, I'll just call you Kid, huh?
That's all right.
From your cowboy hat and cowboy pants and cowboy boots, I imagine you're a streetcar motorman. Is that right?
No.
Seriously, what is your profession?
No, I twirl the ropes and I'm a bullwhipper.
A bullwhipper? Isn't that against the law, whipping bulls?
No, I don't whip bulls. I take my rope and use it to cut objects from people's hand, use it to do tricks, and use my rope to do tricks.
I see. Could you teach me?
Yeah, I can teach you.
How?
Well, you take the end of the rope in your right hand.
Never mind. I was at the end of a rope once, and I'll be hanged if I'm going to go through that. Huh? Magee, let's talk about your parrots. What kind do you train?
Mexican yellowheads.
Mexican yellowheads? Why that particular breed?
Well, they're very colorful, and they're very intelligent, and they're very lovable and affectionate.
Well, in what way are they intelligent? I mean,
Well,
for example, what do they do?
For instance, in the evening, they'll be in the room just chattering away and carrying on wonderful conversations.
Mhm.
And I'll go over and turn on the television, and believe me, they just are quiet immediately, and they don't utter a sound until the television set is turned off.
The parrots
They're
watch the
watching
television?
the television.
And you say they're intelligent? Now, Sideburn, what did you say your real name was?
The Sideburn Kid.
I'll just call you Old Ironsides, huh? Why are you called the Sideburn Kid?
Well, I'm called the Sideburn Kid because I grow the sideburns.
I didn't think it was because you wore shin plasters, huh? Why did you grow the sideburns?
It makes me look older because when I was young, I looked too young and everybody called me a kid. So by having these whiskers, why, I passed for an age that I wanted to be a man then.
I see. Well, wouldn't it have been simpler to grow a mustache?
Well, everybody wears those. That's kind of common, I thought.
In other words, you wanted to attract attention, is that it? Of course you could attract attention just by drilling a hole in your head and planting petunias.
I never thought of that.
Well, you're a couple of good sports, and if I ever need a parrot with sideburns, I'll call on both of you. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, and you'll get a chance at the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much our other couples won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The Swiss war bride and her husband are still ahead with $180.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected the young of animals and birds. Is that right?
Right.
You have $20. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
Well, let's see. No, we won't bet at all.
We didn't have anything when we came in here.
Let's go 50-50. Let's bet $10.
Okay, Piker.
Here's your first question. $10. What is a young lion called?
A lioness.
One answer between you now. Decide on one answer between you. Talk it over with him, huh? Okay, now.
Cub.
A cub is right, huh?
Well, they're on their way. They have $30.
They finished in last place in the National League. Now, remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to go for?
25.
25. What is a young goose called?
A young goose. Not a duckling.
Come on, kids.
Young goose. What is it called?
Time is a-wasting, huh? What is it?
Young goose.
Duckling?
Oh,
Can't get
Goose.
it.
I'm sorry. It's a gosling. I think you own it.
They have $5 now.
That's a shame. I'm terribly sorry, but
$5, huh?
that's life. It's also $5. Here's your third question. What is a young horse called?
A colt.
A colt is right. Huh?
Well, you're climbing again.
Oh,
you have
climbing.
$10.
You've got $10 now. And here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 10 will you go for?
What have we got to lose
Just as well bet it all.
All right. All of it? What is a young cow called?
Calf.
A calf is right.
And they wind up with $20.
Oh.
And that means that the Swiss war bride and her husband with $180 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question. Nobody wants fast service for his car unless he's also assured that the best work will be done. Speed isn't that important. But at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers, wherever you live, wherever you drive, you can count on fast service as well as expert service. And here's the reason. In the first place, the mechanics who do the work at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers are trained in the latest factory service techniques. They know the best ways of servicing a car from bumper to bumper. And these expert mechanics get regular monthly training in factory methods, which keeps their skills up to date. Then there's the equipment the service crew in a DeSoto Plymouth shop has to work with. It's the very finest, the most modern that money can buy.
So, naturally, skilled men working on a job with the best equipment available service your car better and get it back to you sooner. That's what fast service means wherever you see the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here comes the Swiss war bride and her husband all set for the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question. And good luck to you.
Here we go. All right. We go for $2,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully. And please no help from the audience. Here it is. In the 1800s, millions of cattle were driven to market over a famous trail that went from Texas to Abilene, Kansas. What is the name of this historic trail known in song and story? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
The Santa Fe Trail?
No, I'm sorry. It's the Chisholm Trail. I'm sorry. That's the correct answer, so that means the big question next week will be worth $3,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much?
$180 in the quiz.
$180 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our other contestants. Good night.
Thank you. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $3,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Keep your wits and windshield clear. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. And here he is, the one, the only... Groucho! Another applause?
Well, now, at least one of us is getting something productive done while we're stuck here in the basement. Really? Yes, I'm working on one of my screenplays and I'm making good progress. What's it called? Why, it's a holiday-themed sequel to All Quiet on the Western Front. I think I see where this is going. Yep, I call it All Quiet on the Easter Front. Ow! See you next time, folks.